Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Alpha's Captive by Shannon West. Narrated by Gabriel McKnight. You know that funny little feeling you get in your chest when you look at someone and know he's the one? That's the common sense leaving your body. Anonymous.
Prologue. Brandon. Nobody ever tells you when you're young that life just keeps on going no matter what. No matter how much heartbreak you face or how unhappy you might be, the world just doesn't obligingly stop spinning to let you get off. You have to keep going, stay your course, and endure. And no matter how much you dread facing each new day, and no matter if you've lost the thread and have no idea why it should be necessary to keep on breathing, you have to keep on putting one foot in front of the other, day after endless day. At least, that's what people say. If it hadn't been for my pack brothers, I probably would have given up years ago. Soon after my beloved parents and my sweet, funny elder brother, James, were all killed in a tragic carriage accident while I was away at boarding school. I'd been devastated, and if not for my cousin's support, I might have tried to find a way to join my family in the sudden oblivion that had swallowed them up. Then there was Roxbury, my best friend and near constant companion. He, along with my cousins, simply wouldn't let me slip away. Roxbury made it his mission after the accident to put a smile on my face again and give me a reason to keep leaving. Roxbury had more or less appropriated me as his private property from the moment we met, despite the fact I was already in a pack. He would never take no for an answer when it came to my joining him in his misadventures and being a partner in crime to all his mischief. He was exhausting, but totally wonderful, and kept me from drifting away from everyone, even from myself, in those first terrible months of grief. My cousins, mainly Lexington and Harrison, the leaders of our pack, had never approved of Roxbury, even from the first. He was from an excellent family, but they called him a rake hell, and rightly so. It was an old-fashioned word for hell-raiser, and indicated a man with immoral conduct and outrageous behavior, one who incurred lavish debts and drank too much, and one who was entirely unsuitable for us, or more specifically for me, to even associate with. All entirely true, I might add, but none of that mattered. To me, Roxbury was not only devastatingly handsome, reckless, carefree, and witty, he was also the love of my life. In the platonic way, of course, though we'd made vows to each other that we'd always be close and never be parted from each other. I considered him my best friend in the whole world, and I loved him unconditionally. A friend was all he was, though, no matter my boyish dreams and secret thoughts held deep inside, where I could whisper them only to myself. I had such a terrible crush on him. Perhaps I didn't do as well as I thought in hiding them, because Harrison and Lex sat me down at one point and sternly lectured me about the ways of the world. They explained that I had the wrong ideas about what was and what wasn't done, and having a huge crush on another alpha like Roxbury, it definitely wasn't the right thing. They demanded that I end my relationship with him. Alpha males like me simply did not get crushes or fall madly in love with another alpha male, they explained, which Roxbury most decidedly was. He was as big and tough as Asher or Lexington, and as aggressive and muscular as Wyatt. Not to mention being as controlling as Harrison, who was much older than us, but was still very close to his brother Lex, and who more or less treated all of us cousins more like his little brothers. Roxbury and I could be friends, my cousins told me, even brothers, but anything else simply could never work. And since I couldn't seem to control myself around him, they wanted me to pull away from him for a while. They said that if Roxbury got himself together and stopped his outrageous behavior, they would allow him to be my friend. Maybe even occasionally my lover, if we both understood it were merely practice, just high spirits and fooling around with each other until a suitable omega presented themselves. And even then, it could happen only occasionally, and never with any serious intent. But as far as an actual serious relationship, a romance? Fuck no, not a chance. Absolutely not. I would need to find myself a nice omega, or even a beta, because two alphas could not be together. They could never get along, and they'd wind up killing each other, unless one of them took a more submissive role. And that was not only slightly shameful and embarrassing, but also unheard of. Lex explained that a romantic relationship would go against an alpha's controlling nature, and we would constantly be at each other's throats, and even come to blows over who was in charge. And since it was so totally unheard of for two strong alphas to be together, I needed to get my shit together and get that foolishness out of my head. Lex and the others said they'd help me, because Roxbury was too reckless, too wild, too unheeding, and way too likely to be expelled from school anyway for his many transgressions. When that inevitably happened, according to my cousins, his father, a lord and formerly a high-ranking naval officer, no doubt would make him join the Navy. Then I'd never see him again anyway, as he'd be constantly far away at sea. So I needed to get him out of my mind and heart, and have nothing more to do with him in case his terrible reputation tainted my own. I fought against the idea of ending things between us and treating him so badly, and refused to be swayed by any of their arguments. He was my best friend, outside of my cousins, and I loved him, but they were right about school. Only a month or so later, the headmaster decided to expel Roxbury and several of his friends immediately after a wild, drunken night involving several of them carousing naked in the town fountain after a raucous evening at the local pub. I saw Roxbury only once more after that, when he came to throw pebbles at my window in the dormitory on the night he ran away. When I jumped out of bed and threw open the window, he begged me to climb down and run away with him. He was leaving school that very night, and wanted me to come. His face had been desperate, flushed with passion, his eyes wide and dark and full of pain as he stared up at me where I stood framed in the window. "I'm leaving, Brandon. My father will be here in the morning, and he's promised to ship me off to the Navy. He's been threatening me with it for years, and he's serious this time. He means it." He held out an imploring hand and looked up at me with those gorgeous green eyes. "I can't be stuck on some ship at sea. I won't survive. Come with me, and we can run away together, get far away from Morovia and Sudpharma, as far as we can, and never come back. We'll go all the way to the Varian Empire, the end of the world. We can work and get ourselves a little house somewhere, maybe over there or in Krylia, or even farther away than that. I promise to make it work. And I'll always take care of you. Jump down to me, and I'll catch you. I'll steal a horse, and we'll go far away from here." "Roxbury, please. You know I can't do that.
We can't steal a horse. You can be hanged for stealing horses.
And we can't just run away. They'll come after us and make us come home. Please come upstairs and we'll talk this through. We have to think this through. We have to be sensible.
Sensible? He cried out bitterly, passionately. I'm sick of the world. If you won't come with me, if you don't care about me anymore, then I'll renounce our friendship here and now. And you consider me your bitterest enemy from this day forward. I mean it, Brandon. I'll really do it.
The next second, in one of the mercurial changes he was known for, he held up an imploring hand to me.
But please, don't do this to me, Brandon. Please, come with me.
I couldn't stand the pain I saw on his face. He was my best friend, and I knew he meant every word of what he was saying. He was reckless and wild, and he'd do what he said, and I might never see him again. I began climbing out the window to go to him, when my arm was suddenly caught in an iron grip, and I was dragged back inside, away from the window. Wyatt and Lex loomed over me, their faces dark with fury.
No, Brandon, we're not letting you ruin your life this way. You're not going with him.
Wyatt stormed over to the window and yelled down at Roxbury.
Fuck up your own life if you want to, but leave Brandon out of this. Leave him alone and forget you ever knew him. Get out of here!
No! I gasped and tore myself away from Lex's hold to fling myself out the window, but Wyatt was blocking my way. By the time I'd managed to get around him and shove him out of the way, it was too late. I got one last glimpse of Roxbury's face, red with hurt and anger. He had turned his back and was running down the lane away from me. But just before he disappeared, he turned and shook his fist at all of us. Wyatt held fast to my arm and wouldn't let me go after him. I'd never see Roxbury again. We'd had word of him from time to time. His father found him eventually, after an exhaustive search, and he made good on his threats. His noble father bought him a commission as a second lieutenant, and Roxbury was forced to join the Navy. Before 2 years had passed, 2 years when all my letters were returned to me unopened, his ship was attacked by pirates in the southern seas. When it was over and the cannon smoke cleared, he was missing and presumed dead, lost at sea. I'd wanted to die too. It took a long and concerted effort by my cousins and friends to keep me from it, and even now, 10 years later, on days like today, when I was walking on the beach by the ocean, staring out at the white-tipped waves, memories of Roxbury kept intruding. Things I hadn't thought about in years. God's what I wouldn't give to see him one more time, to tell him I was sorry, to tell him that since that last night I had wished 1,000 times or more I had gone with him. If I had, maybe I could have kept him from being so easily tracked down by his father. Maybe he wouldn't have been forced into a dangerous job he hated, and most of all, maybe he'd still be alive and here beside me. Life had gone on for me, though, as it always did, whether I wanted it to or not. And now, 10 long years later, I was still in Lex and Harrison's pack. Harrison had become king of Morovia, and eventually Lexington had married an Omega crown prince from nearby Igela and became his regent. His title was King's Regent, and all of us cousins were lords, so our pack was sometimes called the Royal Pack. Wyatt, Asher, and I lived together, for now at least, in the old royal hunting lodge near the capital city of Morovia. That would all soon change, though, since Wyatt had recently married an Omega, and I had just become engaged to one. Harrison normally ruled Morovia from the capital city, but there had been increasingly strong rumors about the aging king of Sadfarma, King Alfred. It was said the king, who in his day had been a strong and powerful leader, was aging badly. He was only in his late 70s, but he had dementia to such a severe extent that he had to be under constant watch by his healers and the priests he relied on so heavily. King Alfred had been a strong religious fanatic in his day, and he'd had powerful magic that he hated with a passion, or so the rumors went. It was said that he suppressed his magic and despised it because of his religious beliefs. He wouldn't have it around him, and it was probably because of his hatred of all magic that he had turned his kingdom into such a religious state. Sadfarma had not only outlawed all dark magic, but most white magic too, except for the healing arts. When my cousin Harrison had brought me here to his seaside retreat in Sadfarma for a rest, after I was injured in a mission he'd sent me on to Krylia early in the year, he had also arranged for me to meet his young brother-in-law, Prince Chandler. He was hoping for a match, of course, which would be advantageous to both of us. The old king, in his more lucid state, wanted a nobleman for his only son, but not one who was too high-ranking, in case he got some crazy ideas about taking over. Prince Chandler, as an Omega, couldn't be king on his own, so King Alfred had declared that Rosamond, his sister, would take over for him as regent when the time came. So I was considered to be a perfect choice for a husband. Close to Harrison and possessed of a large estate and a lot of money left to me by my parents, I had a calm nature, they thought, and I wasn't prone to drama. Chandler was a beautiful blonde Omega who had just turned 21, so I should have been thrilled at the prospect. He was spoiled and willful and used to having his own way, like many other Omegas I'd been introduced to over the years. But he was good-natured and sweet. I knew I could have done much worse. My cousins really had never given up on me and had fixed me up with one Omega after another, thinking that eventually I'd find someone to get me out of my own head and get my mind and heart off Roxbury. Not that any of us ever mentioned his name, but it was always there in my head, and they knew me well enough to know that. Besides, Lex and Asher had strong magic, and they probably were able to easily read my thoughts. Those thoughts were no doubt quite transparent when it came to Roxbury. No matter how many times their efforts had been in vain, or worse yet, had turned into disasters, they'd never given up. Even though I'd never shown any interest in the Omegas they paraded in front of me in the past few years. Lust, yes. They were Omegas after all, and their pheromones always called to me. But once I got to know them even a little, my interest usually waned. Ultimately, I got away from all of them as quickly as I could. Prince Chandler had been different, though. He was persistent and determined. The gods knew why. Maybe he thought he could do worse, too, and get some controlling asshole who might mistreat him. At any rate, he kept coming back for more, even in the face of my obvious, though polite, disinterest. I didn't mean to act that way. I never set out to be so dispassionate and even apathetic about my love life. I really didn't. But I'd lost the only person I'd ever truly loved before I had a chance to even tell him how much I cared for him, or even before I knew what love really was. And I hadn't ever really been romantically interested in anyone else since Roxbury. Yet, like it or not, I was the Earl of Bedford, and I owed it to my estate and my parents' memory to provide an heir. Chandler was certainly pretty enough, and a royal prince. What was I holding out for? Some undying love? Someone who made my heart beat faster every time he entered the room, or I happened to hear his voice? I'd had all that once, and let it slip through my hands. Maybe I didn't deserve that much happiness anymore.
When I first met Chandler, I was recovering from injuries I'd received at that bloody Baron's castle in Corellia. Wyatt, Asher, and I had gone searching for a relative of Harrison's wife, a wealthy viscountess. The poor woman had disappeared without a trace after accepting the Baron's marriage proposal and traveling to his home. According to the Baron's story anyway, though none of us believed a word of it. My pack brothers and I had gone there to solve the mystery. We'd only managed to get ourselves captured by the murderous Baron after we found out that he killed the Viscountess we were looking for. It had not been a successful journey, to say the least. In fact, it had been an unmitigated disaster. I had sustained a bad head injury on top of everything else, and the doctors were concerned that I had symptoms that were still plaguing me, like almost daily headaches and a weakness on my entire right side, making it necessary for me to use a cane. Harrison had brought in a healer who said I was getting better, and he believed that eventually I would recover completely. But I'd been badly hurt, with my wounds mostly neglected for a couple of weeks afterward. Asher had used his magic, but the iron in the Baron's prison cells had blocked its full potency. Wyatt, after he joined us in our captivity, had done what he could for me too, but it would take time now for me to recover, or so the healer said. Medicine was not much of an art in our world, because most healers relied on their magic, which was fine for small hurts, but didn't always do anything for the bigger issues like cancer, or some of the more dreadful diseases, or the most serious accidents. I was beginning to be afraid my situation was one of those problematic injuries they couldn't really help, and that I might never be back to my old self again. It was then that I first met a Sadfarvan priest called Kelman, who was reported to have a great deal of magic. He had supposedly effected many cures. Kelman was a tall, ascetic young man who was fairly young and extremely arrogant. He could afford to be, as he was one of Queen Rosamond's favorite priests. On the day I met him, a knock came on my door as I was resting in the bedroom assigned to me in the palace. I went to the door to open it, and found Kelman standing there, wearing his official black robes made of a rich silk trimmed with mink. I noticed he had golden bracelets on his wrists and ruby earrings in each ear. His hair was black and flowed across his shoulders, and it gave him a slightly sinister appearance, in my opinion. "My lord," he said, without even a suggestion of a bow, "my queen sent me to examine you." "Did she? I was resting, but I suppose you can come in." I stepped back away from the door, and he strode past me. Arrogance fairly dripped off him, and I knew at once that he was an alpha. The priesthood was not a usual profession for alphas, so I found that fascinating. He smelled ever so slightly of some kind of sweet fruit. It wasn't strong enough on him to figure out exactly what it was, but I wondered if he'd been with some Omega recently. Priests were usually celibate, but it wasn't any kind of law. He turned to face me. "Would you mind taking off your clothes so I can examine you, sir?" "I would, actually. The problem is in my head. I was attacked by a group of soldiers and hit several times with the flats of their swords." "Which is causing a weakness to develop along one side of your body, I believe. I need to examine your extremities." I frowned at him, but I began to unbutton my shirt. "Very well, but let's make this quick, please. I've been poked at by nearly every physician in this palace." He gave me a tight smile. "Not by me, sir. Your trousers, too, please." I threw my shirt across a chair and then sat down on it to pull off my boots and remove my trousers. I stood back up in front of him. "How do you want me?" His eyes flickered over my body,
and I thought I saw a slightly lascivious gleam come into his eyes, which I ignored, just wanting this to be over with. He gestured toward the bed, and I stretched out on my back. He bent over me solicitously, gently palpating the scar on my scalp, and then moving to my arm to feel my muscles there and test their strength. They were embarrassingly weak. He moved on down to my leg and paid attention to the thigh muscle and my knee. Moving down, he stroked my calf and even took my foot in his hand. When he finished, he straightened up and nodded at me to get dressed again. When I was once more sitting on the chair with my boots back on, he turned toward me.
I believe you're healing, my lord, but you must be patient a bit longer. I would suggest exercising the afflicted muscles in the leg with vigorous walks. I believe long walks on the beach would help to strengthen you. They're quite popular with the court, I believe. Even the crown prince takes daily walks there and finds the sea air bracing. You might wish to join him. I narrowed my eyes at him and wondered if this wasn't some ploy on Rosamond's part. It was well known that she and her father had been trying to marry off her younger brother for some time. Not that he wasn't good-looking. He was, extremely so. But I'd heard rumors about him for years. He was supposed to be promiscuous and had taken many lovers. Not a great thing for an Omega. Alphas, for better or worse in our world, wanted their Omegas to be innocent. Prince Chandler was staying at the palace, and he had come by to see me on several occasions. He was very pleasant and friendly. In fact, his bright, inane chatter did seem to cheer me up a little. He even brought me little potions he said he'd gotten from his own healers, and a few tonics to help heal me. Eventually, I came to enjoy and even look forward to his visits every day, if only to relieve the boredom. He was nice to look at, too, both flirty and fun. He smelled deliciously of cherry pie, and he often gave me seductive looks. Then one day, Harrison asked me about a marriage contract for Chandler. "Chandler is 21 now," he said, "and old enough to find a husband. He'll be king one day, as you know. So we've been looking for a suitable alpha for him for a while now. Someone appropriate to his rank, of course, and of good character. Someone trustworthy and strong enough to keep him in line. He can be quite high-spirited." "And are you saying you thought of me for this?" "Well, yes, of course. You're my cousin, and one of my closest friends as well. There's no one I think more highly of, along with Asher and Wyatt, of course. But Wyatt is married now, and Asher's always busy with his alchemy studies, or has his nose buried in some book. Chandler is a prince, and he's a bit spoiled, though very handsome. A really desirable Omega. His father, the Sudfarman king, will make sure he has a rich dowry. I know you've always been interested in both men and women, so..." "I don't know, Harrison. I'm not really in the market for an Omega now." "You have to think of your legacy and your estate. If not now, then when, Brandon? You need to think this through. I only want you to be happy, you know. I think that once Chandler settles down, he'll make a wonderful Omega, a good spouse. Just do this for me, Brandon, and for yourself. And by this time next year, you could be expecting a son. Children would make everything in your life so much better." "I wonder why you haven't had any yet then?" I asked, and he immediately regretted it. He'd been trying, but Rosamond had never gotten pregnant, and her physicians hadn't been able to figure out why. I squeezed his arm when he looked at me, and I gave him a contrite look. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. It's none of my business, and it was unkind besides. I know you only have my best interests at heart, as I always have yours." Harrison was sincere, I knew. He really did want the best for me. But was the best really some Omega that seemed like he might be quite a handful? On the other hand, Chandler had been faithful in his visits to me, and had tried to help me with his little potions and treats he brought me. He seemed to be sincerely interested in seeing me regain my health. I certainly didn't have anyone else in mind, so why not Chandler? I gave in and agreed to the contract, and Harrison had it drawn up right away. He said he'd tell his wife, Queen Rosamund, to begin making plans for a wedding that was sure to be quite the event. In the meantime, I should continue taking the sea air and regaining my strength in Sadfarma. Harrison said he would arrange everything. Out of guilt, I supposed, for getting me into this in the first place. Asher had stayed back at the lodge to take care of things at home, now that Lex was living in Nagella, and Wyatt was still on his honeymoon with Darcy, his beautiful new Omega. Later, on the day of my examination by the priest Kelman, I went out walking on the beach again, trying to take his advice and strengthen my leg. The bright sky and blue sea were reminding me of the past again, and I was fighting the melancholy that sometimes threatened to swamp me when I heard people coming down to the beach toward me. I turned to see Harrison riding fast on his huge horse, a chestnut named Artemis, and letting him have his head to gallop toward me. 2 of Harrison's guards rode beside him, and his courtiers were dragging along behind him some 50 yards down the beach, plodding along at a much slower pace. They seemed to follow him everywhere he went these days, and I suspected it was due to his wife's influence. Privately, I thought he longed for the lost days of his boyhood, when we cousins all used to ride together along the trails near the lodge. He pulled up a few yards away and jumped down to come and greet me, tossing his reins to one of his guards and smiling broadly for a change as he greeted me. He was spending more and more time here in Sadfarma these days, since his father-in-law, the king of Sadfarma, was ailing and bedridden. I knew Harrison didn't love spending so much time away from Morovia, but Queen Rosamund had probably insisted. Most people thought the old king wasn't long for this world, and his son, Prince Chandler, would then become king. I'd heard that Queen Rosamund had been named his regent, since no Omega could rule as king. I wondered how that would work out. We all knew that Harrison was trapped in an unhappy marriage with his queen, and I suspected she was well aware of it too. She rarely let him out of her sight. It was good to see Harrison looking happy and well-rested today as he drew closer. He jumped off his horse to embrace me and hold me out at arm's length to look me over with a huge smile on his face. "Brandon, it's good to see you, cousin. You seem stronger today. How are you feeling?" "Better. I'm anxious to get rid of this thing, though," I said, brandishing the cane. "Makes me feel like an invalid. I'm ready to be busy again." "Well, if you really mean that, I may have a proposition for you. One of our ships, the Liberty, is leaving port this Friday, traveling down the coast to Anbera, and then around Cape Lawrence to Cardamon, to deliver a shipment of spices and take on a shipment of Cardamon silk and silver. I hope to use some of it to entice Corellia into establishing new trade routes with us, a conduit between our empire and the north. Sadfarma, Anbera, and Cardamon are all on board with the idea, and only Igella and Corellia have been holding out. Lexington has never forgiven me for what happened to his Omega, I'm afraid." "Forgive me, Harrison, but you can hardly blame him. What the Queen did was almost inconceivable." Harrison sighed. "I know, and I don't mean to make light of it. I've told Lex over and over again how sorry I am. I was devastated about what happened." Harrison's queen, Rosamund, had tried to execute Lex's Omega, Rory, because of her prejudiced and backward religious beliefs. Rory would surely have perished if not for both supernatural and magical intervention. It was a long, involved story, but suffice to say, Lexington had never forgiven her, and only his closeness to his brother, Harrison, had prevented him from killing her in retaliation. He'd asked Harrison to put her aside, but so far the king had been resistant. Not because of any great love for her. We all suspected it was strictly a political marriage,
but because it might cause a war with Sadfarma. I understood his predicament and his need to do the greater good, but Rory, not to mention Lex's unborn child, had very nearly died. The incident had ruined his relationship with Harrison, and the brothers now had at best an uneasy truce. "How do you feel about going along on the voyage?" Harrison was asking. "Cartman officials will be sending payments, which is quite substantial, so I need a man I can trust, someone like you." "But I'm no sailor, Harrison." "Of course not. You don't have to be. You'll be assigned a cabin as a passenger and my agent, and dine with the captain each evening. The ship will hug the coastline as it travels, so I think you'll be quite comfortable. It will only take about 2 weeks, and then you'll be back again. Chandler and my wife are busy with wedding preparations anyway. What do you think? Can I persuade you to do this for me?" It was hard to turn down a king, even if the one in question was my cousin and one of my best friends since we were boys. This journey seemed pretty straightforward, with little threat of danger, since we'd be keeping close to the coast. And to be honest, I had very little else to do. "Why not?" I said, allowing myself to be quickly embraced and held out at arm's length again. "I really do, Brandon. I think this journey could be good for you. Who knows? You might even discover that you love the sea and make more trips like this for me. This could be just the beginning." Chapter 1. Only a few weeks later, I found myself standing at the railing on deck of a ship called the Liberty, gazing up at the moon and the stars. The moon was only a sliver and far from full that evening, but the stars were brilliant overhead. The vast emptiness of the sky over the ocean made me feel a bit lonely. I couldn't help wishing Asher or Wyatt were there with me to share this adventure. But Wyatt was happily engaged with his new Omega, and Asher had claimed he had too much work to do to be taking sea voyages. I was a little at a loss. I'd be happy to get back home and find some work of my own to do, but I was tired of being coddled and treated like an invalid. Still, this voyage did make a change of sorts. It wouldn't be long before I was back home in Morovia at the lodge, and this time with a new Omega to keep me company. I was due to be married only a few days after I returned. I left the rail to make a few turns around the deck, but it was growing later in the evening, and I decided I was getting too cold. I decided to go below, where it was much warmer and more pleasant out of the wind. My cabin was cozy, and someone had lit the hanging lantern in my room. I undressed quickly and climbed into my hammock. The easy sway of the ship soon put me to sleep, despite the discomfort of my leg, and the sound of the water on the sides of the ship was soothing. I came suddenly awake a short time later. The breath jolted out of my body, and the commotion around me not only felt but hurt. There didn't seem to be any unusual wind and no heavy swell of the waves, so I couldn't figure out what was happening at first. I flung on my shirt, jammed my legs into my trousers, and remembered to grab my pistol before I rushed out on deck, still with bare feet. It was freezing on deck, and a loud crash came from not too far away. I saw with horror that it had been a cannonball crashing through the mainsail. We were under attack. Sailors were running everywhere with frantic haste, slinging buckets of water to try and put out various small fires and wet down the deck. One of the topsails had a bloom of orange, but a sailor flung himself courageously onto the yard with a dripping wet shirt to smother and beat at the flames. "Sail ho!" the lookout cried out from above, and I knew that meant the ship shooting cannonballs at us had been spotted close by. Then he cried, "Watch out for boarders!" And I rushed to the side to see what I could. Boarders could only mean one thing in these waters: pirates. The shouting and the confusion on board got even worse after that, as the sailors realized what was happening.
The captain was at the great wheel of the ship, trying to put the ship about and bring her broadside to bear. Men were already hurrying to man the guns, but I saw with a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that they wouldn't be in time. "Stand by to repel boarders!" came the loud shout again from the boatswain, and I saw the first sign of the pirates who were attacking us. Their ship, which was painted solid black with blood-red sails, had drawn up close to ours so that they could use their grappling hooks. Men were swarming over the sides. I heard a voice from the other ship calling, "Fire as she bears!" The guns from the pirate ship roared, and fire and smoke filled the air around me. I heard the sounds of men yelling and wood splitting, and I was knocked to the deck. I banged my head hard against it and fought off the waves of blackness threatening to swamp me. Sitting up, I pulled out the pistol I'd stuck in my waistband before I'd run up on deck. I was so groggy and dizzy from the blow to my head that I was seeing double, but I was prepared to shoot the first pirate who came anywhere near me. I remember the captain talking about them just a few nights before at dinner in his cabin. A notorious pirate who called himself the Pirate Lord had been raiding off the Cardmont coast, though he hadn't been seen or heard from in a few weeks, so the captain said we'd probably be safe from his interference. We were still a good distance from Canberra, and hadn't as yet even rounded the Cape, but this had to be the same man. He and his men were famous for the black ship and the red sails. Through the dense smoke, I made out some figures running toward me. I pulled up my gun to fire, but before I could, a strong hand from behind me knocked me to the deck. I turned, prepared to fight, and was horrified to see a man I already knew by the name of Jacobs in full pirate regalia, with a cutlass in one hand and a pistol in the other, a scarf knotted around his head as he leered down at me. I could hardly believe it. I had made his acquaintance on the first night of the voyage. He had been one of my fellow travelers on board, and we'd had dinner at the same table for the past week or more, until he'd left the ship when we'd arrived in Cardman. "Good evening, my lord." The captain had hailed me that first night as I had arrived in his cabin at the beginning of our voyage. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Jacobs and Mr. Abernathy. They've booked passage with us on our journey." I nodded to them both and took my seat at the captain's right side, trying to think of something I might have in common with these men, both betas, so that I could be a congenial dinner companion at least. I noticed the close scrutiny of one of them, Mr. Jacobs, and returned his gaze curiously. He blushed a little and quickly took up his wineglass to offer a toast to our journey. "I'm sorry, but I didn't catch your surname," he said to me. "I am the Earl of Bedford, Brandon Bedford," I repeated with a slight bow. "Ah, I thought so," he replied rather mysteriously, making me wonder if I'd made his acquaintance at some time in the past, but he didn't bother to elaborate. "Captain Arlen," he said as putting down his glass, "would you be so kind as to lay out our course for this voyage? I'm curious about the route we'll be following." "Yes, of course," the captain answered politely. "Once out of the channel, we'll follow the coastline as best we can, putting in at the port of Canberra in about a week and a half. We'll deliver our cargo there, and then set sail for Cardman, hugging the coast until we round the Cape. Then we'll head for the nearest Cardman port, where we'll put in and take on our cargo for the return." "Sounds straightforward enough," Jacob said. "I have every expectation that it will be, sir." Jacobs held up his glass in a toast again, and I thought I saw a sly look in his eyes as the corners of his mouth turned up. But I must have imagined it, because the next thing he said was a remark about hoping for fair weather, and he seemed pleasant enough. He was a bit rough around the edges, but he was a trader of some kind, I thought, and of modest means, judging from his clothes. The rest of dinner passed with general remarks about the surprisingly well-seasoned beef roast the cook had prepared for us, and Abernathy announced that he was a silk merchant and would be on board all the way to Cardman to purchase new samples,
and then he traveled back to Sudfarma. Jacob said he had business there in Cardamom too, though he didn't disclose exactly what kind, and would be leaving us there to follow his own pursuits. We passed the rest of the meal in conversation about one innocuous thing after another, until it was time for me to retire to my cabin. I thought I noticed Jacob's gaze on me as I rose to leave, but when I glanced at him, he was talking to Abernathy, and the moment passed. He hadn't rejoined the ship after Cardamom, and now here the brigand was, brandishing a damn gun at me. "There you are, pretty boy. I have my orders to find you and take you with us. Don't struggle, and you won't be hurt. You're coming with us." Despite what he said, I fought as hard as I could, but there were 4 of them, and they soon overpowered me. At one point, I kicked out at one of the pirates and struck him near his groin, so he pulled back his fist to strike me. Jacobs, who seemed to be their leader, pulled the man's arm away before he could land a blow. "The captain said no harm is to come to him. You may be willing to risk going against his orders, but I'm not. Just truss him up, and we'll take him to the ship." I fought like a wild thing, because I knew they must be planning to kidnap and ransom me. It was common for pirates to do so, and the cousin of the king was no doubt a tempting and valuable target. The treacherous Jacobs scowled at me and yelled at the others. "Get his hands, damn you, and stop him from all that kicking! He almost got my bollocks that time." I was quickly becoming exhausted, and I saw no sign of anyone coming to help me. Jacobs pulled a hood from somewhere and yanked it over my head, so I couldn't see. The problem was that it was made of some heavy cloth, so I couldn't breathe either. I started struggling and shouting even more, and that brought on heavier breathing, and I soon couldn't drag in enough air to fill my lungs. I began to panic, thinking these idiots would suffocate me. The more I panicked, the harder it was to breathe, and little spots began dancing in front of my eyes. I tried to take in one last desperate gasp, and then the blackness overcame me, and I knew no more. The Pirate Lord, a.k.a. Captain Devane, formerly known as the Earl of Roxbury. "Jacobs, you idiot! Were you trying to fucking kill him?" I was furious with my first mate, and it didn't help that I was so worried about the man he and his fellow buffoons had just dragged past me, his body so limp he was seemingly more dead than alive. In a panic, I stopped them and ripped the filthy hood off his face, bending to check his breathing and his pulse. The first was still shallow, but the second was steady and strong, so my heart calmed down and stopped trying to beat its way out of my chest. "Well, don't just stand there! Bring him water!" Jacob scrambled to do as I asked, and within a few seconds handed me a tankard full. I sniffed it suspiciously, and it seemed all right, so I put my arm around Brandon's shoulders to help him sit up and take a sip. He was beginning to come around, but was still groggy and not fully conscious. "Take a sip. Slowly. The last thing I need is for you to choke on it. You've been far too much trouble already." I looked down at him and his long, thick eyelashes fluttering over those gorgeous sky-blue eyes of his. I've been holding out some faint hope that he wouldn't still be as unreasonably beautiful as he used to be. After all, it had been over 10 years since I'd last seen him, and one would naturally expect some deterioration, some normal decline, but I didn't see any. I handed the cup back to Jacobs and stood up to look down on Brandon at the railing of my ship, my arms folded across my chest and in a horrible temper. I passed the time by observing my men rounding up the last of the crew on board. I had things to do, but I couldn't quite bring myself to leave him yet. The ship's captain was shoved in front of me by one of my men, and I gazed over at him. He was scowling defiantly. "I'm relieving you of your cargo, sir, but I also need the gold you collected at Canberra. Open your safe and give it to me, or your life is forfeit." He shook his head. "I don't have it." "Jacobs," I said, "cut off his ear." "Wait, no, please. I'm telling you the truth. I don't have it. Lord Lexington here took charge of the payment." "Lord who? Oh, you mean Brandon. Interesting." The idiot was calling him by the wrong title. His cousin Lex had the title of Lord Lexington,
and I despised the man. Brandon was the Earl of Bedford, though I'd always called him Brandon, like his cousins did. Narmadan titles could be so confusing and unnecessarily so. I nudged Brandon's shoulder, but he still lay stubbornly half-conscious and merely groaned. He had the nerve to snuggle his face against my boot. I suppose we'll have to wait for him to wake up, unless he has it on him somewhere. I eased him to the deck on his back and began to search him. For the first time in too many years, I put my hands under his coat and ran them over his body. He was still as lean and muscular as ever, damn him. Wide shoulders tapered down to a flat waist and slim hips. I must have made a little sound of appreciation, because I heard a gasp from the other ship's captain. Irritably, I waved my hand for the man to be taken back to the others and returned my concentration to the one at my feet. I intended to conduct a thorough and exhaustive search. Perhaps it was unreasonable for me to be so cross with Brandon, I thought, as I patted him down familiarly, checking every nook and cranny. But I'd been holding out real hope that he'd had the common decency to get a bit fat. Even a little punch would have helped. A slightly receding hairline, maybe, or some discoloration of teeth. But no, he was as maddeningly perfect as ever. His body too slim, perhaps, but his hair still thick and caramel-colored, and his breath, as he gave a tired deep sigh, wafted up to me as sweet and fresh as it had ever been, as I remembered it from those long, nightly kissing sessions we used to have. Practicing, we'd called it, so that we'd be ready one day when we found our omegas. Maybe, if I was lucky, I'd discover that he had to wear spectacles. The thick glass might dim the color of that extraordinary blue in his eyes. But there was no sign of that, so his vision was probably as annoyingly sharp as ever. He'd always been able to see right through me, for sure. I stood back up and gazed down at him. Damn him. He had no right to look even better now than he had when he was 10 years younger. Not that his looks could sway me in the least. I'd meant the last thing I'd said to him all those years ago, and time hadn't tempered nor changed that. I had shouted at him that night that I was renouncing our friendship, or whatever the hell you might call that relationship, that I'd be his most bitter enemy from that day forward, and by the gods, I'd meant it. Chapter 2. Maybe it hadn't been the very last thing I'd said to him. I seem to recall that I renounced our friendship shortly before I stomped away, and turned before I'd made it 3 feet and begged him to change his mind and run away and live with me forever. That was also just before I pleaded with him to please not do this to us. To us. As if there had ever been an us. That had obviously been a pathetic lie I told myself. Back in those days, I believed that we could defy our fate and the world we lived in, and just follow our feelings. How stupidly naive I'd been. Had I ever been so young as to believe the lies I told myself? That despite the fact he was another alpha, I could steal him away from his family and make him mine alone? In my defense, I'd been very young. And so had he. He simply hadn't been brave enough to defy them all for me, to throw caution to the wind and run away with me, and I'd hated him for that. He had only been 16, and I was just a few months older. I'd been a pathetic mess that last terrible night, and I cringed now to even think of it. No doubt he and his noble cousins had often had themselves a good laugh over the years at my expense, as they recalled my sorry behavior. My hands clenched in anger every time I imagined it, and I had done so 1,000 times over the years. I had promised retribution on them all. I'd take my revenge one day, and most especially on Brandon, because he'd hurt me the worst by far. Yet my biggest mistake hadn't been in loving him. It had been in being foolish enough to think he loved me too. He continually called me his best friend, when what I had felt for him then had only a nodding acquaintance with friendship. Something so pale and insipid had nothing to do with how I felt about Brandon. How I had always felt since the first moment I saw him. Those caramel-colored curls, lit up with a few gold-tinted highlights. Those eyes that could get lost in for days, and a body that made my mouth go dry. Now the chance for revenge was finally at hand. I had him captive, and I wouldn't let him go. I'd show him friendship, all right. I would strip him naked and ravish him. Fuck him through the bed until he begged for mercy. I wanted to feel the shudders running through his body and hear his ragged breathing and revel in his soft groans. I'd make him plead with me, beg me not to hurt him. I wanted to destroy him like he'd once destroyed me. I was going to knot him, maybe once or even twice a day, until he learned his place. My cock gave a hopeful twitch and a throb at the idea. He moaned as he was waking up, and restlessly put the back of his hand to his fair, noble brow without opening his eyes. "Seriously, Brandon?" I said, rolling my eyes as I stood with my back against the rail, looking down at him. Wasn't it bad enough he had to look like Prince fucking Charming? Did he have to act the part too? His eyes fluttered all the way open then, and I got a full blast of fierce blue that hit me like a blow to the chest. He blinked up at me a few times, and then gasped, "Roxbury? Oh gods, is that you?" That's when he did the most extraordinary thing. He held out his arms to me as if trying to reach for me. "They said you were dead, that you were lost at sea, and I thought I'd never see you again." "Sorry to disappoint you," I said, using the tip of my boot to shove his arms away. I put a little force behind it, not being willing to hurt him, so it was more of a strong nudge. I studiously ignored the startled look he flung at me, though. "The rumors of my death were greatly exaggerated, as you see. Now get your ass up." He didn't move fast enough, so I yanked him to his feet, and didn't react when he swayed slightly and put a hand on the railing to keep on his feet. "You're coming with us. I figure you'll fetch a nice ransom, but first tell me this. Where's the gold that you collected in Anbera?" The gold? What are you talking about? Do you mean the payment? That gold's not mine. It belongs to King Harrison. You can't have it." That startled a laugh from me, but Jacobs growled from beside me and menacingly held out his knife. "Do you want me to get out of him, Captain? He won't be so pretty when I get through with him." Stifling my first response, which had been to shove that knife up Jacob's ass, I gazed down at my old friend Brandon. I was perhaps 2 inches taller than he now, which was most gratifying. He stared back up at me with that stubborn pout on his pink lips that I remembered all too well. He used to have that same busybody, spinsterish look when he was telling me I couldn't do something I wanted to do in the old days, like sneak out to drink with my friends in the local tavern. He was such a killjoy. Back then, I would have pushed him against a wall and kissed that little pout right off his mouth. What I'd really wanted was to throw him to the nearest flat surface and fuck all that right out of him. But that was then, and a lot of water had passed under the bridge between then and now. I'd still fuck him, though, and fully intended to do so at my earliest convenience. His eyes were still hurling angry blue daggers at me. "Jacobs," I said, still looking directly into Brandon's watercolor gaze. I couldn't seem to drag my eyes away. "Go find the captain again and bring him here. I'll cut off a piece of him every time our noble friend here tells me no. It's much more effective to hero types like Lord Bedford here." "What? No! Leave him alone!" He flushed and grabbed my arm. I shook him off with a growl. "Please don't, Roxbury! Don't hurt the captain! The gold is in my cabin. I can get it for you." "Where in your cabin?" "In my sea chest, in a compartment next to my clothes." "Go get it, Jacobs, and bring it to me." Jacobs nodded and started to walk away. "Oh, and Jacobs," I called after him. He turned toward me, and I smiled at him. "If you ever threaten my captive with that knife of yours again, I'll take it from you, cut out your liver with it, and feed it to you. Are we clear?" "Aye, sir," he murmured, blanching as he scurried away below decks. Jacobs was a beta, and loved to feel superior to alphas, especially handsome, wealthy alphas like Brandon. I had to remind him of his place from time to time. Speaking of reminding people of their places, the gold is a good start, but it's not nearly enough. I think your cousin Harrison will be willing to cough up quite a bit more for your safe return. Lexington will no doubt chip in too, to get you back in one piece. I leered at him. More or less in one piece, that is.
Are you threatening me?
Why, yes, I believe I am. I beg your pardon. Was I not clear enough? He blushed, but not like most people who get an ugly red stain coming up from their necks. No, Brandon's cheeks just became an insufferably pretty shade of pink. Coupled with the blonde in his curls and those innocent eyes, he was like an angel who'd just been told a dirty joke. Gods, what a pain in my ass.
I thought you told Jacobs not to threaten me.
He can't, but I have no qualms about doing it myself. And make no mistake, they're not threats. They're promises.
Don't be ridiculous, Roxbury. I demand that you leave this ship alone and let us go on our way.
Demand all you like, dearie, but it's not happening. You're not in charge here. Wrap your mind around that if you can. And stop calling me by that old name. There's a new Earl long since, I'm sure. I disappeared, you know. Presumed dead.
What do I call you then?
Captain Devane, at your service. I gave him a showy little bow, even sweeping off my hat. He blushed again. He was going to have to stop doing that, or I wouldn't be responsible for what happened.
But I don't understand. We heard you were captured and killed by pirates in the southern seas.
Don't believe everything you hear. Jacobs came back on deck with the small sea chest, and I flipped it open, rummaged around, and soon drew out a small bag of gold. Excellent. Now, go along with Jacobs and don't dawdle. He'll show you to your new accommodations. I gave him a little push toward my first mate, and the most extraordinary thing happened. He seemed to trip over his own feet, and would have face-planted on the deck if I hadn't caught him around his slim waist. I looked down at him, and at the same time, he looked up at me, and we were close enough to kiss. He smelled mouth-watering, like sweet cinnamon apples, just like I remembered from the old days. It was undoubtedly pheromones, though that should have been impossible. No alpha should recognize the pheromones coming off another alpha, and none had ever before had such a strong scent to me. Only omegas, with their fragrant pheromones, were able to give me such an immediate erection. Ordinarily, that is. But suddenly, holding Brandon's warm body so close to mine, his sweet, familiar scent drifting up to me on the night breeze, and I was right back at school again, 10 years ago. I had such strong feelings for this alpha male that they scared me to death, and I had no idea what to do with them. I pushed Brandon roughly away, and he staggered backward, again almost falling, but catching himself against the rail. I ignored the little pang it gave my heart. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I yelled at him, because I thought I'd heard him, and because he was already confusing me within minutes of seeing him again. "Why do you keep falling around like a drunkard?" I leaned closer to sniff his breath. "Is that it? Have you been drinking all alone tonight in your cabin? Or did you have company? How very unlike you to enjoy yourself." He opened his mouth to reply, but he was too close, and his sweet breath hitting my nostrils almost overcame me. My own knees grew weak as he gave me an injured look, and I growled again to disguise it.
"Why are you acting like this?"
he said, mere inches from my mouth.
"We used to be such good friends."
"Friends!" I shouted at him, full of bitter regret, even as the words burst out of me. "I've never been your friend, and you've certainly never been one to me. I told you once what I thought about your so-called fucking friendship." Not thinking straight, I hurled him away from me and over toward Jacobs. As strong and athletic as Brandon was, as he'd always been, it shouldn't have fazed him in the least. It shouldn't have made him lose his balance and fall headlong toward Jacobs, who stepped out of the way and never lifted so much as a finger to save him. Brandon threw out his right arm to catch himself, but it crumpled underneath him like a matchstick, and he gave a soft little cry of pain that broke my heart. Overbalanced, He crashed into the railing and then flipped over it neatly, disappearing right in front of me. It was like a circus act. 1 second he was there, and the next he was gone. The whole thing had taken 5 seconds, and all I could do was give a hoarse shout of complete and utter shock and horror. With a sickening sense of blind panic, I leapt after him, over the railing without a moment's hesitation. I knew he could swim. We'd often splashed around in the ponds at school, but those ponds were vastly different to the black, wild sea beneath us. I could lose him when I just managed to get hold of him again. My head broke the shockingly cold waves just a few feet away from the ship, and I glanced frantically around for him. I heard a lot of noisy splashing some feet away and saw him flailing his arms in a panic as his head slipped beneath the waves. The ships were side by side, and the sudden shift of one or the other could drag him too far down for me to reach, so I dove frantically after him and got an arm around his neck and shoulders, pulling him around to his back and up to the surface. I started trying to tow him to safety, but he fought me, not liking it in the least. He was no longer thinking logically, I believed, but becoming hysterical, trying desperately to dislodge me and get me off him. I had to stop him, or he'd take us both to the bottom. I tried shouting at him and even shaking him, but it was no use. He'd drown us both if I didn't get control of this. I did the only thing I could do, and that was to hit him on the chin with my fist to knock him out. The second I did, he went limp in my arms, so I pulled him closer and struck out with one arm, kicking hard for the life preserver someone had the good sense to throw over to us, trying not to think about the fathoms of black ocean that lay beneath us, not to mention what kind of creatures might be swimming in those murky depths. I grasped the preserver tightly with one arm and held fast to Brandon with the other. A few hectic moments and a lot of shouting later, we were pulled up by my crew, both of us dripping torrents of water from our sodden clothing. When we finally gained the deck, I held Brandon close and glared at Jacobs, too winded to speak. He shrugged. "Sorry, sir, but he startled me, and my first instinct was to dodge him. I thought he'd catch himself. What's wrong with him to cause him to follow around that way?" He glanced back over the rail into the wild, white-capped sea below. I ignored his question, told myself it would be a bad idea to toss him overboard, and picked Brandon up to carry him below to his own cabin. At least we'd be out of the wind, and I could get him stripped of his wet clothing and covered in a blanket. We were in southern seas, but that didn't make them or the winds warm at this time of year. We'd both be lucky not to fall ill, and I knew we'd had a narrow escape. Our heavy woolen clothing might have dragged us under in minutes if I hadn't gotten him in time. Jacob trailed along behind us. Once in Brandon's cabin, I quickly laid him on the floor, since there was no bed, and started stripping the wet clothing off. "Don't just stand there! Hand me a blanket!" Jacobs passed me one from a hammock strung up along the wall. "Turn your back, damn it!" I snarled at Jacobs, and quickly stripped the wet things off Brandon and wrapped him up in the blanket. I stood up and motioned down at him. "Take him to the ship and put him in my cabin on my bed. If there are any more accidents, it will mean your life. Do you understand me?" I do, Captain." "See to it then, and I'll come as soon as I oversee the transfer of this cargo. We'll put the captives in lifeboats and then sink the ship. A salute from me to King Harrison." "What about the other passenger, sir? Will we ransom him, too?" "No, I'll let him go with the others. I have the prize I was after."
Chapter 3. Brandon. I came back around slowly, aware that my jaw was throbbing. I remember struggling with Roxbury in the water, so I could only assume he had hit me and knocked me out. I think he thought I was panicking, and maybe I was. I got tired more easily now, though I still think I could have rescued myself, and there was no need to strike me so hard. He had no way of knowing about my previous injuries, of course, but now I had a sore jaw on top of everything else. I sat up slowly, looking around me. I was in a good-sized cabin, nicely appointed. The built-in bed was big enough for 2 people, and I knew sometimes ship's captains took their spouses on board with them, which might explain why it was so large for a sailing ship. I was naked under the blanket, so I glanced around for my clothes, but saw no sign of them. There was a large porthole over the bed, and I sat up to look out. The only sign of land was a slight glimpse of purple shoreline far in the distance, so we still must have been on a western heading, away from Sadfarma. I was thinking of searching for clothes in the sea chest by the foot of the bed when the door opened abruptly and Roxbury sauntered in. "Roxbury," I said softly. "I thought I might have been dreaming." He glanced over at me and frowned.
"I told you that Roxbury is not my name anymore."
"Then what should I call you?"
"The name is Captain Devane, like I said. Jack Devane."
"Jack? Why would I call you that?" He scowled at me.
"Because it's my name, and I told you to. Though actually, I don't know why you do anything. Your thought processes are a complete mystery to me."
"There's no need to be rude, but I won't call you by some made-up name."
"Every name is essentially made up, dearie. But suit yourself. You always do."
I made a huffing sound. "Dearie, you make me sound like my maiden aunt. Talk sense, damn it. What did you do with the captain and the crew?"
"Of the ship you were traveling on? Put them on boats and sent them toward shore. They should be there about now. Seas are fairly calm, and it's not more than a mile or two to shore, so they'd have had little trouble."
"I see. And the ship?"
"I scuttled it and sent it to the bottom of the ocean, with my compliments to your cousin."
He gave me a smirk and threw himself into his big captain's chair behind his desk. I took the opportunity to look him over thoroughly, having until recently thought I'd never be able to look on his face again. I drank him in, and I couldn't help it. It had been far too long since I'd last seen him. That didn't mean I wasn't still furious with him. The years had been kind to him, though. He was now at the age of 27, as tall as Asher and as muscular as Wyatt. His hair was the same wild tangle and black as sin. He had braids in his short beard and a gold earring in one ear. His eyes were as wild and stormy and untamed as the sea, and he wore a battered tricorner hat, a short jacket, and tight breeches over his boots. He looked like a devil, and he was as beautiful as one. The trouble was, he no doubt knew it. He was also quite obviously furious with me, though I wasn't sure why. Surely he couldn't still be holding some kind of silly grudge from 10 years ago. Not after so much time had passed. No way he'd be so foolish. "Why are you so angry?"
"Think about it. Maybe it will come to you."
"No, I can't believe it. You still can't be angry at me for not coming with you when you ran away from school all those years ago." "Can't I?" "But that's crazy." He shot me an evil, brooding look, but said nothing else. "Are you really going to hold me for ransom?" "Yeah, I really am," he said, leaning back in his chair. There seemed to be little to say to that, so I decided to concentrate on more practical matters. "Where are my clothes?"
"At the bottom of the sea by now, I suppose. You were soaking wet, so I kindly stripped you so you wouldn't freeze. You're welcome, by the way." But surely you brought my sea chest aboard then." I spoke as calmly as I could, as I was determined not to start shouting at him. "With all my clothes?" "It seems not." "What will I wear?" "No idea. That seems like your problem, and not mine." I gave up and started shouting, "Don't be insufferable, Roxbury!" He slammed his fist on the desk and glared at me. "It's Captain Devane, damn it!" I turned my face to the wall and refused to look at him. I would not allow him to shout at me, no matter how glad I was to see him. I was determined not to speak to him again until he apologized. His eyes swept over me once, and then he looked away, frowning. He jerked a book on his desk toward him that looked like the logbook I'd seen on Captain Arlen's desk. He picked up his ink pen to write something in it, deciding to ignore me now, I supposed.
After a few minutes of silence, though, he threw down his pen.
Don't sit over there and pout like a spoiled child.
I continued to stare at the wall. It wasn't me who was acting like a child after all. Well, not only me.
Did you hear me? I said, stop your damn pouting!
He jumped from his chair so violently that he overturned it and came storming over to me, standing in front of me, but not touching me. He wouldn't dare.
Are you deaf? Answer me!
No, and stop shouting at me, or I'll never speak to you again. I mean it, Roxbury. Either apologize right this minute and stop this, or I won't say another word to you, no matter what. He looked astounded. What did you say to me? You heard me. I'm not afraid of you, so you might as well stop trying to intimidate me with all this, whatever it is. You want to strike me? Go ahead. But I warn you, you'll get struck in return. Speak to me with civility and apologize for your rudeness, or I swear I'll never willingly speak to you ever again. I mean it, Roxbury. Never again. He huffed and glared and seemed to consider several replies as his face turned an interesting shade of purple. I thought for a moment he wouldn't say anything at all, but then he surprised me by taking a deep breath and giving me one of those fancy sweeping little bows, like he'd done on deck.
My dear Lord Bedford, I apologize. Would you please give me the honor of your forgiveness?
Well, I replied a bit sullenly, I'm sensing a good deal of sarcasm in your tone, but all right then. Apology accepted, I suppose, despite all that attitude. But call me Brandon. You always did in the past.
I did a lot of things in the past that I now regret, and you still utterly refuse to call me by the name I prefer. Oh, very well. Will you stop pouting if I do?
I'm not pouting. Don't be ridiculous. I simply asked for some clothing after you allowed mine to be sunk to the bottom of the sea. Pray tell me, what should I be doing? The dance of the 7 veils? He raised an eyebrow and seemed to be considering it.
That might have some entertainment value, but no. Just stop being a prick for now. Maybe you can dance for me later.
Oh, I don't think it's me who's being the prick. He opened his mouth to reply when a brisk knock came on the door. He cursed and raised his eyes to the ceiling.
What the fuck is it now? I have your supper, Captain. All right, bring it in.
He glanced up at me and gestured toward the blanket where it slipped off my shoulders.
Cover yourself.
Don't be ridiculous.
I said put on your shirt.
I said something very rude in return, and he frowned so hard I thought he'd hurt himself. He came over to stand in front of me, blocking me from view, I suppose, the ridiculous man.
Come in, then,
Roxbury shouted toward the door, and a crewman with a bushy dark beard brought in a couple of steaming plates to put them on the captain's desk. He gave me a long, sideways glance as he left, and Roxbury snapped at him.
What the fuck are you looking at? Get out!
The man scurried away and rapidly closed the door behind him. Come and eat supper. He had the gall to snap his fingers in my face as he turned and went over to his desk, so I continued to pretend I hadn't heard him.
Well, what are you waiting for?
I can't say I'm hungry. He turned to stomp back over to me, grab my arm, jerk me to my feet, and escort me to the chair by his desk. I sat down, wincing a little at the ache in my bad leg. Of course, he noticed, like he did everything else.
What's wrong with you anyway? Where are you hurt?
I'm not hurt, exactly. Not anymore. I'm still recovering from a blow to the head I got a couple of months ago. Asher and I went to Crelia, to a baron's house, to help Harrison find a missing noblewoman, a cousin or whatever to his wife. The baron had his men attack us out of the blue, and I sustained a head injury. It's nothing.
How does a head injury affect your leg? Is that why Jacobs found the cane in your cabin? Because it's nothing?
Shooting him a resentful glare, I fired back at him. It's certainly none of your concern. I'm sure it won't affect your ransom money either way.
I think it is my concern. In fact, everything about you is my concern now that you're my captive. Tell me what the doctors had to say, and be quick about it.
Roxbury, if you don't stop barking orders at me, I'll...
All right then. Please tell me what the doctor said.
Oh, the magic word that cancels out all the rudeness. I sighed. Oh, very well. The doctors didn't say much more. I get headaches sometimes, and I have some weakness in my right arm and leg. The doctors thought it was probably temporary and would pass. But it hasn't. Not yet, no.
Then you'll stay in this cabin at all times and not go up on deck without me. Is that clear?
No, it's not clear. It's beyond ridiculous. Why would I do that?
Because I said so.
But I need fresh air and exercise. You can't mean to actually make this an issue.
Oh, I can, and actually, I will. You've fallen already overboard once, and I won't have it happen again. I mean to get a lot of money out of Harrison and Lex for you. And even as stupid as the two of them are, they won't pay me if you're dead.
But surely I could...
No.
Roxbury, listen to me.
I said no, damn it!
I threw down the fork I had picked up and shoved the plate of nameless stew away from me, so hard it rattled the other dishes. Why do you have to be such a dick?
That's Captain Dick to you, and you're in my waters now, boy.
I jumped from the table, blazing mad as only Roxbury had ever been able to make me, intending to stomp back over to bed. Or at least, I tried to jump up, but the chair hadn't scooted backward far enough and got caught in the rug. The chair fell over backward with me in it, flinging me violently to the floor. I hit my head and bruised my back, not to mention my pride. I just lay there, moaning with my eyes closed for a moment, despising my disability, and too embarrassed to open them and see the derision in his eyes. I planned on staying there until he left or went to bed, whichever came first. But I was suddenly unceremoniously scooped up in Roxbury's strong arms.
Are you all right? Damn it, speak to me!
I began to flail a little, not being used to anyone carting me around. He quickly set me back down on my feet and glared at me.
You fell.
I'm aware of that, but I can walk.
Can you? That's maybe the third fucking time you've fallen since I captured you. Tell me what those idiot doctors say is wrong with you.
Why are you shouting? I'm right here. And I told you what they said. It will pass. He swept a hand through his hair. He followed me over to the bed where I sat down, and he fell down beside me. He leaned over me, gazing at me from only inches away, looking like he wanted to murder me.
What if it doesn't? What if it only gets worse? What if... No! Stop it!
They said I sustained a slight brain injury that left me with some weakness in my right side. They think I'll be fine eventually, but it may take a little time. I've been trying to exercise my leg and my arm so they'll get stronger.
Obviously, that hasn't worked.
Not yet, no, but I think it will.
Oh, good. You think it will. Why didn't you just say so? Oh, shut up. And what has your so-called Alpha Pack done about it? Lexington and Asher with all their so-called magic? Not to mention Wyatt, who could probably huff and puff and blow it all away. I assume you're still with them.
He gave me a narrow look.
Unless you're married by now to some Omega with a whole group of children.
I'm not married, no. Not yet, anyway.
And what does that mean?
It means I'm engaged to Prince Chandler of Sadfarma.
I've heard of your little prince, an Omega. His father is quite wealthy, which is good for me and my men. They'll pay a lot to get you back.
Don't be so unpleasant. I demand you let me go at once and put me off at the nearest port.
Not likely.
I don't understand how you're like this now. How did you become a pirate, of all things? They'll hang you when they catch you, Roxbury.
Then I'll have to make sure they don't, won't I?
I folded my arms over my chest, at a complete loss for words. He seemed more and more like a stranger to me, which I realized he was, after so many years had passed. My heart gave a funny lurch in my chest, and it was like a physical pain. I reached up to rub it, and he seized my hand.
What now? Are you in pain? Did you pull a muscle?
Jerking my hand away, I glared at him. I'm fine.
All evidence to the contrary. You never answered me before. What is this so-called pack of yours doing to help you recover your health?
They've helped me, of course, but mostly they've been leaving it up to the professional healers.
I see. In other words, not a fucking thing. All right. I'll take care of it myself then. I'm in charge of you anyway, now that you're my captive.
I don't need someone to be in charge of me. I'm not some helpless Omega. You can't do this.
Watch me.
Roxbury, what's wrong with you? I understand you're worried, but this is silly. I'm not your slave.
You're whatever I say you are, and I'm not worried about you. Why would I worry about you? I'm only interested in protecting my investment.
He pushed me back against the mattress, though, looming over me, pressing his heat and strength into me. And because I didn't want to fight him, I let him do what he wanted. I hoped he'd get it out of his system. He wanted to humiliate me, make me feel powerless and under his control. Or maybe he was even trying to prove a point. What that point was, I wasn't sure, but I remembered from the old days that when he got that wild look in his eyes, there was simply no reasoning with him. He took me roughly into his arms, and to my complete and utter shock, he kissed me. His lips were warm and full and lush against mine, and dangerously sweet. Oh God, I thought I'd never feel him against me like this again, and I couldn't bear to pull away. Do you remember when we were in school? He whispered against my mouth, no doubt enjoying the shudders that racked my body as he did. I used to back you up in the corner of that old cloakroom and steal kisses from you after class. You loved them then, like you do now. I didn't care what he was saying. I just gave myself up to his embrace, just like I had back when we were in school. It had been a long time since I'd had him this close to me, and he'd been right about those kisses in the cloakroom. I remembered every second. Back then, we'd pretended we were practicing on each other, learning how to properly kiss so we'd be ready for our Omegas. What frauds we'd been. Worst of all, I was feeling something deep inside me beginning to crack. Maybe it was the ice around my heart. It had formed the day Lex and Harrison had sat me down and told me I couldn't have silly romantic notions about Roxbury. It was simply not possible for two alphas to have romantic feelings for each other, and people wouldn't understand. Most importantly, our families wouldn't understand. Not only that, but I'd bring shame on them and on our pack. Two alpha males together? Unheard of. It was against the rules of our society and wouldn't be tolerated. The ice formed that day had built up slowly over time until it froze out all the romantic notions I'd had, and the ice had solidified when I'd gotten word that he was dead. I'd been icebound for so long now that I think I'd forgotten how to feel. When I first heard Roxbury was lost at sea, I'd been almost glad, though I'd never admitted that, even to myself. It meant I didn't have to torment myself any longer, wondering where he was and what he was doing, and if he'd found an Omega to love and create a family with, to wonder if he still hated me, or even worse, if he'd forgotten all about me. I'd been like a person who lived in a haunted house, kept in the dark with Roxbury's ghost drifting through the dark hallways as my constant companion. Or maybe I was like a character in a fairy tale, asleep for 100 years, and was just now waking up. But how could I be in love with another alpha? My cousins had said our feelings for each other were unnatural and twisted. Other alphas would laugh at me and say I was weak. My love for him was forbidden and unlawful. "Wait," I said, putting up a hand to press against his chest. "Roxbury, you have to stop this. We need to wait."
"No, I've waited too long as it is. I let others, including you and your pack, tell me we could only be friends. And I've had enough of that. You're on my ship, and now I have you in my bed, and I have no intention of waiting another fucking second for what I want."
"No, Roxbury, you can't. I won't let you."
"Oh, shut up,"
he murmured as he pulled me into his arms and brushed his lips over my mouth once again, and then again.
"Just shut the hell up." Chapter 4. Roxbury. The sweet smell of arousal rolled off him in waves, making my cock tent out of the fabric of my trousers. I knew it. I knew he wanted me as much as I wanted him. Were those pheromones? How could I smell them so plainly? Why was I so sensitive to his every passing emotion? That's right. Close your eyes and just listen. Relax. You smelled so delicious that I couldn't resist. Your scent has always been sweet, like cinnamon apples. He wasn't struggling against me, and I wasn't sure why. Did he feel this thing between us too, or was he only trying to ignore me? I wouldn't force him, and I knew I had to let him go. Soon. But before I did, I lowered my head and whispered in his ear again, "I have a feeling that having my knot inside you is something you'd eventually learn to love, dearie, and you'd beg me for more." With that threat dangling in the air between us, I pulled away, the better to enjoy the outrage I expected to see in his eyes. Instead, and for only the briefest second, I saw something that looked like longing. It was only there for a moment, so fleeting I might have imagined it, but it sent a powerful jolt of shock and, might as well admit it, lust all through me. Not to mention confusing the hell out of me, too. He quickly recovered from whatever emotion he'd been feeling, and a flash of anger moved like a summer storm across his face.
"If you think I'll just let you fuck me, then you need to think again. I'll fight you, Roxbury. You know I will."
Patiently, I waited for him to control his temper, though honestly, I could work with that too. I had known this was how it would be. The brashness that all alphas were born with was a powerful thing. I would need to bring that down several notches and make a believer out of him. He needed to accept that there wasn't one damned thing he could do about what was going to happen to him. I intended to make him mine, and so indisputably that he couldn't deny it. Not ever. What need did we have for the so-called rules of Morovia, a country we'd both just happened to have been born in? I needed to make him fall in love with me again, and want to make love to me, and then we'd go to my island, to Gilead, where I alone made the rules. Then I could reject him like he'd rejected me, and he'd be the one to suffer. I had no idea what had first started this fever in my blood that aroused me whenever I was near him, but I'd had it since we first met, and he was only 16. I'd claimed him as mine back then. I'd fought it at first, denied it, even turned my back on it, but it was too strong. When I was with him, it came roaring back. Maybe there was something wrong with my brain. Or maybe what I was feeling was simply revenge for the way he'd hurt me. There was a fairly significant part of me that enjoyed watching him get so worked up about it now. He was going to learn some hard lessons one way or the other, along with some instruction on respecting me as his alpha. I wanted him under me, subservient to me and my every wish. I would be the one who was in charge. I was his alpha, and he would be whatever I wanted him to be. It was a narrow plank Brandon was forcing me to walk. He needed to understand, without a single doubt left in his mind, that I was in control, and that defying me would be futile. And somehow, I was going to have to achieve that without hurting him. Frankly, considering how stubborn he was, it seemed impossible, unless I gained his cooperation. You need to wrap your mind around the idea that I'm the one in charge. After they pay the ransom, I'll send you back to your pack and your Omega, none the worse for wear. You aren't an Omega yourself, but you'll act like one until I say differently. You'll agree to be sweet and submissive and ruled by me. You'll be mine to fuck as I please.
Don't be insufferable. What if I refuse?
I'll do it anyway.
You arrogant ass,
he snarled. I shrugged and smiled. I learned it a long time ago, in school, and from your own relatives.
I'll kill you first, and I'll take back the king's gold you stole from me.
For the first time, I saw the real fury on his face. It made me smile in defiance. I had to be careful not to underestimate Brandon. He wasn't quite as large as I was, but he was still muscular and beautifully built, and an alpha, though I'd never seen him in quite that way. I had no idea why. Maybe it had something to do with the lust I felt for him every time I saw him. I wanted to own him. I'd always admired how he looked, but I'd never felt any sense of challenge from him when we were growing up, like I did with other alphas. I'd loved him, plain and simple, up until the night he'd rejected me. I guess it was true what they said. Nothing turns to hate so bitter as what once was love. But just because I was angry with him didn't mean I was willing to hurt him. If he had a head injury, I wouldn't risk him until I took him to a healer. After that, once he was well again, all bets were off. I said as much to him. For now, it wouldn't be a fair fight, and I don't want you saying I had an advantage. I'll take you to my own healer. Once you're better, stronger, we can get the fight out of the way, and you can start learning how to please me. I patted his cheek, like a good boy. He jerked his head away and glared furiously at me. I realize you don't fully know your place yet, dearie, but you will soon enough. Once I've knotted you, you'll understand where your duty and your allegiance lie. I looked at him with an expression that I hoped he interpreted as amused affection, or the closest I could come to that, instead of the all-consuming, burning lust I was experiencing at the moment.
What about your precious ransom?
I smiled. Haven't you heard there's no honor among thieves? I might take both the ransom and you. And I won't give you back until I'm done with you. He scoffed in my face. I'd finally managed to arouse that bad temper I knew he had simmering inside, but I couldn't help but notice the way his cheeks turned pink at my words. Or was it the nodding I'd mentioned earlier that had him turning such a pretty shade?
Fuck you,
he sneered at me. Gods, that defiance made me hard as a rock. Maybe later. He glared at me and folded his arms over his chest.
Besides, maybe you should be worried about me hurting you, Captain Devane, he continued arrogantly, practically spitting out the name. I won't just let you abuse me, you know. I'm not the person you once knew, and I'm not 16 anymore. I'm sure he thought that would put me off. It didn't. I could easily see he was now a man fully grown and no longer a boy. It only made me want him more, and my victory over him, when it came, would be all the sweeter. I shrugged and answered, I'm not worried. Now come on. You've allowed your dinner to get cold, but you need to eat it anyway to keep up your strength. It's a long time until breakfast. I laughed as I got off the bed and swaggered back to the desk. I felt his gaze on me all the way. I'm not eating that swill. Suit yourself, but you have to eat something. I tossed a packet of ship's biscuit over to him, along with a half bottle of wine. Eat something and drink the wine. It's a light one and very nice. Come to think of it, I really should have you on bread and water. I guess I'm just too good to you. He glared at me
and picked up the biscuit off the end of the bed as if to throw it at me. Pick out the weevils in it and eat it. It will show you how most of the world lives.
Disgusting! I will not.
Yes, you will, I said. Unless you want me to come over there and feed it to you, you better put it in your mouth and swallow. You have to eat. Think of the weevils as extra protein.
Like I said, I'm not the boy you used to know. If you come over here, you'll get more than you bargained for.
He spit the words at me, but he didn't throw the biscuit, and instead he picked over a piece and took a bite of it. It was a big, vicious bite, and he chewed it with mocking exaggeration. But I decided to let it pass. I could be kind when I wanted to. Besides, he was doing just what I wanted him to do. I worked on my captain's log for the next hour or so, then pulled out the navigation maps to refresh my memory about the healer I was planning to take him to. Grimora lived on the northeastern coast of Igella, and we'd pass near there on my way back to port. He, at least I think Grimora was a he, lived deep inside a mountain in Banshira's cave near the Lumian Sea. Grimora was a powerful witch of the dark variety, and he always said he shared his cave with a monster named Banshira. I'd never seen the monster, and he'd never specified what kind it was, but I just took his word for it. I figured we could get there in maybe a week to 10 days, if the winds were with us and the sea remained calm. I would use some of Harrison's gold to pay for Grimora's services, the way Harrison himself should have done long before now. It would take me a while to line up a buyer for the cargo we'd stolen. I need you to be in good shape before we reach my home on the Isle of Gilead, I told him. I hope you like it there, because now that I'd seen you again, I have no intention of letting you go until I'm through with you. And I might never be through with him. I went to bed a little later than usual. I was exhausted, but I'd been having trouble sleeping lately. I slept in the same bed as Brandon, though neither of us liked it much. For one thing, I woke him up a few times, just to make sure he was all right. I was sure I read somewhere that when a person had a head injury, they should be awakened often during the night. He disagreed strenuously. In fact, every time I woke him up, he got pissy about it and called me a variety of unpleasant names. Finally, he plastered himself to the wall and dared me to wake him again. He made some unrealistic threats about what he'd do if I did. In a fit of pique, I turned on my side away from him and scooted so close to the edge I damn near fell out of bed no less than 3 times during the rest of the night, and his scent still wrapped itself around me and held on way too tight. I had a raging erection when I woke some time before dawn, and I knew I'd never get back to sleep. I got up and went out on deck after a while to try and get rid of it. The wind was freshening from the north and very cold. We had turned to go in a northwesterly direction, and were rounding the coastline of Cardamon and leaving the southern sea to come into the Lumian Sea, a route which would eventually take us to my home in Gilead. The deck was quiet, with only faint murmurings from the men on the rigging above. There was no moon, and only the lanterns on deck to light the way. I leaned against the rail and looked out at the faint lights of Cardamon, far in the distance. Light carried a long distance at sea, and on a dark night like this one, each light was like a beacon. I had never sought the seafaring life, but had come to it anyway some 10 years ago. My father was an old Navy man, a younger son who had chosen the life for himself instead of going another route. Most younger sons became priests, or if that held no appeal, their fathers bought them a commission in the army or navy. Some of them married noble Omegas, had children, and waited around to see if their fathers and older brothers contracted some illness or other, or had an accident and died. Some even went abroad to another country to seek their fortunes, while others became members of a pack and ruled over a piece of family land their fathers bought for them or that one of them had inherited. Such was the case with Brandon's pack, all of whom were younger sons except for Harrison. Lex and Brandon had inherited their father's titles unexpectedly, but until Lex married an Omega prince and became a regent over him, he ruled only over a small property belonging to his family in Morovia. The rest of the pack still lived there. Yes, I had kept tabs as well as I could on what had happened to that family. It was only years later that I was able to, though. When I'd first been captured by pirates, I used to dream of being able to one day take my revenge on that entire family, but especially Brandon, because he had hurt me the most. At first, I'd been badly treated in captivity. The captain, an older man named Captain Smeet, had been holding me for ransom once he discovered I was not only a second lieutenant, but an earl. But before he could send his messages to my father, he was killed by another set of pirates, led by the notorious Gold-Toothed Jack. When I was brought up on deck with the other prisoners, I think he'd planned to either ransom or kill me. But when one of the deckhands from the captured ship ran forward with a huge knife he'd hidden on himself and tried to stab Gold-Toothed Jack with it, I'd cried out a warning. Jack had turned in time to save himself and slit the man's throat for his trouble, and he'd been very grateful for me for the warning, which gave him time to react. In actuality, I'd only been startled by the violent attack, and hadn't strictly meant to give any outcry at all, let alone a warning. Still, there was no need to pass that information on to Jack, and so he had been most grateful to me, and had not only spared my life, but had given me my freedom. Unfortunately, there wasn't anywhere to go. We were in the South Lumian Seas at the time, and the nearest port had been in Cardamon, where there were warrants for Jack along with an order to shoot on sight. All things considered, we wouldn't be heading to Cardamon any time soon. I can't say I was disappointed. Once I got over my fear of the pirates, I learned they weren't a bad sort, if you discounted the whole hijacking ships and their crews thing. Gold-Toothed Jack was a good captain, and a jovial companion as long as he never completely sobered up. He took me under his wing when he found out why I had been on the Navy ship to begin with. Since I had nothing better to look forward to at home, I stayed with Gold-Tooth and his pirate ship. I'm sorry to say it gave me pleasure at first to think of my parents grieving for me at home, not to mention my soft-hearted Brandon. What can I say? I was young and hurt and very vindictive. Eventually, I became Jack's first mate. Over the course of the next 6 years, I had learned a great deal and come to love the sea. Gold-Toothed Jack was still a pirate through and through, but one day off the coast of Krylia, we were caught in a storm, and Gold-Tooth was swept overboard in heavy seas. We were unable to recover him, though we made a valiant effort, and I seized the opportunity to take over the ship as captain once I was sure he was gone. Things changed once I took over. Unlike Jack and some other captains, I didn't see a need to kill everyone on board the ships we captured, for example. We robbed them, held some for ransom, and then put them on their lifeboats. Sometimes we salvaged the ships, and sometimes we sank them. It all depended on potential profit, and soon we were all wealthy men. I didn't see the point of killing anyone we didn't have to, and I absolutely refused to allow the rape of female passengers aboard the ships we captured. One had to have certain standards, after all, meager though mine were. My crew said I had manners like a lord, which indeed I used to be. In time, I came to earn the nickname Pirate Lord, but I took on the name Captain Jack Devane, the same as our former captain. I had taken his name because I thought it was as good as any, and I wanted no reminders of my own family. I kept the name of the ship too, the Fancy Lady. The wind suddenly blasted me out of the north, and I decided it was time to go below. The idea of Brandon in my bed, all warm and smelling so sweet, didn't hurt either. If I could pry him off the wall, I might just cuddle him. He'd hate that, and I smiled, thinking of his reaction all the way back down to my quarters.
Chapter 5. Brandon. When Roxbury came back to bed, he snuggled close to my back and put his cold feet up against my legs. I didn't give him the satisfaction of a response, at least not until he rammed his big dick against my ass and ground it against me. He knew I wasn't speaking to him, so it was definitely done on purpose.
Am I crowding you, sweetheart? Just say the word and I'll give you more room. No? All right then, if you insist. I am a little chilled from being up on deck. It's gorgeous up there tonight. Such a shame you can't see it for yourself, but alas, it's against my orders.
I growled at him, and I could feel his smile behind my back. Arrogant ass. I had every intention of showing him how much attention I paid to his orders first thing in the morning when I would take my morning walk around deck. He patted my ass familiarly. I can't have you falling around again on deck, you know. Such a pity. Will you please shut the hell up so I can get some sleep and get the hell off me? How dare you? He moved away about a quarter of an inch and sighed deeply. Dearie, you wound me. I don't know how you expect me to go to sleep when your scent is so strong. I wasn't going to mention it, but I do have to defend myself. Perhaps tonight you could take a bath. I'll be happy to assist you. Get in all those little hard-to-reach spots. Go to hell, Roxbury. Already been there, love, when the people I loved the most turned their backs on me. I don't recommend it. When I woke the next morning, Roxbury was gone. He'd left somehow without waking me, though I suspected the wine he'd given me might have been dosed with sleeping powders. I had a dull headache to prove it. I got up and went over to the pitcher of water I'd seen him use by the door and poured some in the bowl to freshen up. It was cold by this time, but marginally better than nothing. Then I went over to a large sea chest by his desk and rummaged through his clothes to find something to fit me. I found everything except for boots, but having bare feet wasn't always a bad idea on deck, especially when seas were rough, like they seemed to be today, making the boat pitch occasionally, like going over a steep hill in a carriage and letting the horses have their heads as they careened down the other side. I glanced out the porthole and saw nothing but grey. A dull ashen sky met the sea and blended in, with only the choppy rolling whitecaps to relieve the monotony. It looked cold and dreary, and I went back to the sea chest to find a jacket and a seaman's black knit cap. I put it on, pushing my long hair up inside, and I barely recognized myself as I caught a glimpse in Roxbury's shaving mirror, angled over the pitcher and bowl, set down inside a shallow wooden rail nailed to a small side table by the wall to keep it from sliding. My face looked pale, and my cheekbones could have cut glass. I looked as if I'd been ill, and I wondered again if the Baron hadn't managed to cast some kind of slow, wasting spell on me in his bloody castle high in the cold Carillion mountains. I turned away and saw a loaf of bread on Roxbury's desk, next to 2 boiled eggs. Beside it was a note. Though I promised bread and water, I decided you needed a little bit more to regain your strength. Eat these eggs. Imagine the magic word, please, that helps convince you. You're far too skinny, and if this helps, I took the eggs away from Jacob's and made him eat salt pork instead. I smiled to myself as I read the note. Not the skinny part, but the part about Jacob's. And I sat down to eat the eggs and most of the loaf of bread. Feeling better, I buttoned up my jacket and went up on deck for my morning walk. The wind was freshening from the north and very cold. I was glad of the jacket and hat as I began to walk determinedly around the deck. It was fairly quiet, with some shouting above me in the scarlet rigging above. It was getting on toward midday, and I think some of the men on board had gone below for their midday meal, having had their first one hours before while I dithered in bed. My leg stabbed me unpleasantly as I made my slow way around, but the spasm passed, and I decided I just needed to work out the cramp. I stayed well away from the railing, having no wish to repeat the dunking I'd taken the day before. Just the thought of falling into those choppy grey waves, into the inky depths below, made me shudder. I saw a few of the men I passed giving me long, interested looks, probably wondering what the captive was doing strolling around without a care in the world. But I ignored them and kept going. I was halfway around when I passed Roxbury swinging down from the rigging and laughing up at someone still aloft. He glanced over in my direction and did an almost comical double-take,
and then roared my name. I kept walking past him, but he grabbed me roughly by the arm and hauled me around to face him. "What are you doing here? I expressly told you not to come on deck, damn you!"
"And I told you I needed fresh air and exercise.
"Stop cursing me!"
He deliberately bumped into me, harder than he meant to, I thought, hitting me on my bad side and making my leg crumple beneath me. Maybe he caught me by surprise, or maybe it was the unsure footing, but I pitched forward toward the wet deck. Before I could hit, he grabbed me around the waist and pulled me up roughly to his chest. He pushed his belligerent face down only inches from mine.
"Don't you understand? That's all it would take in weather like this to send you toppling to the deck, or maybe over the side. Can't you see how dangerous this is? Go to hell!"
I was suddenly furious at the whole situation, and embarrassed to be thought of as so weak I couldn't even walk around on deck. And the worst part of it was that it was true. The deck was wet with sea spray, and walking on it was treacherous. I hadn't wanted to admit it, but he was simply stating the facts, though I could have done without the attitude. And even my bare feet, which were freezing, weren't giving me enough traction to safely move around. I had already decided to make only one turn of the deck and then go below. But I was mortified by the idea, and it wasn't just that I was embarrassed. Dark thoughts had begun to creep in. What if this was going on too long, and there really was something seriously wrong with me that was never going to be fixed? What if I wound up an invalid, or worse, and this weakness on one side that wasn't from any concussion? I didn't know what had caused it, and it seemed the damned healers didn't either. Perhaps I allowed those doubts to show on my face, or perhaps Roxbury's old skill at reading my emotions was still in play. But he dropped the attitude at once, put his hand on my elbow to start gently but firmly urging me back below decks. I didn't fight him, too sunk in despair at my weakness to care very much anymore. Maybe I was fooling myself. Exercise didn't seem to be helping strengthen the weakness in my leg and arm. He took me below and ushered me inside his cabin, locking the door behind us and leaning back against it.
"Do I need to start locking you in?"
"Do whatever you want." He looked uneasy at my reply.
"What's wrong with you? You didn't even resist when I took you below. In the old days, you'd have tried to chew off my hand."
I just shrugged. The rain and sea spray from the rough weathers were hitting the porthole, hammering to get in. I was feeling suddenly exhausted and wondering why I'd ever thought going on deck in this weather had been a good idea anyway.
"Tell me what's wrong."
"Just leave me alone."
"I said tell me."
I looked up at him then, and he was staring at me intently, his eyes glittering dangerously. I was completely unmoved. "Go away, Roxbury."
"The hell I will. Not until you tell me what's wrong."
"You mean besides getting kidnapped by pirates? Oh, not much a good thrashing wouldn't cure. Go ahead. I wouldn't be able to stop you now. Not with these stupid injuries that won't go away. I'm beginning to think the healers don't know what they're talking about, and that I'll never be back to the way I was before. So beating me up would be easy for you. And it's what you've wanted to do since you first saw me again on that ship, isn't it? You want to make me pay for not running away with you all those years ago, don't you? Well, let me put your mind at ease, Roxbury, because I've suffered too. They told me you were dead, killed by pirates after they attacked your ship. How do you think that made me feel? I buried my face in my hands and shook my head when I sensed him making an abortive move to push off the door and come toward me. "No," I said, a little too loudly and firmly. "Don't you dare come over here and touch me. Not now. Not ever again. I hate you." He stayed where he was for a long, breathless moment, staring at me, with an unreadable look on his face. I glared back at him. I don't know which one of us moved first. We collided halfway, and he began to tear at my clothes, his own clothes, really, and I did what I could to help. We fell across the edge of his bed and kissed, frantic at first, and then long and slow, like we'd done in the past when we were only kids, just beginning to understand how much we loved each other. They were passionate kisses, an intoxicating and endless exchange of breath and longing. I wouldn't have been surprised to see sparks fly between us, because that's how incendiary those kisses were. I couldn't get enough, and I couldn't get close enough to him. I knew now why no one else had ever been what I'd wanted, why no other man or woman had ever satisfied my needs before. What lay between us was the real thing, real love, messy and strong and endless and powerful. And once I found it with Roxbury, how could a substitute ever be good enough? I could never tell him, though, and let him know how much real power he had over me. He pushed me gently to my back and stripped the last of my clothing off, and then went to work on what remained of his. When he was done, he lay over me and then rolled, so I landed on top, straddling him. I ran my hands down his broad, strong chest, tangling my fingers in the soft, crisp curls, and bending to kiss and gently bite the stiff points of his nipples as he groaned. I grasped his erection in my hand. It was hard as stone, long and thick and leaking his excitement. I moved up against him, rubbing our pricks together and then stroking, finding a rhythm. It had been a long time for me, but I preferred not to think about how long it might have been for him. He didn't say, and I didn't ask. Moving my hands slowly but steadily over both of us, I watched his face as he went through a series of emotions. One of his big hands stroked my back, tracing its way down to the warm pucker of my opening. He began to push inside me with a broad finger, and I arched over him and cried out. God's help me, I wanted more. I wanted him to penetrate me. But what would that make me? I was no Omega, and they were the only ones comfortable with such a thing. It was what they were made for, but not other alphas. Alphas never did that. Still, I didn't want to move away from those probing fingers. I leaned back on his hand and began to make some embarrassing noises as I squirmed and rubbed. Meanwhile, my hand was moving faster over his cock, and from the sounds he was making, I knew he was close to coming to. He put his hand over mine and took over, aggressive and demanding, sweeping away any protests I might have and making me take it. When my release came, it was at the same time as his, and it was sudden and intense. I cried out so loudly, he had to put a hand over my mouth to keep me from flying apart. It went on and on, ending in little shock waves of pleasure that left us both drained and panting for breath. When it was over, he lay beside me and trailed a hand down my back and hips. I think he drowsed a bit. The gods know neither of us had slept much the night before. But then he rose to go over to the little table by the door for water from the pitcher. He made a grunting sound when he found it empty, and opened the door to go out in the passageway, heedless of his nakedness. He soon returned, making me think there must be a water barrel somewhere close by, and he had a pitcher full of water. He splashed some in the bowl and washed himself. Then he dipped a towel in the water and carefully wrung it out to bring it over to the bed, and began dabbing it at me. It's cold, but better than nothing. It was so reminiscent of the old days when we used to practice in his room late at night that it caused me to choke up a little. I took it away from him in the end, because he was spending far more time than was necessary cleaning my groin. He began dressing again to go back up on deck. When he was done, he came over to stand beside me. As my prisoner, you're mine to take care of. That's all any of this was. Nothing more. So don't get any ideas. The pain of his words struck me like a fist. I closed my eyes and rolled to my side to get away from him.
I'm taking you to a healer I know by the name of Grimora. He's more of a sorcerer, but he'll know what to do. Can you put aside all this, whatever it is, for now? At least until you see him. I was honest about my feelings for you. You can't say I wasn't.
I frowned at the words, though they were true. If this Grimora had magical powers, then who better to remove this evil spell of depression and residual unrequited feelings from me than a powerful sorcerer, if that's what he truly was? The sooner it was lifted, along with any old stubborn feelings I still had for Captain Devane, the better. Obviously, my Roxbury was gone, and I just needed to face that. I turned my head slightly to speak to him over my shoulder. Whatever, Captain. I'm not asking anything of you. Not ever again. He didn't say a word in reply, but just stood there, staring down at me. After a while, he turned on his heel to stride toward the door.
Stay in here and batten down. We're headed into a storm, and it'll get much worse before the sun sets.
With that ominous prediction, he left to go above, and I settled down, expecting an afternoon of rough seas. I wasn't disappointed. Even though I had a strong stomach, it wasn't strong enough for the pitch and roll of the ship. It was emptied of everything by nightfall, and I was braced in Roxbury's bed, with my back wedged against one wall, and my feet against the other, clinging to the sides. Even though we weren't far out to sea, we were being pummeled by the waves. Finally, after another couple of hours, things began to calm down, and we weren't being tossed around so much. After another hour passed, Roxbury came in, grey with exhaustion and carrying a small sea chest with him that he threw down by the door. He was so tired he was staggering and murmured only a few words to me before sliding off his boots and falling on the bed beside me like a pole-axed steer. I got up by crawling over to him and then spent a few minutes looking down at him. Finally, I gave in and wrestled with his wet clothing. I removed as much of it as I could, then covered him with a blanket, grabbed another one for myself, and made myself as comfortable as I could in his big captain's chair. I realized that now he was here beside me, I could finally relax. And how pathetic was that? The ancient Greeks, or perhaps it was the Babylonians? Sumerians? Anyway, somebody had created stories about when the world began that I found interesting. Many cultures have these origin stories, and I thought they were all fascinating to hear, but I'd always loved this one the most. It was about how when the ancient gods made men, they made them with two bodies, but stuck the bodies together like conjoined twins. Men were happy that way, and they felt complete, but the gods became jealous because men were so fulfilled in just themselves. There was no need for anyone or anything else. So, jealously, they split men in two, and ever since then, we have searched endlessly for our other half. Unfortunately, few of us ever found them again. I thought maybe I'd found mine when I was still just a boy. Now he was back, after so many years apart, and we simply couldn't fit the pieces back together again. I was ready to stop trying. Now, if only I could convince my heart.
Chapter 6. Roxbury. I barely even remembered lying down, much less going to sleep, but I awoke the next morning as the sun came filtering through the porthole right into my eyes. I felt for Brandon and was alarmed not to find him beside me. I sat bolt upright and was ready to run up to the deck to search for him when I heard the soft snores coming from across the room. I fell back against the pillow then, my heartbeat settling back to normal. Now that I had him again, the thought of losing him was alarming and abhorrent. I didn't want to examine the reasons too much, but I was pleased that he'd had enough sense to stay in my quarters during the storm and not venture out on deck against my orders, though at one point I'd been afraid of the huge waves swamping us, and I'd almost gone below to fetch him and keep him at my side. Better to have him there beside me if things had gotten any worse. Thankfully, we'd passed through the worst of it without too much damage, and I told the first mate to put us in at the nearest port so we could see to repairs. The storm had blown us past the tip of Cardamom, and we were now nearing the southern tip of Igela. The country's main port was close to its border with Moravia, and seen as how the king of Moravia and the king's regent of Igela were two of my dearest enemies, I'd do a great deal to avoid both of them. I settled instead for a small, isolated, and rocky cove on the eastern coast, where we could drop anchor and see to repairs with little danger of being observed. It was a wild area, full of granite boulders that reached into the sea and rugged mountains, with no settlements close by. It was perfect for my purposes. We wouldn't be there for a couple of hours yet, so while I wanted nothing more than to turn over and go back to sleep, I made myself get up to wash and find clean clothing. Well, cleaner, anyway, all things being relative. I settled for dry pants and a shirt, and then I went above to forage for some food for both of us, as I was starving. Having cajoled the cook to give me a couple of pieces of dried beef, some cheese, a few boiled eggs that I knew Brandon would like, along with a piece of salt pork and a loaf of bread, I went below with my feast. I was pleased to see Brandon was up and had moved over to the bed, which he was trying to straighten up from the night before. "Come and eat," I told him, unloading everything onto my desk. I knew he was used to much finer fare, but I was pleased to see him look up with interest. Then, after a moment, when I thought he might refuse, he finally came over to dig in, paying special attention to the cheese and eggs. "Tell me about the storm," he said softly, and I shrugged. "Not much to tell. The Lumian Sea is known for them at this time of year. We'll have to keep a sharp eye until we pass into the Gilead Bay. But I think the storms have passed for now. It's getting late for them. They need warmer seas to develop." "Why have we dropped anchor?" "We need to make some repairs to the ship, and the men need some time ashore to replenish our stores." "Here? In the middle of nowhere?" he asked, gesturing toward the porthole, where nothing but tall mountains could be seen. "The men can hunt. Game is plentiful in Igela, and we can find some fresh water to replenish our barrels." "And after you make the necessary repairs, what then?" "Then we head north, up the coast to Banshira's cave." "And the sorcerer you mentioned lives in this cave, right?" "Yes. Grimora is a wizard or dark witch. The cave is named after the monster who supposedly inhabits it. Among other things, I'm going to convince him to take a look at you. The sorcerer, that is, not the monster. Unless you keep pissing me off." Brandon glanced up at me, and I could see his eyes flash. He had that little crease between them on his forehead that he used to get when he was stressed about things, though, and I didn't like to see it for some reason. "Whatever it is you're thinking, just stop. You're probably working yourself up for nothing." "Easy for you to say." I stopped shoveling food in my mouth long enough to glance up at him again. "It's not easy for me. I'm concerned enough to detour to Banshira's cave to have Grimora take a look at you." "Why, though?" I shrugged. "Safeguarding my investment, of course," I said. At his sour look, I quickly rushed on. Things had been pleasant that morning so far. I didn't have the strength for yet another argument. "Besides," I said, "Harrison should have done something about this weeks ago. He's the one who sent you to that fucking castle in Krylia in the first place." "He did send me to healers, and they said there wasn't much more they could do. They said time would take care of the rest." He glanced up at me then, and the bleak look on his face choked the life out of any sarcastic remarks I'd been about to say. "Bullshit," I replied with some force. Okay, I couldn't resist. His mouth fell open in surprise as he laughed softly and shook his head. I gave him a long look over the piece of bread I was jamming in my mouth, and he said, "I'd forgotten how sure you are of everything. I wish I had that same confidence." "Stick with me, then." He flushed and dropped his head, though I hadn't meant anything by the words. Well, not much anyway. I cleared my throat to stall for time and sat back in my chair, rubbing my belly. That hit the spot. "You couldn't have tasted much from the way you were stuffing that food in your mouth." "I'm a man of voracious appetites," I said, leering at him a little. "I'll show you soon." He shook his head, blushing a little, which was a big improvement over the way he would have responded only a day before. He was getting used to me again, though I'd meant every word. I had big plans for Brandon, the Earl of Bedford, and I looked forward to sharing them with him as soon as I had him healed up. We passed the rest of the time quietly eating. It wasn't like the old times, far from it, but it was better than those first couple of days after I had taken him off the other ship, and I was grateful for that at least. By the time we'd finished breakfast, I was ready to go ashore. I told Brandon to get dressed and nodded toward the sea chest I'd brought in with me the night before. I'd discovered that not everyone had followed my orders to salvage nothing from the ship I'd found Brandon on. Luckily, one or two had found sea chests on board that they took with them, hoping for valuables inside. One such trunk had belonged to the other passengers on board, and my first mate, the greedy bastard, had taken it with him and stowed it below. There had been little in the way of anything he could resell, and no jewelry or hidden pouches of gold, but he'd had a pair of good boots inside, along with a nice leather coat that I admired for myself, but would grudgingly give to my captive, and a few quality shirts that would fit my captive. I made Jacobs hand it over. The clothes and coat came in handy now, as Brandon rummaged through the chest and made use of what was inside. I think it went against everything he believed in to profit from our ill-gotten gain, but the man had to have something to wear. Not for me, because I preferred him naked, but to save the lives of every other man on board who might have looked twice at him. He was far too good-looking, with his pretty caramel curls tipped with gold and those pouty lips, not to mention that slim but shapely ass. We'd been at sea a long time. When he was dressed, he followed me topside and stood by the rail as I got ready to go to shore. Some of the men had already begun swimming to shore. It wasn't a great distance, but I required a boat for Brandon, so I waited until it had been lowered, and then showed him how to climb down the boarding nets along the side to get down to the boat. Once he was aboard, I swung down beside him and directed some of the men to row us to shore. The shoreline was wild and beautiful here, if you could successfully navigate the rocks. Luckily, it was low tide, so we had little trouble making our landing. I spent some time after we landed organizing hunting parties and watching as some of the men began gathering buckets and jugs from the boats to go find fresh water. I'd been here on this beach a few times, so I pointed them in the right direction and then took Brandon's arm to direct him to a small pool of fresh water I knew about not far away. We both needed a bath, and this would be a perfect place for it, not to mention a chance to get Brandon alone. I took his arm, noting that he was a bit unsteady on his feet. He'd need to get used to being on shore again, but it wouldn't take long. And besides, I wanted to hold on to him in case he got some idea about escaping. I slipped my arm around his waist and pulled him close. I didn't relish the idea that he might get a wild hair and decide to run off and try to find Lexington's castle, which was miles and miles away in the first place. In the second place, I'd never allow him to go. I'd hunt him down, now that I had him again, even if I had to storm the castle all by myself. The pool was thermal and warm from volcanic activity in the area. It was one I'd found years ago, and as I recalled, it was quite secluded. We headed in that direction, with Brandon bitching every step of the way about the sand and the bugs and the dense underbrush, and you name it, until I was ready to stuff something in his mouth to shut him up. And I had just the thing. Finally, I found a little trail made by animals in the area, and we broke through the trees and underbrush to the sparkling blue pool fed by a small, conveniently picturesque waterfall. It looked like something out of some oil painting by a great master, and I couldn't wait to dive in and feel the soft water on my skin. I stripped right away and lowered myself in the water, holding out a hand to him. He shook his head, backing away a few steps.
"There might be snakes in that water."
"There aren't any snakes, and if there were, I'd kill them. Now jump in."
"I'm fine right here,"
he said, plopping down on a nearby rock. "Don't make me come after you," I warned, frowning at him. "The water is warm, and it feels great. You'll love it, and it will be good for your aches and pains. Now take off your clothes and come in."
"I'll take off my boots and just dangle my feet in," he said, trying to compromise. He proceeded to tow off the coat and the boots, which were a little too big for him, and rolled up his pants legs so he could put his feet in the water.
"Oh, it is nice and warm," he said, looking up at me in surprise.
"How is it so warm?"
"Volcanic, according to what Grimora once told me. This whole area is full of pools, and some of them are too hot to get into. This one is just right." Brandon wiggled his toes and looked up at me and smiled. My heart did one of those crazy little flips it did sometimes when he looked at me, and I tried to harden myself against the feelings it produced inside my chest. Not to mention other places that hardened all on their own. It wouldn't do to forget the way he'd made me suffer, and the way he'd abandoned me to my fate. I didn't like to admit it, even now, but I had cried when I left him that night at school. Most un-alpha-like behavior, and it still embarrassed me to admit it. My only excuse was that I'd been very young, and he'd hurt me badly when he refused to come with me, knowing my father would be after me, and I'd need his help and his big brain to figure a way out of the mess I found myself in. It was the last time I'd ever allowed anyone to hurt me like that, and I'd vowed that it would never happen again. I waded over toward him, and he saw me coming and made a little noise, suspiciously like a squeal. Again, very un-alpha-like. Most would have been squaring off for a fight by now. Hell, maybe there was something wrong with both of us. I grabbed him before he could scramble out of the way and pulled him in, clothes and all. He pushed against me, but I got his arms trapped down by his sides and took him out to the middle of the pool. He was such a prima donna that he wrapped his legs around my waist rather than put them down on the bottom of the pool. Not that I was complaining. Little puffs of steam were wafting above the pool here in the middle. We must be directly over the crevice in the ground that was releasing thermal currents. Brandon was clinging to me through sheer stubbornness alone. He looked up and scanned the woods around him, as if expecting to see anyone observing us nearby. "Relax," I said tersely. "There's no one around. Now get down off me and wash yourself. Unless you want me to do it for you." He gave me an evil look, and then dropped to his feet and began taking off his clothes and tossing them back to the edge of the pool. The water was blessedly warm, but not uncomfortably so. It wasn't too deep, and he must have been aware I was staring at him, because he looked up defiantly, as if braced for an attack. But instead, I tossed a small sliver of soap at him. "Use this and wash your hair." He caught it and began to rub the sweet-smelling sliver over his body, dipping his head back and wetting his hair. He lathered it up, combing out most of the tangles with his fingers, and then rinsing the soap from his hair a couple of times before he was satisfied. He even used his finger to try to clean his teeth a bit with the bitter-tasting soap. All the time, I watched him. He was beginning to relax and drift in the warm water when I began to move to the side of the pool to seat myself on the little edge of rock there. He turned his back on me, as if the water wasn't clear as glass, and I couldn't see all his assets, which were plentiful indeed. He turned and walked over to ease himself into the other side of the pool, and I was reminded what a fine ass the man had, with plump cheeks that were round and white and seemed made to fit my hands. I leaned back against the rocks and stared at him as he eased himself onto a rocky outcropping. It was amazing to think that after all that had happened between us, after all the betrayals and the recriminations, after so many years apart, all I had to do was reach for him. "Brandon," I said, "come here." When he hesitated, I said softly, almost whispering, "Please, dearie." I could see the mistrust in his eyes, but just when I thought I'd have to go to him, he slowly began to slide off the rock and approach me, obviously tense and ready for anything. I held out a hand to him when he got closer and pulled him to stand between my legs. Brandon took in a sharp breath and closed his eyes. I thought it was so I wouldn't see the leap of hot desire in his eyes. His legs were shaking so hard from trying to hold himself in check he could barely stand. I caught his hand and pulled him closer. Brandon squirmed uneasily. Maybe this was too reminiscent of the old days when we used to love on each other all the time, whenever we had an opportunity and found time to be alone. Randomly, the idea occurred to me that if I wanted to hurt him or get back at him for his betrayal, now would be the time to take it. A little of the residual anger inside me approved of the idea, for a moment. but no part of me really thought I could or should take any kind of revenge on him. His damn beautiful cock, unaware of any danger, jumped up to meet my hands. I was happy to nudge his thighs apart as I pulled him closer. I admitted to myself that Brandon was in no danger at all from me. I'd much rather harm myself than touch a hair on his head. I gripped his ass to lift him off his feet and bring him up to straddle me. He gasped and grabbed my shoulders. "I've been trying to decide what to do with you since I first saw you on the ship." He stared back at me, his eyes wide, but not the least bit alarmed. "Have you decided yet?" I put one hand on his throat, not pressing, but making little circles with my thumb. "A little part of me wanted to kill you for just a moment." He smiled at me defiantly. "Maybe I'd have killed you first, before you got the chance," he said, lifting his chin and reaching down to stroke a finger along my shaft. I'd expected anger at my words and prepared myself for it, but not this. Never this. "Oh, I know what you're capable of, Brandon. I wish I didn't."
"That's your version of the story, isn't it? That I betrayed you? I have a different one."
"I'm sure you probably do, but I don't want to talk about that night again. I'm going to keep you and fuck you whenever I want. But it won't mean I still care about you. Do you understand? These feelings are purely biological. I've been put at sea a long time." Brandon must not have been able to help the sigh that escaped him.
"I understand what you're saying. Don't worry about it. I don't have any tender feelings for you either."
I was a little surprised at how much that stung. "Oh, well, good."
"I'll never stop trying to escape you, Roxbury," he said. "I'd rather die than be your captive."
I smiled. "You might get your wish in time, but you'll be mine, all right. Make no mistake about it. Are you saying you don't want me to fuck you? Because I won't force myself on you, no matter my feelings."
"Whether or not you care about me means nothing to me," he said defiantly.
His eyes glittered at me, as bright as dragonfire.
"I'll keep trying to escape, and in the meantime, like you said, whatever we do together is purely biological. Why not satisfy an each?"
I gave him a wicked grin. "Why not indeed? By the way, thanks for the warning about trying to escape. Maybe I should keep you in chains. The thought does appeal to me, and it would keep you from running."
"Do your worst. It's what I'd expect from you anyway."
"I don't know how long I'll keep you, though. I won't be able to resist nodding you much longer. I definitely won't be able to wait too long once I fuck you."
"I'd kill you first, but you can try."
He gave a short, humorless laugh, but his eyes were cold as he glanced up at me.
"I assumed you were joking about all that."
"Oh, no. I'd love to give you my knot and listen to you scream, dearie. After all, you're so beautiful. This beautiful lying mouth, for example." He pressed his lips against it gently. "And your sweet little nose." I brushed my lips against Brandon's nose, and he flinched backward. "I loved you once." I smiled bitterly. "I'll never let that happen to me again." I pushed Brandon away and lifted him out of the pool and put him on the edge so his legs were dangling over the side. I stood in front of him and looked down at him. Gods, he was beautiful. I had never wanted anyone so badly in my life. I had sometimes dreamed of this, alone in my hammock on board that first ship I was on, soon after I'd had to leave him. Dreamed of him with his legs open wide, offering up his thick, gorgeous cock to me. I would take him because I couldn't help myself, but I would take him only in lust, with no sweet words or love between us. And surely that was better than never having him again at all. I touched him reverently. Brandon's cock wasn't as large as my own, or so I flattered myself, but it was thick and well-shaped, with velvety skin, and it was pointed arrogantly upward. I ran my hand gently over the length of it, refamiliarizing myself with the sweet heft of it in my hands. Brandon put his head back and moaned softly. I moved my hand up and down Brandon's cock, slowly at first. I soon fell into a rhythm, enjoying watching Brandon's back slowly arching up against his will, powerless to resist me, as his head fell back and his breathing became labored. His hair was spread out over his shoulders, and his eyes were so tightly closed that his long lashes made smudges against his cheeks. How was it possible to hate someone so much and want to make them suffer, while at the same time loving them to the point of distraction? It was driving me mad. Nothing had ever felt like this before or after Brandon. No one had ever made me feel so out of control. I increased the pressure and the speed of my hand, and now on each upward sweep, I ran my thumb over the sensitive head of Brandon's cock, dipping gently into his slit before continuing down. He gasped for breath and tried to thrust upward. I moved my hand to his hip, holding him down with easy strength. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked directly into mine. "I won't last," he said, a little note of panic in his voice. I smiled at him, holding his gaze. "No, you won't come unless I tell you to." Brandon's blue eyes were wide and confused. He put his hands on my shoulders, holding on tightly, clenching and unclenching his hands and staring into my eyes. I smiled and jerked his ass out from the rocks where he sat, slipping a wet finger up inside him, crooking it, looking for the little bundle of nerves I knew would finish this. As I found it and swept my long finger over it, once and then again, Brandon jerked his hips and gave a loud shout. "Now!" I said, and he came uncontrollably, spurting upward onto my stomach. I leaned over him and bent him backward to the ground, kissing him and robbing him of breath. I swept my tongue inside his mouth, tasting the sweetness I've lived without for so long, and had thought I might never taste again. When breathing finally became necessary for both of us again, I reluctantly pulled away, biting none too gently at Brandon's lower lip. I leaned away from him, my own cock aching for release. I had decided not to fuck him, because I'd begun to fear I wouldn't have the strength to control myself and not give him my knot. And I'd promised not to do that until he was healed. I wanted badly to turn him around and fuck him until he screamed, but if I did that, I wouldn't be able to prevent myself from claiming him with my knot. I gripped my hands tightly into fists to hide them and kept them out of sight in the water of the pool, fighting desperately for control. "Stroke yourself. I want you hard for me again." Brandon opened his eyes wide and put a trembling hand down to slowly stroke his cock, wincing a little. I remembered how unpleasant stimulation used to be for him after he'd just come. I didn't care. Brandon lifted those big blue eyes toward me, and my breath caught in my throat. Why did he have to be so handsome? The most beautiful things in the world were often the most deadly. There weren't any snakes in this pool, for example, but I knew that snakes with the prettiest markings were often the deadliest ones. "That's enough. Just stop."
"I can do this for you, if you want me to."
"Maybe I can teach you a few things before your wedding night." "No," he said, and it came out harsh. Yeah, I really didn't want to talk about his Omega fiancée either. So why had I brought it up? To torture myself? That sort of sounded like me. He was breathing fast, and he looked like he might be in pain, though, and I was suddenly ashamed of myself. What the fuck was I doing? "I meant to say, no, we need to stop because you're still not well."
"I'm well enough."
There was that defiance again, but I could hear his soft panting as he tried to catch his breath. I pulled him into my arms, nuzzling my nose into his wet skin, unable to let him go so quickly. He started in surprise at first, and then his arms went around my neck again. We remained quietly holding each other for a long time, until my breathing went back to normal. Finally, I stood up, pulling Brandon to his feet and depositing him on the edge of the pool. "Stay in the sun until you dry off." Instead, the stubborn ass tried to get to his feet, but he was staggering with exhaustion, so I pulled him to lie down by the pool. I remembered that Brandon used to love the sun. I laid down beside him and closed my eyes for a moment, hooking a leg over Brandon's in case he got any ideas about running away. He wasn't going anywhere until I was done with him, and I had no idea how long it would take to get him out of my system, or if it could be done at all. I was beginning to doubt it. Chapter 7. The sun was setting by the time we made our way back to the ship. The hunting had gone well, and the men had killed 2 deer and a wild boar, an unexpected bounty. While we'd been ashore, repairs had been made to the rigging, and we were shipshape once again. Chasing the sun's dying rays, we made our way farther out to sea, but still kept close to the darkening coastline. As nighttime fell, the shadows on shore lengthened, and the rocks took on frightening shapes. It seemed dangerous to pass so close to the rocky cliffs rising high above us. I felt better after my nap in the sun, not to mention the warm dip in the pool, but I had an uneasiness I couldn't seem to shake. Brandon and I were wary of each other after that little interlude in the water, and I sent his dinner down to him on a tray, but I ate with my men. "Tomorrow we should reach Banshira's cave," I said, and saw the furtive looks the others gave each other. Sailors were notoriously superstitious, and these men were certainly no exception. I knew they were afraid of the dark wizard Grimora and the monster he shared his cave with, but they were also a little in awe of the fact that although I'd had some dealings with the sorcerer, I remained intact and unharmed. In actual fact, I'd never been afraid of Grimora, who was a small shrunken soul with a thatch of improbable red hair and wrinkles cut so deep into his withered skin that they might have been etched there with a blade. In fact, it looked as if someone had taken a blade to him at some point in his life, and his face was scarred and puckered. He was of an indeterminate age, and had been living in those caves for as long as I'd been at sea, and, I knew, many years before that. Old Gold-Tooth Jack had first sent me to meet him a few years ago, when the whole ship, including Gold-Tooth himself, were down with a fever of unknown origins. I was the only one who remained mostly unaffected, or at least I had been up to that point. We put into shore as close as we could, and I swam in, afraid I couldn't handle a boat on my own in the rough currents, and none of the men were feeling well enough to accompany me. I had a map in my head, committed to memory, so I knew approximately where the cave was, and aimed to land on the shore below it. It was almost dusk when I crawled out onto land, and I heard the bawl of the monster Banshira as he stood high above me on the edge of a cliff. I could barely make him out in the dim light as he stood at the mouth of a huge cave, gazing up at the sky and making an appalling noise. Meanwhile, I crawled up on shore and tried to get my bearings. I knew the monster must be the one they called Banshira. No one knew exactly what he was, except that he couldn't be human. He was a hulking beast, nearly 6.5 feet tall, with long, tangled fur as dull brown as old dust. Most disturbing of all was that he seemed to be yelling at me in the words of some unknown language. At least, it was none I'd ever heard before. His eyes were red, and he had the look of a werewolf. He was reputedly as wicked as an old wolf, too, and his teeth were supposed to be jagged, like the teeth of a saw. Grimora had stepped up beside him and said something soft-voiced to him that caused him to stop his shouting and turn to go back inside. Grimora then picked his way down the cliffside path as nimbly as a mountain goat despite his advanced age, and he came over to greet me. I don't even remember now what I said to him, but he listened and told me to wait. He went back up to his cave and came out less than an hour later with several bottles of some magical elixir or other. "Have your men dose themselves with this, Captain. It will purge them of the sickness." "Oh, I'm not the captain," I'd said. He had replied with a shrug. "Not yet. Give it time." I gave him the bag of silver coins that Gold-Tooth had sent with me, and he nodded and turned away. He stopped after a few steps and said, "You have a great deal of blood magic running in your veins, though your mate is no longer with you. Interesting. You must suffer greatly." "What are you talking about?" He simply shook his head, making his wispy red hair fly about his head in the breeze coming off the ocean. "No matter. I'll tell you one day when you come looking for answers about him. It will do no good until then, because you won't believe me." I was young then, and had neither the time nor the patience for this black, riddling hexes, especially from a disfigured old lunatic. I had made some nasty remarks or other about crazy old men. It seemed like I was always angry and surly back then, and I swam back to the ship with a bag tied around my neck, holding the elixir, and delivered it to the ship. By the very next morning, most of the men were on the mend. I'd seen Grimora a few more times since then, and he'd never again mentioned the blood magic thing or whatever it was, though I'd asked him about it a time or two. He always replied that the time wasn't yet, and to talk about it might only make matters worse. At any rate, I was anxious to see him again, and hoped that he'd be successful in healing Brandon for both our sakes. The next morning, I awoke early and nudged Brandon awake. He had been lying close to me, and I had awakened to find my arms wrapped around him. I remembered I'd done it in the middle of the night to stop his soft groans. The sunlight coming through the porthole tried to nail my eyes shut again as I leaned up to look outside at the shore. We had anchored near the shore this time, and I could see Banshira's cave looming high above, with nothing stirring outside the mouth of it. Even though the angle was impossible, I fancied I could see flickering shadows on the wet rock walls inside the mouth of the cave. "We're here," I said softly in Brandon's ear. "Time to go find Grimora and the monster." Brandon rolled to his back to look up at me.
You know, it's absolutely not your fault that you haven't been wounded or killed by now. You do everything necessary to procure that result. What if this monster of yours attacks us?
"He's not my monster, and Grimora is fairly harmless, or he's always seemed so. There's nothing to be afraid of. At least, I don't think there is."
Right. Nothing but a monster of unknown origins and a dark sorcerer.
"We'll both be fine. I'll protect you. Now get a move on and get dressed. I'll get us something to eat before we go." I rolled out of bed, hoping that if I ignored my morning wood, it would subside, and Brandon would be none the wiser. I could smell his seductive scent. It lingered in the sheets and tempted me greatly. I jammed my leg into my trousers and walked stiff-legged to the door, reminding myself that my heart needed to be cold where he was concerned. He had a fiancée, after all, a sweet little Omega that he no doubt lusted after.
"Roxbury,"
came a soft voice behind me. It was the first time he'd used the old name he used to call me since we'd argued over it last, when he first came aboard. I hate to admit, I'd missed it a bit. "Yes," I said, with my hand on the door handle. I was hesitant to turn toward him at the moment, because my dick was at full mast, and I wanted desperately to climb back in bed with him and bury it in his ass.
What if your sorcerer can't fix me? What if no one can?"
The question startled me, but not half as much as Brandon's tone, which sounded lost and a little hopeless. His eyes looked suspiciously wet. "Of course he can help," I said, forgetting all about my problems and walking back toward the bed. I couldn't take his tears, never had been able to. He looked up at me with a bleak expression.
"I don't know. Harrison said his healers were the best in the entire Moravian kingdom."
"Fuck Harrison!" Brandon glanced up at me and shook his head.
"I love Harrison. He's my cousin, you know, and a really good king."
"There's no accounting for your bad taste, dearie. Besides, he's married to a harridan from hell, who tries to foist her evil religious beliefs on everyone in Moravia and the known world, and he allows her to do it."
"I wouldn't say her beliefs are evil, exactly."
"Intolerant, then. Ignorant, short-sighted, narrow-minded, bigoted, and rigid as a fence post. Have I left anything out?" He gave me a shy smile.
"I hope not."
"And like I said, Harrison lets her get away with it. If these so-called healers came from the Queen, then it's no wonder they and their ugly religious beliefs failed to cure you. Leave this to me, Brandon."
"Aye, aye, sir,"
he said, giving me a little salute. I rolled my eyes at his cheekiness, and once I was sure he was no longer upset, I went up on deck to talk the cook out of some food. At least Brandon had been smiling when I left him. It was much better than those sad eyes he sometimes gave me. When I returned to the cabin, loaded down with breakfast, Brandon was up and dressed, though still looking a bit apprehensive. We ate quickly, and then went up on deck to climb into the boat that would take us to shore. All the way, I could feel eyes on us, and knew that the occupants of the cave were watching us. I told my men they could go back to the ship after they dropped us off, and that we'd signal them to come back and pick us up. That made them happier, but they were still uneasy and nervous. A more superstitious lot than sailors could hardly be found, except for priests and crossroad Bible thumpers, who were just as superstitious, but had a much greater sense of their own moral superiority, and they didn't mind telling you all about it. In my men's defense, a 6.5-foot hulking monster was pretty daunting. It would have helped if anyone knew exactly what Banshira was. Some, mostly the priests and Bible thumpers, said he was a descendant of Cain. Or, alternatively, of fallen angels doomed to wander the face of the earth and never find a home. Others claimed he was one of a race of giants that survived the Great Flood. It sounded like a lot of silly nonsense to me, but I didn't have a better idea, so I was reserving full judgment. Personally, I was willing to leave him strictly alone if he returned the favor. By the time we got to shore, clouds were rolling in, and the weather had begun to turn really foul. I took off my jacket to give to Brandon, who shook his head at me and tried not to take it. I wrapped it around him anyway with a little growl and took his arm as we waded ashore. He hated it, trying as usual to show me how independent he was and how strong. But I didn't want him falling and getting drenched with the wind picking up the way it was. Damn it, I thought the storms were over. But I didn't like the looks of the bruised-looking clouds rolling around overhead. Brandon suddenly pulled back on my hand as we made it to dry land, and I glanced up to see him staring at someone on shore. Following his gaze, I spotted Grimora, standing in the shadows of a tall, broad oak just inside the tree line. The wind was whipping his mop of peculiarly colored hair and plastering his long robe to his legs. I raised my hand in greeting to him, noting the addition of a beard since I'd seen him last. Unlike his bright hair, the beard was ashen gray, which gave him an odd, two-toned look. I lifted a hand in greeting to Grimora and firmly pulled on Brandon's arm to get him moving again. We walked up the shoreline to reach the sorcerer's spot under the trees. "Grimora, it's good to see you again," I said, bowing formally to him. I got raised eyebrows in return, and no wonder. In the other times I'd seen the man, I'd shown him no such deference, and little friendliness either. I was a bit ashamed of that now, as he'd always done what I'd asked of him, though, of course, I'd paid well for his services. He nodded at me, and I saw his gaze whip over to Brandon, who for some reason was trying to hide behind my left shoulder, as far away as he could put himself from the old man. "Grimora, this is my captive, Brandon. I plan to ransom him for a lot of gold, but he has an injury that's not healing. I wonder if you could take a look at him and recommend a treatment." He stared back at me, with a slight smile turning up the corners of his mouth. "You're captive? Young captain, why are you lying to me? You have no plans to ransom him? Or, even if you do get money for him, you still won't hand him over to his family. This is the one I told you about long ago. This is your mate, the one with blood magic matching yours." I felt my face flaming as he turned then to peer at Brandon. "Please, come closer. I don't bite, young man. Human flesh lost its appeal to me years ago." Brandon blanched and widened his eyes, but I laughed. "He's joking." I was pretty sure, anyway. "Come out here, Brandon, and don't be scared. He's not going to eat you." I was pretty sure of that, too. Brandon shot me a dirty look and stepped out from behind me. He held out his hand as if to shake Grimora's, and to my surprise, Grimora took Brandon's hand and held it tightly in his. He gazed down for a moment, and then took a step closer. "May I touch your head, too? It's where the problem lies." Brandon flinched, but nodded, shooting me another alarmed look, and I tightened my grip on his hand, ready to snatch him away, just in case. Gromora put both hands on Brandon's head, moving his fingers gently over his forehead and then over the back of his head. Finally, he stepped back and looked over at me. I need to take him to my cave to examine him properly. Can you help him? He lifted one shoulder. I don't know yet. I may be able to. Not as much as you can help him, however. What are you talking about? What can I do? We'll talk about it. Come with me. He turned then and moved off to what I saw now was a trail through the trees. Was he planning on taking us up to Banshira's cave? Is that what he'd meant by his home? I was deeply uneasy at the idea, but I followed him, taking Brandon by the arm to make sure he didn't stumble on the rocky ground. The path up to Banshira's cave was not one I'd ever attempted, but it certainly looked steep. I wasn't sure Brandon's bad leg would be up to the climb. I knew better than to raise any such concerns, however, for fear Brandon would chew my face off for even suggesting it. I gestured for him to precede me and fell into place behind him. Plus, the view of his ass was amazing. We began to climb, and Gromora put us both to shame with how quickly he ascended. Brandon did reasonably well, but I could tell he was tiring, so I called for a break about halfway up the rocky, nearly vertical trail. The thanks I got was a blistering glare from my captive and an interested look from Gromora. I took the break anyway, sitting on a small boulder, looking out over the beach below. It was a lovely view from here, and I could see for miles. Or I would have been able to, if not for the fog that was rolling in off the sea. It was the way of the weather in Nigella, which could be sunny one minute and rainy the next. The fog, which was dense, was coming in rapidly toward the cove from the sea in rolling, ominous clouds, like those billowing out of an erupting volcano. It was one of those odd occurrences you got sometimes near the ocean. In a nice blue sky, clouds would suddenly begin to pile up and dip down low overhead. Then a stiff breeze would start up, and the clouds became thick fog that soon overtook the shore. Gromora noticed what was coming too, saying only, "We better get to the cave." I nodded, and took hold of Brandon's hand again, ruled by an odd, irrational fear that I might lose track of him in the fog and never find him again. He looked down at my hand, but didn't pull away. By the time we reached the top, a little out of breath, the fog was already swirling at our feet. The landscape below us was gone, covered by the miasma below us that looked thick and solid enough to stride across. Gromora motioned for us to follow him inside, and we stepped in the wide mouth of the vast cave. From deep inside, someone was moaning, sounding like a calf bawling for its mother, but it was low, distant, and almost otherworldly. The voice echoed hollowly and mournfully off the walls, sounding like a chorus in hell. Gromora barely even seemed to notice it. About 20 feet farther inside, the space narrowed to a kind of short tunnel or passage, maybe 5.5 feet high and about 10 feet long. Once we'd traveled through it, bent double like old beggars with sacks, we came out into a larger room with a relatively low ceiling. It was warm inside because of the fire coming from a deep niche in the wall of the cave. It seemed to serve as a natural fireplace and must have had a natural vent because the cave wasn't at all smoky. Scattered around it were heaped up furs and blankets. On the vertical walls, a few wooden shelves had been built, holding books and a number of jars and bottles, which were full of things I didn't wish to examine too closely. There were iron sconces on the walls of the cave that held torches. They looked ancient, and I wondered how long men had been using this cave, and for what purpose. Gromora motioned us toward a place by the fire, and I sat down on one of the furs, pulling Brandon along with me. I looked around with interest. "How long have you been here?" "A long time," he replied, a little cryptically, I thought. Then he amended the statement. "Almost 12 years. I had first met him about 6 years earlier, so that seemed about right. But from the stories I'd heard, I thought Banshira's cave had been called that name for a much longer time. I jerked my head toward the deeper, darker tunnels leading off this main chamber, and the sound still emanating from beyond them. What about it? Banshira, the monster. What's its story? Gromora shrugged again. No story. No good one, anyway. Frustratingly, he returned his attention to Brandon and gazed into his eyes for several long seconds. Can you tell me how you sustained your injuries? Brandon glanced at me uneasily, and I nodded to encourage him.
My king sent me and one of my cousins to the kingdom of Krylia, where his wife's relative had disappeared. She'd gone there to marry a baron, but he'd claimed to her family she had never arrived. We thought he was lying.
We?
My pack brother and I.
Why did he send just the two of you?
He trusted us, I suppose. And larger groups had gone and not returned. King Harrison is my cousin, and we're all close. He'd thought we'd be enough to find out what happened, and then, if we needed help, we could send for some. He had no idea at the time how treacherous the Baron was.
I rolled my eyes, and perhaps made a slight and possibly sarcastic noise, because Grimora glanced over at me rather repressively. I ignored him, folding my arms across my chest. The damn fool had lost larger groups, so rather than go in with his army, he sent 2 men. Genius. And then? Grimora urged.
We arrived, and the Baron was cordial to us at first, and invited us to dine with him. But we still had deep suspicions. Afterward, we attempted to leave, and we were attacked and overpowered by his men. He threw us in his dungeon, and during the fight, I was injured.
They hit your head with a good deal of force, and the broadside of a sword.
Among other places, yes.
The strikes to your head caused the worst damage. It disrupted the blood flow in your brain and caused it to leak blood. It's your brain that sends messages to your muscles, and these messages don't travel well now in your brain. I made a small sound because it surprised me. Brandon turned pale and glanced at me, and then back at Grimora.
But that will improve with time, won't it? The king's healers said it would.
It's possible. It could heal on its own to some extent, but you might never regain full function. You could get worse. Brandon looked stunned, and I had to admit I felt the same. And angry at that oaf Harrison for sending him into danger that way without a lot more men to back him up. Can you help him? I asked, leaning forward. A little, but you might be able to do much more. Me? With the blood magic that you both have for each other. You keep saying that phrase, and I keep telling you I don't know what that means. You said one day you'd explain it to me. Yes, I said I'd tell you when you came looking for answers about your mate. And you finally have. You finally brought your mate with you. What the hell are you talking about? I jerked a thumb at Brandon. He's not my mate. Oh, but he is. Brandon gasped, and we stared at each other uncomprehendingly.
That can't be true, sir,
Brandon said.
Neither of us are Omegas or even Betas. So Roxbury can't be my mate. It isn't possible, because we're both Alphas.
Oh, I know all that. He lifted his shoulder again in a shrug. He kept doing that shrug thing like someone with a weird nervous tic. It reminded me of an old first mate of Goldtooth's. The man used to slowly blink one eye whenever he got nervous. When I first joined Goldtooth's crew, I thought he was winking at me, and I almost cut his balls off one night playing cards before Goldtooth explained he couldn't help it. What the hell are you talking about? I shouted at Grimora, and he gazed back at me calmly. Sometimes nature plays cruel tricks on us. My unfortunate looks, for example, or the afflictions of poor Banshira. Banshira? The monster? He shook his head at me. He is no monster. He's a young man who started life as a normal child from a poor Igelin village. What? Do you mean that thing is human? Grimora frowned at me, and I quickly lowered my voice. I'm sorry, but what the hell? He isn't a thing. An unknown illness caused him to suddenly begin growing hair all over his body as a child. His glands were involved, and he also began to grow much taller. His ignorant and superstitious parents thought he had been cursed by a witch or by dark magic, and that he was turning into a demon. For a while they called him werewolf and monster, and they forced him from their home. The other villagers called him a spawn of Satan and threw rocks at him. They banded together to kill him as he tried to hide himself from them in the woods. He had to run into the mountains to save his life, and I found him wandering the forest 12 years ago, all alone, half-starved and scared half to death. He was 10 years old. I gasped and felt a jolt of surprise and pain in my chest. I'd always felt that I'd been abandoned by my parents, but not like that. Never like that. Brandon put a hand over his mouth, his eyes wide and shocked.
"Oh, gods," he said softly. 12 years ago. Then he's only 22 years old now.
Yes, as nearly as I can tell. He suffers from a good deal of pain that I think is not all in his body. Despite the tonics and tisanes I make for him, he grows progressively worse.
Is his name really Banshira?
No, the cave was called that long before we came here. I encourage the locals to think of it as such, and of the boy as Banshira, however, to keep them all away. He suffered enough of their abuse. I don't know his real name, and he has never told me.
I thought about the first time I'd seen him on the ledge outside the cave. He had been looking up at the sky, shaking his fist and crying, and I had thought him a monster. I was uncomfortably ashamed of it now. Why does he moan and cry so much? Is it because of the pain? Brandon asked softly, and Grimora shook his head.
Yes, some, but I think it's mostly because he still misses his family.
Oh. There was a long silence then, as we listened to the steady, low moaning from deep inside the cave. Why can't he talk plainly?
He can. He's just speaking an old Igelin dialect.
Can't you help him? Roxbury says you're a powerful sorcerer. He glanced over at me and shook his head.
I'm no sorcerer. I was trained as a physician, though I do have some small bits of magic and other abilities. Primarily, I think of myself as a healer, but some things can't be healed, no matter how much we wish for it.
Is that how you know about this magic blood, or whatever you called it? Because you're a physician?
Partly, he said, though it's commonly known where I come from.
Where is that? Brandon asked, leaning forward with interest.
The Varian Empire, far to the northeast.
But you still haven't said what magic blood is, Brandon reminded him impatiently.
Blood magic, and it's just what I said. You were both born with it.
I glared at him with irritation.
Don't speak in riddles, man. Born with what exactly? I need more of an explanation.
He stretched out his legs before the fire. Deep in the depths of the cave, Banshira was softly and mournfully calling for someone.
Ama, Ama,
he said over and over. Is that his mother he's crying for?
No, I don't believe so. It's someone like that, who used to take care of him, though. From what I've gathered, he or she tried to protect him from the villagers and was slaughtered right in front of him.
Oh, gods, that's an awful story. Can't you do something to help him? Brandon said, looking nervously into the darkness. It was a distracting noise, and heartbreaking now that Grimora had explained it. I reached for Brandon's hand and held on tightly. Quietly and smoothly, Grimora got to his feet and took something from one of the jars on a shelf. He dipped some water from a small hanging pot pushed to the side of the fire and stirred something into a cup of it. Then he disappeared down a side passage, and soon we could hear his softer tones echoing distantly through the passageways. Neither of us spoke as we waited for Grimora to return. Both of us lost in thought, I suppose. I tried to imagine being a child forced out of my village and my family and friends,
The people who should have been in my corner, protecting me, thinking I was some kind of monster, trying to hurt me and even kill me, trying to end my life, when all I was doing was just trying to exist. And then, having that one person in my world who tried to protect me, killed right in front of me. I thought my situation with my parents was bad. It was nothing compared to this poor young man's life. Before much longer, Grimora returned and sat down heavily on the furs, and I was reminded that despite the still red hair, he was no longer a young man. What would happen to poor Banshura when he was gone? I shrugged off the gloomy and depressing thoughts and focused my attention back to the matter at hand. "You were telling us about the blood magic?" I reminded him. "Oh, yes. You might call it magic, but it's also a deep connection, for want of a better word." "Like being related?" "No, just the opposite. The people involved are unrelated, which makes it even stranger. People with blood magic feel a deep affection, or possibly the opposite of that, an antipathy for each other the moment they meet. It's as if they've always known each other. The passion they feel for each other is too strong and never-ending to come from only one lifetime. It's a belief in my country that some people are born with this in their blood. It's fated for them, and very strong marriages and alliances have resulted from it in the history of my people. Also powerful enemies. It's almost like being obsessed with another person, a strong feeling that can't be broken by time or distance, whether it's positive or negative. When it's negative, they want only to destroy the other person." "How do I get rid of it?" I asked. Brandon shot me a dirty look, which I ignored. "You can't, I'm afraid. And it's not much use to fight it. It's probably why you're so much in love with your so-called captive, and have been from the first time you saw him years ago, and he with you." I began spluttering, but I felt Brandon staring at me. I refused to look at him. "This is complete bullshit!" "Ignore it, then. But I warn you that you do so at your own peril, and his." "His? What do you mean?" "Neither of you will ever be able to settle down without the other, never be truly happy or even content. In his particular case, this young man may never be able to heal from this injury in his brain, not without your intervention." "Mine? But what can I do?" "In the past, blood magic partners could benefit from an exchange of blood and semen. Both would be ideal." Brandon's face flamed, and he shook his head firmly.
"No, it's impossible, because as I already told you, we're both alphas. We can't be lovers."
Brandon's voice sounded scandalized and urgent, almost desperate.
"It's not allowed in Morovia, or in Negala, or any place I know of."
"But you already are lovers. Why do you try so hard to pretend you're not?"
Chapter 8. Brandon. I gasped, unable to look at Grimora. I was well aware of Roxbury, though, and knew without even looking that Roxbury was puffing out his chest like a rooster and had a fatuous smile on his face. I gave him a dirty glance, and sure enough, he was sitting back, propping himself on his hands and looking stupidly self-satisfied. "It's true I've sworn revenge on this captive and taken some pleasure with him," he said. "Sexually, that is. And you were right before when you said I might not let him go, even after our ransom has been paid. I have an old grudge against him and his family, so I told him I would strip him naked and ravish him every chance I get, every day, maybe twice a day. Simply because I know he hates it so much. Not because I want him, of course. I told him I'd fuck him through the bed until he begged for mercy. I even vowed to knot him until he learns his place." "You're so stupid," I said, curling my lip in a sneer. "You try to knot me, and you draw back a nub instead of a dick." I sat up quickly and grabbed his arm in a harsh grip, like I was about to fight him. A silly attempt at intimidation that he scoffed at. He stared right back at me, daring me to keep on. His chest rose and fell rapidly, but other than that, and some harsh breathing, he was a big fraud, and we both knew it. His eyes widened and sparked with some passion I couldn't read. Was it hatred? A need for revenge? Or what exactly? We might have continued our stare down, but Cremora cleared his throat.
It's foolish to fight these feelings between you. They're much too intense. You could help your mate recover, young captain, if you wanted to. Or you could keep on as you're going and eventually have to bury him.
What? What are you talking about? Roxbury yelled, letting go of my arm as if it burned him, and jumping to his feet like the dumbass he was.
Damn these riddles of yours. What do you mean, bury him? It's no riddle. I've tried to be clear. You can help heal him, or he can continue to deteriorate and may die. Tell the truth. He's not been getting better, has he? In fact, you've seen a slight decline in the short time he's been with you, though you don't like to admit it. Blood magic could help him, or possibly even cure him. I've seen it happen many times, though of course we're limited to what you can transfer to him. If he bit you and sucked your blood, it would help him. The idea of knotting him with multiple orgasms for you both would most likely be beneficial as well. Personally, I think that sounds crazy.
Well, you do know a lot about crazy, Roxbury, I said, unable to hold back the words. He put his face up close to mine, red and furious.
I wouldn't fuck you with somebody else's dick.
Probably the only way you could do it. He jumped to his feet and stormed out, so enraged he could no longer speak, and I watched him go. Gods, he could make me madder than anyone. Now that he was gone, though, a silence fell over the cave, and the only sound was the fire popping and snapping in its niche in the walls. I felt strangely empty and a little sad, and scared at what Cremora had said about me. I didn't want to die. I could feel Cremora's stare, so I shifted my attention to him. What? Do I have something on my face?
No,
he replied softly.
I was just wondering why the two of you are so stubborn.
Stubborn? Me?
You both refuse to admit how you really feel about the other. He's frightened, you know.
I scoffed at the idea. Of what?
Of losing you again.
No, you're wrong about that. We used to be friends, but that was a long time ago. I was actually thrilled to see him for a few moments when he first showed back up out of the blue, because I'd been told he was dead. I was happy. And then he opened his mouth.
I see.
There's no romance here, no mates. Don't you understand? He was a school friend, nothing more. We used to practice how we'd be with our Omega someday. A few kisses for practice. That's all we were doing.
You seem to be trying hard to convince me. Or is it yourself?
I made a scoffing noise and got up to take off outside. Just as I remembered, Roxbury had already done that, stomping off like a teenage girl. And what does that make you? A treacherous little voice inside me asked. You were about to do the same.
Why don't we go outside and talk to him?
Cremora said.
It might help.
If I go out there, I'll kick his ass, which is sounding more and more like a damn good idea.
Go on then. Go and tell him exactly how you feel.
He hesitated and looked me up and down. The twinkle in his eye was a bit suspicious, so I hesitated some more.
Unless you're afraid,
Cremora said softly.
Is that it? Are you afraid of your feelings for him?
Ha! I said, and turned to leave the cave. I did not storm out, however. An important distinction between me and that stupid ass Roxbury. The fog was as thick as ever outside, so thick it seemed almost solid. Roxbury could have been a foot away from me, and I thought I would have seen him. Foolish man, to venture outside in this. I hope he had the sense to stay well up on the ledge and not try to climb around, or he'd surely fall. Not that I cared in the least. Rearranging his face could only improve it. I sat down near the entrance to the cave, drawing up my legs to hug my knees. It was cold out here in the damp fog, and I wondered why I'd allowed Cremora to goad me into going outside. The things he'd said had bothered me, and I didn't want to hear any more of them. Was my health in decline like he said? I had suspected that for weeks now, but I'd been afraid to say the words out loud, or even to allow them to place in my head. Apparently, Cremora saw it, though, and that meant others might have seen it too. Was that why Harrison had sent me on this journey to start with? Had he hoped the sea air might help me? Too many questions, with not enough answers. I was sick of the worry. I surged to my feet, just as someone came out of the fog and ran right into me with a loud oof sound. It was Roxbury, of course. I'd know that strong scent of spice and new leather anywhere. Roxbury had always smelled like that to me, while he used to complain that I smelled like cinnamon apple. Those were pheromones, of course, that neither of us should have been able to smell on another alpha. It didn't seem to matter what we were supposed to do, though, and it never had when it came to the two of us. "Get off me!" I cried out, shoving him as he cursed and swore and rolled around on the ground, clutching his knee. "You've injured my leg!" "Oh, please, you can't be that hurt. Anyway, I didn't do it. You did it to yourself. Stop carrying on so much." "I'm hurt," he said, groaning. "How was I supposed to see you squatting there in the dark like some evil toad frog?" "I'm sitting right in front of the damn cave, and if you opened your eyes instead of flapping your fat lips, you could have easily seen me." He sat up beside me, rubbing his leg and narrowing his eyes. "You deliberately tripped me." "You're ridiculous. If anything, you fell on purpose to mess with me." I bent over to see him better, and found myself nose to nose with him. His damn spicy scent was clogging my nostrils and filling my brain with nonsense. Words like lover and mine filled my head, words I never wanted to hear or think. Damn him. I didn't love him, even though I used to think I did. It was only because I felt badly about him being dead. Then when I found that he wasn't gone after all, everything had changed. Everything was different now, and all it did was get on my nerves.
Roxbury. There I was, minding my own business and trying to get a little fresh air when I got a little chilled and decided to go back to sit beside the opening of the cave. The fog had gotten even thicker in the past few minutes, and soon I might not even be able to see the light coming from inside it. The last thing I needed was to get caught outside in this pea soup, wander off somewhere, and not be able to find my way back. I walked confidently toward the light, not bothering to look down, because I just come this same way after all. And there had been nothing to obstruct my path, no rocks or crevices in the cliff, nothing at all to block me. Or so I thought. I was strolling over to sit down by the entrance when I stumbled over something on the ground and fell over myself, barely stopping my nose from connecting with the rocks and instead smashing my knee into them as I caught myself. I'd skinned up my palms too, and they were stinging like a bitch. I fell over on my side, moaning, and that's when I heard Brandon's big mouth telling me to get off him. And to add insult to injury, he began castigating me because I was in pain.
"Oh, please, you can't be that hurt. Stop carrying on so much."
I saw red at that point. My damn knee was possibly sprained, or maybe even broken, and my hands were scraped, and I'd hurt myself, damn it! "You deliberately tripped me."
"You're ridiculous. If anything, you did it on purpose to mess with me."
"Oh, please, if I'd wanted to mess with you, I'd have grabbed you, like this." I lunged for him, wanting nothing more than to feel my hands around his damn scrawny neck. As I touched him, though, all my resolve to fight him flew up toward the sky. If the fog hadn't obscured his face, I would have sworn this was an omega under me, making those sweet little mewling noises. All I could smell was cinnamon apples, and I wanted to eat 'em right up. Only one thing was wrong. My brain was screaming at me that this wasn't an omega or even a beta. They took a lot of care and attention, and I certainly didn't want to bring one into the kind of rough-and-tumble life I led. And neither did I need a two-faced, traitorous, lying sack of shit like the gorgeous man under me, who was so damn beautiful it made my stomach clench. Why did he have to look so fucking adorable and so in need of protection? He was an alpha, damn him! I looked right into his eyes to tell him that and to remind him how much I hated him and wanted to avenge myself on him. But what came out was, "I'm going to make love to you. If you don't want this, you better say so now, or else I won't be responsible." All I got in response was a deep, heartfelt moan. I took his sweet mouth with mine, and the fog vanished, at least the one in my head. He was my sweet, adorable mate that I would never leave and would cherish and protect with my life. His scent was strongest at his throat, so I moved my mouth down to suck up a mark on him there to prove my ownership. At this rate, he'd be covered in my marks before I was done. It would be a good look for him. The question was, what the hell was I going to do with him now? The idea of anyone taking him away from me was like a giant fist clenching my guts and ripping them out. But I couldn't keep him, could I? No matter what I felt, he was another alpha, and it just wasn't done. What about the fact he had betrayed me all those years ago? Wasn't all that enough to make me want to trade him for a fat purse of gold just as soon as I could arrange it? Fuck, no, it wasn't. None of that even gave me any pause. Maybe Grimora was right. Maybe some kind of blood magic did exist, and we had it. A double dose of it. Hell, I'd seen much stranger things in my travels. All I knew was that I wanted to make love to him, here and now. I wanted to knot him and make him mine. And I was damn tired of waiting. "I want to make love to you. If you don't want that, then speak now, while I can still stop myself." I was pretty sure I could still stop myself anyway. I want it," he said against my ear, and the words inflamed me. "I want you. I don't want to hurt you. Let me take you inside, out of this mess, and find us some privacy, and some oil. We'll need a lot of oil." I looked down at his pretty face, and he was blushing a deep shade of pink. This would hurt him. I knew it would hurt, and I never wanted to do that. He wasn't an omega, made to take my knot. Would this so-called blood magic help us? I didn't have any answers, and I shook my head to try to clear away the last bit of fog, both inside and out. I scrambled to my feet, and then gathered him up in my arms to pull him up to his. Limping only a little, I really had hurt my knee, although I suppose not quite as badly as I'd said. I took his arm and made my way toward the light of the cave. I expected to find Grimora where I'd left him in front of the fire, but he was nowhere to be seen. It was quiet inside, with only the sound of distant snores coming from deeper inside the passage of the cave. "Grimora?" I called softly, but received no answer. However, as I went closer to the fire, I saw a scrap of paper on a stack of furs and went to retrieve it. It was a note from the old wizard. "Here are some furs for you to pull into the shadows if you seek a bit of privacy. You may also have some use for the contents of this bottle. I'm spending the night near Banshira." I showed Brandon the note and the bottle of oil it had been attached to, and together we arranged the furs in the shadowy area beyond the fire. I began to take off my clothes, but I could tell the urgency was gone for Brandon. I thought he was feeling self-conscious. "Did you change your mind?" I asked softly, still taking off my pants. "No, I still want to. I just feel..." "You don't have to do this. I really hoped you would, but it had to be said." Chapter 9. Brandon smiled and touched my cheek with cold fingers. Now I started feeling scared, because what if he hated it? Hated me? What if he regretted this when it was done? I didn't want to take advantage of a moment of weakness. He smiled, a little too bravely for my liking, and toed off the boots. Then he took off his shirt over his head and slid down his trousers. He stood there in the firelight, looking like something out of one of my dreams. I ran my hand over the muscular, rounded globes of his ass, thinking only of how beautiful he was, how hard and lean. This was no soft, silken-skinned omega in front of me. This was an alpha, and he was all mine. All that power and strength at my disposal, and not because I overpowered him, but because he wanted to be with me. He drew my hand up over his heart, and I could feel it pounding away in his broad chest. The idea that he could ever stop? It was a damned devastating idea, and it made me sick. Grimoire said this could help you. Do you believe it? I don't know, but whether it can or not, I still want to make love to you. It's all I've ever wanted since I was 16 years old. It's all I want now. I've never penetrated you before, except with my finger. This would be different, Brandon. I know, but it's time we stopped dancing around this. It's what we both want. I wrapped my arms around him and lowered him to the furs. He parted his thighs like he did this kind of thing all the time. His skin was golden in the firelight. I stretched out my hand and gently ran a finger against his tight pucker. He sucked in a sharp breath, which let me know he wasn't as calm about this as he pretended to be. He drew up his feet and pressed his heels into the fur. Let me use the oil. I poured out way too much in my hand and spread it over him. It was a shockingly intimate thing to do to him, and we both gasped. I wanted him so much I felt lightheaded. He lifted his hips up to grind his naked cock against mine, and I drove my tongue deeply into his mouth, sweeping across the inside of it, tasting him and claiming him as mine. He brought one hand up to clench his cock, pulling at it frantically, wanting to pleasure himself, I guess, and distract himself at the same time. He groaned and arched his back, like he was offering himself to me. On a whim, make that an uncontrollable urge. I bent down and nipped at his neck, breaking the skin. Then I sucked the blood into my mouth. It shocked even me that I would do such a thing, but it seemed like the right thing to do. His blood tasted metallic and surprisingly sweet on my tongue. Bite me, I urged him, and he looked up at me uncomprehendingly. What? Bite me and suck some of my blood. Grimoire said a blood exchange would help you. Do it, please. He shook his head. No, that's disgusting, and I don't want to hurt you. Why are you so stubborn? I fumbled for my trousers and pulled a knife from my pocket. Before he could protest, or I could stop to think this through, I slashed my thumb. Ow! What did you do? He pulled my hand down to look and shook his head. Idiot! Before he could say more, I jammed my thumb in his mouth. Suck it! We began a ridiculous wrestling match, with Brandon trying to pull out my thumb and push me away, and me just as determined to make him swallow my blood. I was a bit stronger, though, and finally wore him down. He gave me an adorably pissed-off look and started to suck it, making an awful face. When I started to get a little lightheaded, I pulled it out and kissed his nose. Thank you, dearie. Shut up and stop calling me that stupid name, and get off me. No, now we have to make love. Fuck you! Next time, I promise, but this time is all for you. No, I've changed my mind. Before he could start yelling at me, I took his mouth again in a deep, soulful kiss. He tried to bite me, but I was too quick for him. Eventually, and very slowly, my kisses began to wear him down. I must admit, it took a while, but I was really determined. Finally, he gave in to my kisses and started to return them wholeheartedly. I was dizzy with wanting him, and my cock was rigidly painful. I put a finger inside him to make sure he was all oiled up. and he groaned and blushed again. I began to move it in and out, giving him friction, and he sighed sweetly. I continued stroking, and he began to move with me, matching my rhythm. I inserted another finger, and he moaned again. Gods, he was making me crazy. He was so tight and hot inside, and smooth as velvet. I wanted to go slow and not hurt him, but at the same time, this was killing me. I leaned over and kissed his thighs and his cock. Then I flipped him over on his stomach and pulled him up to his knees. Put your head down, dear, Brandon. It will open you up more. He trembled, but did as I asked, and I began to feed my cock into his tight, hot little hole. I stopped almost at once, because he gave a little grunt of pain. I stopped and waited, giving him time to get used to it. He was so soft and hot inside, and I wanted desperately to move, but I couldn't hurt him. He reached back and touched my hip. Go ahead, he said softly, and I felt like pumping my fist with relief. I didn't, but it was a close thing. In my defense, it was difficult to think with my big head when my little one was causing me so much grief. His cock sure loved me, though. It was hard again and seemed to be begging for my touch. I was happy to oblige. I began to stroke him, and slowly, he relaxed enough for me to slip the tip of my cock inside him. We both groaned as his muscle relaxed enough to let me in, but he turned his head and gave me a look I couldn't read. I don't think this will work. You're too big. It will work. We'll just take our time. We have all night. But you're not. Is too big. What if we can't? Come on, I coaxed him, feeling a little impatient to get this show on the road. Let's try. After all, it's not going to be over if it never starts. Tell me again why we're doing this. Something about blood and semen or whatever. Grimoire knows. He said it was because of the blood magic. Oh yeah, and because I love doing it so much. He shot me a look over his shoulder, and I kissed the tip of his nose. I want you to love it too, dearie. I thought I heard the words, yeah, right, but I must have been mistaken. He flinched a little as I moved the slightest bit, but he stayed where he was. He was going to grin and bear it, and the alpha asshole inside me wanted to mount him and pound him into the furs. But I knew how badly I'd hurt him if I tried such a thing. I couldn't do that. I pulled back out and sat on my heels to admire my mate and to get a peek at the puckered flesh, now twitching a little. Maybe I needed to rethink this thing. How could I help make this pleasurable for him? I caressed his firm ass with my palm, and a wave of possessiveness washed over me. I wanted to make this good for him every step of the way, but it wasn't happening so far. Why did you stop? I don't want to hurt you. His back tensed. I can take it, and from what Grimoire said, we don't have a choice. I don't care what Grimoire said. I want you to enjoy it. I want you to love it. He sighed, shook his head, and then put it back down, obviously resigning himself to just enduring the pain. Meanwhile, my body was humming with desire and the urge to never see him hurt again. My tongue swiped over him, moved up to mouth his balls, tease his taint, and then dove my tongue straight into his tight pucker. I'd never done this to anyone before, but this was my Brandon. I wanted to see if it helped. I got my answer, because he roared with a shock and what sounded like passion. It was some strong emotion anyway, and he tried to move away, but I held him firmly in position. My mouth worked his most sensitive areas, sometimes swirling my tongue and sometimes sucking, mostly licking him. The smell of cinnamon apples was strong, and I knew that had to be his pheromones working overtime. Brandon cursed and writhed under me the entire time, his fingers fisted and unfisted. He begged me to stop. He begged me to never stop. His back arched high, and he tried to pull away. Then, in the next moment, he tried to push back against my mouth. As I pleasured him, I listened to him come undone, and knew he was lost to the pleasure. Rox, stop! I can't take any more, he cried, and then tried to buck me off when two of my fingers slid inside of him just as the tip of my tongue slid across his pucker again. I tried to pull away, but he cried out, "No, don't stop! Oh, rocks!" I began stretching him again, massaging him with the oil, and he moaned and whimpered as my fingers grazed and rubbed across his prostate. "I'm going to come." "No, not yet!" I ordered sharply, as I wrapped my fingers tightly around the base of his cock, holding up his orgasm until I was deep inside of him. The gland at the base of my cock, my knot, was swelling a bit, and I knew I had to get it inside him while it was still possible.
"Please, please, please," he mumbled. "Don't stop."
His bottom lip was bleeding a little because of the way he had tried to stifle his whimpers and moans. The blood only added to my frenzy for him. I licked it, and he moaned. What the hell did it mean that I craved his blood, I wondered.
"Easy, dearie. I've got you,"
I crooned as I fumbled for the oil to coat my fingers and get them inside him. He wasn't stretched nearly enough, but I had already waited too long. I removed my fingers and pushed the crown of my cock up against his hole. With a quick thrust of my hips, the swollen head pushed past the protective ring of muscles. Another solid pump of my hips, and my cock was buried all the way in and up to my knot. I wonder if it was even possible to squeeze that inside him. His eyes fluttered against his cheeks, and a triumphant smile carved his lips. The side of his face rested against the pillow, and his breathing relaxed.
"Fuck,"
he whispered in awe.
"You did it. I didn't think you could, but you did it. I feel so stuffed."
He frowned, and his body winced.
"Is it supposed to burn? It's burning."
Oh no, he was already feeling my knot, which secreted certain hormones that caused multiple orgasms. I didn't know it would burn. With no other choice, I grabbed his lean hips and as gently as possible eased the baseball-sized gland through his opening. It wasn't easy. He immediately started struggling when he felt the impossible invasion, but I held on tightly, not leaving him any room for escape. Finally, the entire gland disappeared inside the tight passage, and he shouted out hoarsely. My heart ached for him, but my body burned for him and this mating that would make him mine forever. I felt myself growing thicker as my gland tightened its hold. Since there was no escaping me now, I let my hands roam over his body and tried to soothe his fears. He tried to crawl away from me, but our bodies were tied, knotted together for the mating, and it would be this way for maybe the next half hour. I knew he was feeling awful discomfort at the moment, but very soon waves of pleasure would begin to consume him as orgasm after orgasm claimed his body. Every time my gland would pulse, it would caress Brandon's prostate, and an orgasm would rack his body. At least, I sure hoped so. That's how it was for Omegas, so I silently begged the gods to help him get there too.
"Stop! Rox, I can't do this anymore. Take it out."
He kept trying to get away, but it was only resulting in making him squirm on my cock, which drove me wild. Bless his heart, though, his cock had stayed hard through it all. "Shh," I kept whispering as I stroked him. He kept begging for me to withdraw, not understanding that was impossible at this point. My own back arched in ecstasy when the first pulse started to hit me, and that's when his first orgasm overtook him too. Strands of cum spurted from his cock. My body lay over his, pushing him into the furs and flexing my alpha position in the relationship. Nothing I could do to stop it either, though I knew it was a shit thing to do. My alpha had totally taken control. His body trembled and whimpers tumbled from his mouth. When he looked back at me, his bright eyes were darker than normal. He looked weak and exhausted, but incredibly satiated. The poor thing looked like he was ready for a nap. He had no idea that was only the beginning of the ritual.
"You're mine now, dearie. Forever and always,"
I whispered as I kissed the back of his neck.
"Shouldn't you take that thing out of me now?"
I chuckled against his neck. "No, honey, I can't. You know how this works. That was only the first wave. We'll be knotted together like this until my body decides to release. You've been so strong, my perfect mate."
"No way."
he said with a shake of his head.
I can't keep doing this, Rox. Take it out now. It's too much. The stretch and burn hurts, but then the orgasm is even worse.
He was breaking my heart with this shit. You know I can't do anything, I tried to explain. I can't just stop it. Wait, hold on, because I think another one is about to happen. His eyes grew wide, and he started shaking his head. But before he could beg me to stop, the orgasm gripped his body and took over. He moaned and thrashed on my cock, and his lean hips strained down into the furs. When his eyes started to roll back in his head, I gave him another bite. I had expected him to cry out or curse me, but there was nothing. Again and again, the pulses hit my gland, and then his body would quiver and tremble. I was afraid I was killing him, and almost cried out for Gramora, except that I knew Brandon would kill me if I did. When it was finally over, a long time later, I rolled to my back and pulled him with me, unable to bear parting from him. He lay sprawled on top of me, his legs splayed open, and his cock still erect and pointed straight out from his body. I eased him off me, and then got up on my knees to examine him. He wasn't torn, thank the gods, and I vowed never to do this to him again. Never. More than likely, anyway. Not unless he said I could.
Chapter 10. Brandon. The next morning passed in a kind of blur. I felt almost drunk, and I was so sore I was convinced I couldn't walk. Like most things, of course, that was my body's exaggeration. Roxbury was worried sick and went to fetch Gramora, though I ordered him not to. Gramora came and examined me, which was excruciatingly embarrassing for all three of us, since Roxbury was hovering over me like a mother hen. Gramora went to his shelves and came back with a jar of ointment and one of his tisanes for me to choke down, and Roxbury insisted on rubbing on the salve and on feeding me the tisane. He held a spoon of the potion up to my mouth coaxingly, pretending to have patience. When I turned my head away from the smell of it, he snapped, "You have to take this, damn it. Gramora said it would help, and you still have to walk all the way down to the boat when it gets here. Don't think I'm going to be hauling you down there. You're way too heavy." "Thanks," I said. "It's good for you to come to me in my hour of need to yell at me like this." He narrowed his eyes at me and shook the teaspoon again, spilling most of it back in the bowl. In the end, I got most of it down, and it tasted horrible. But it worked like a charm. By mid-morning, I felt pretty much back to normal, and I knew Gramora's magic, though he downplayed it earlier, must be pretty powerful indeed. I lay back on the furs after the potion, resting, while Roxbury went out and signaled to a ship for his men to begin making their way to shore. When I started moving around a bit, I allowed Gramora to coax me into eating something, though it was still hard to face him. He acted so matter-of-fact about it, though, that I tried to play along, like all the noise Roxbury and I had both made the night before hadn't disturbed anyone. If he could pretend, then so could I.
You should begin to see the effects of the mating and blood exchange soon,
Gramora said.
Within the next few days, if my theory is correct, you should begin to feel better.
I nodded, and the next minute Roxbury came back in, bringing with him the smell of the sea. He'd been down to the beach, and his trousers still had wet sand clinging to them.
Get ready, Brandon. The boat is here to pick us up, and the men are nervous.
He turned to Gramora, and self-consciously, it seemed to me, held out his hand. "Thank you," he said. "What do I owe you?"
"Whatever you think it was worth."
He turned a little pale, but pulled out a pouch from the small bag he'd brought on shore with us the day before. Without looking inside, Gramora nodded and slipped it in his robe.
"Come back if you need to. Remember what I said, and keep doing what feels like the right thing. Your instincts have been good so far." I wonder if it would be possible for me to speak to Banshira before we leave.
Gramora and I both looked at him with surprise.
I won't upset him, I promise.
Gramora stared at him a few seconds, and then nodded. He got up and went back inside the cave. What are you going to say to him? I asked. Please don't be mean. Roxbury glanced at me uncertainly, and then nodded. I waited nervously beside him until Gremora came with them to the mouth of the cave. Banshira still stood in the shadows, but at least he wasn't screaming this morning. His eyes glowed at us. Roxbury stepped closer. I wish I knew your name, so I don't have to call you Banshira. You know, I took the name of my old captain, Jack Devane, so I'm not using my old name anymore. You can have it if you like. My given name is William, or Will. May I call you that? Banshira turned his head to the side and made a grunting noise that we both took for an assent. Roxbury smiled. Good. Can I speak to you in private for a second? He motioned for Banshira to step to the side, and then went over to speak softly to him. In a few seconds, he was back, holding out an impatient hand to me. Come along, Brandon. We need to get back on the ship. It's not me that's holding us up. From deep inside the cave, we could hear soft crying starting up, but this time it didn't sound as frantic and angry. Roxbury shifted his feet uncomfortably. If anything should happen, if those villagers ever come looking for him, can you protect yourself? I'll manage. Roxbury went back to his bag and pulled out an old dragoon pistol and a small box of ammunition. This might help if all else fails. Do you know how to use it? Yes, I do. Thank you, Captain. He nodded and turned to take my arm. Let's go. All that noise is no doubt making my men nervous. Not that it takes much. On sudden impulse, I pulled my arm away and hugged Gremora. It seemed to surprise him greatly, and I could have sworn he blushed. As for Roxbury and me, as we made our way down the path to the beach, I could still hear the crying coming from the cave, and I shuddered. What did you say to him? I told him that a long time ago my father and mother told me I couldn't come home again, so I knew a little about how much that hurts. His situation is much, much worse, of course, but I wanted him to know that it doesn't do any good to stay angry. It's like an acid that only eats away at you, but never hurts them at all. The anger only holds you back and winds up destroying you. I glanced over at him in surprise to find him watching me, and then he leaned in close. Are you all right? Do we need to stop and rest? We just barely started down the mountain. I thought you were limping a little. I'm fine. It's just Banshira, or I should say that poor boy. It was kind of you to say that to him, and to give Gremora the pistol. It wasn't kindness. If the entire village came after them, that pistol would be good for only one thing: to give that boy a better death than the villagers would give him. I gasped and clutched his arm. Oh no! Isn't there anything else we can do? I don't know what. My men would never allow either of them on the ship. I suppose your esteemed cousin Lex might be able to do something for him. He's their king regent, after all. He would, if he knew about them. Maybe I could write to him. Not now, you won't. He and Harrison will be searching for you. The rest of your bunch, too, I suppose. I don't mind fighting them, but if I killed any of them, I imagine you'd be quite unreasonable about it. I saved my breath and just gave him a look instead. He grinned. That's what I thought. I'll write to him later on, though, and I won't forget. He muttered something it was probably best I couldn't understand, and we kept on down the path. When we arrived on the beach, we got on the boat that would take us out to where the fancy lady was anchored. I was tired, so I went below to Roxbury's cabin when we got there, and fell across the bed to rest. By midday, we had pulled away from the shores of Igela, and were on our way toward the Lumian Sea to Gilead, where Roxbury had built his island home. I had never been to Gilead, and had only occasionally heard of it, and now it looked as if we were going to spend the winter there. Pirate had first taken over the sparsely inhabited island of Gilead over 50 years earlier, when the pirate named Black-Hearted Harry brought his ship into harbor, loaded down with loot taken from plundering trade ships and down the Lumian and Anbera coastlines. He then bribed the head men of the village in Gilead to let him stay and use it as a base of operations. Over the next 25 years, Gilead became completely taken over by pirates, who discovered that the harbor was well suited to their needs. It was out of the way, being far too north, and too shallow for large man-of-war ships, but deep enough for the fast, shallow draft ships favored by the pirates. From the harbor, pirates could employ hit-and-run tactics on the merchant shipping all up and down the coast, and there was not much to stop them. Some pirates, like old gold-toothed Jack Devane, had even built homes there, planning to retire there one day. The Captain Devane I knew, the newer version of him, had appropriated the house like he had the old pirate's name. The weather held on the first leg of our journey, with that odd clearness the air gets when it's turning colder. The water was very dark, almost black, and the sky was a cloudless blue. The closer we got to leaving the coastline of Igella, the more Roxbury seemed to relax. I listened in fascination that evening over supper, while Roxbury told me all about it. He sat back in his chair as he drank a tankard of ale, and assured me that I would love it.
It's a nice house, plenty big enough, with a fireplace in every room for winter, which comes early so far north. The harbor is protected naturally, though, so we don't have to worry about ships getting icebound. It's perfect, really, if you don't count the sea dragons.
Oh, of course. Why would I? He smiled and nodded.
Exactly. They don't come into the harbor, and we rarely see them.
I opened my mouth to ask more questions. I had so many questions. But I closed it again abruptly and decided to change the subject. I decided he was probably joking and decided it was better not to play along and encourage him. Meanwhile, Roxbury was drinking too much and beginning to lean his elbows on the table and give me long, soulful looks with his eyelids lowered. I knew what that look meant, and I was still not ready for a replay of what happened in Banshira's cave. I pointed my finger at him and said in a loud, clear voice, "No."
What?
You heard me. Just get that look off your face. We are not making love tonight.
Dearie, listen.
No, and don't call me that stupid name.
It's a term of endearment.
The answer is still no. Besides, you're way too drunk. He opened his mouth to reply, when there was a sudden, loud crash on deck. The whole ship seemed to shudder and suddenly lurch a bit to the left, or port, as Roxbury would say. Everything on the table slid to the floor, and so did I. Roxbury managed to get to his feet as the ship suddenly righted itself, and I heard voices calling,
"Sail ho!"
Roxbury was already running out as I managed to get back to my feet, so I struggled into my jacket and began making my way up top, where everything was chaos. Men were running in all directions, and I could hear Roxbury shouting ahead of me. The first mate, Jarvis, came running past me, his eyes rolling in fear.
"Get below! We're under attack!"
"I'm not going anywhere!" Then a flare went up on the starboard side, and for a brief moment the sea was lit up clearly. 3 heavy frigates were bearing down on us, one behind the other, with the wind in their favor at perhaps 14 knots. The one in the lead was bringing its broadside to bear, as Roxbury was shouting orders for the fancy lady to do the same in desperate haste. A flare went up from one of the other ships. I could see there was no way to outrun them. In this wind, the frigates had the advantage, and they were already in full sail. The one closest to the lady was solidly built and well rigged for battle, with iron chains reinforcing the rigging. Men were already pounding down to the gun decks on both ships. I could hear them shouting back and forth to each other. Roxbury was still barking orders somewhere near the bow.
"Stand by to repel boarders!"
I heard him bellowing, and I could hear the sounds of men yelling from the other ship that had been brought around and was drifting nearer to us over the sea.
"Fire, she-bears!"
the captain of the frigate yelled, and red fire and black smoke spit out of their guns. The next moment, the ball hit, and I was falling to the deck as I heard the sounds of splintering wood and loud yelling. Suddenly, Roxbury was beside me, pulling me up to my feet.
"I was coming for you,"
he said, pulling me close. "Stay beside me." I heard the guns on the fancy lady firing too in a loud explosion of sound, but we had gone too far, and the shells that were fired landed harmlessly in the water with loud splashes.
"Avast firing!" Roxbury shouted. "Come back around!" The lady began to make her ponderous turn, which would give the other ships time to lower boats to come across and board us.
"What are you doing? Why don't we try to outrun them?"
"We can't. Not in this wind. We'd never be able to completely outpace them. They're holding steady with us now because we're just floating in the water. Our only chance is to fight. I'm not going to simply hand over my ship."
"But who are they?"
He glanced down at me grimly. "One of the ships is a Gellin, one is Moravian, and the other is flying a said Farman flag."
"What?"
"I believe it's your cousins, led by Lex and Harrison. I figure they've come for you. A rescue mission."
"Oh God, Roxbury, if that's Lex and Harrison over there, they'll never stop. What if we can't win this fight? What are we going to do?"
"Lose, I suspect. But not without a hell of a fight. On second thought, you need to go below when the fighting starts. It'll be safer for you."
"The hell with that!" By this time, most of the crew were at the rails, cutlasses and pistols in hand, and I knew the pirates were going to fight it out to the death. I ran to the railing as well and peered over at one of the other ships, the one that had fired at us. It was the one from Igela, but it was too dark to see on deck. Then, as the two crews yelled and cursed at each other across the gap, a white flag of truce was suddenly slowly raised across the water. There were loud gasps of shock as the pirate crew watched it going up. Someone on the Egelian ship jumped up on the railing as the white flag raised, and a few of the men pulled up their pistols to fire, but Roxbury shouted at them, "Vast that! Lower your guns, you fools! They've raised a flag of truce!" Most of them lowered their barrels, but Roxbury still had to walk along the line of men closest to us and lay about himself with his fists. "I'll jam that barrel up your ass!" he yelled, and cuffed more than one of the men on the sides of their heads before he had them under control. He glanced back at me to make sure I was all right, and then he swung up on the rail himself, holding onto the rigging to steady himself. I ran up to stand beside him and grabbed his leg to hold on, remembering how much he'd had to drink that night. He tried to shake me off, but I clung to him like a tick. I was terrified for him, because I knew that Lexington would give him no quarter, and if that truly was Harrison's ship, I could only shudder to think what he would do. It was his ship that Roxbury had sunk after all. I couldn't see any way this would end well. Peering around Rox's leg to see exactly who it was on the other ship who had jumped to the railing, I saw Lexington himself, his face bold and handsome in the uncertain light of the moon and the red glare of the torches. Chapter 11. "Ahoy on the ship! Are you the captain?" Lexington called across the water to us. "None other!" Roxbury shouted back. "Captain Jack Devane at your service. Were you wanting to surrender to us? I think I'd be willing to offer you some very good terms." I sighed in exasperation and pulled on his pants leg. "Don't piss him off!" Lexington gave a bark of laughter. "I think not, Captain Devane, though I am prepared to offer you a deal." "And what kind of deal would that be? Sink us now or sink us later?" "Oh, definitely now. But I'll allow you and your crew to get on your lifeboats first in return for my demands. We're not too far from Egelian shores. You might even make it. A few of you, anyway." "How kind of you, sir. And what exactly are these demands you speak of?" "Hand over your hostage unharmed. Do it immediately, and you won't hang." "My hostage? Who might that be?" "Lord Brandon Bedford, as you very well know. We know he's on board, and if you've harmed him in any way, I'll hang you from the yardarm myself, so you can watch as your ship sinks to the bottom of the ocean." "A handsome offer. Let me think about it." He put a hand to his brow rather dramatically, I thought, and then shook his head. "My answer is no. Fuck you and your offer." "Damn you, pirate. I mean what I say. I'll destroy you and your ship."
You won't dare fire on this ship for fear of sinking it before you can get your man. Accept my terms. Surrender and let us go.
I could see Lex was fighting mad, but trying hard to control himself. It would be only minutes before he lost his temper and started firing again. I tugged on Roxbury's pants leg again.
Yes, damn it, what is it? He growled at me. I'm a little busy up here at the moment, dearie.
Tell him I want to talk to him.
Hell no.
Hell yes, let me get up there. Roxbury turned back to shut across at Lexington.
One moment, please. I need a moment to confer with my colleague.
Roxbury swung back down to stand beside me, and I clutched his sleeve. Jacobs, his first mate, and some of the others crowded around us.
Let me talk to them. No. Now is that all you wanted? Because I don't think he's going to hold his fire much longer. What is it to be then, Captain?
Jacobs inserted.
The other frigate can come about on our starboard side. Do we negotiate for the hostage's ransom?
Roxbury shot him a look.
I said no. I don't believe our position is strong enough for negotiations at the moment, Jacobs, seeing as how they could easily soon have us surrounded.
He glanced over at me and shook his head.
I won't give you up without a fight. That's my final word. Don't worry. I'll get us out of this.
Don't be crazy, Roxbury. We won't get out of it. You heard Lexington. He means to sink this ship with all hands on board. Let me try to talk to him and make him see reason. I think I can get him to listen to me.
No!
I glared at him, cursing his damn obstinacy, and a few of the men around us were muttering and looked ready to revolt, but only a few. The rest of the lot were as bloody-minded as their damned captain was, and looked like they were ready and willing to fight, because being put out in the open sea in a few lifeboats wasn't a much better option, and they all knew it. We were probably 5 knots off the Agellan shore. In a ship it was close, but not in a lifeboat full of men. Let me negotiate with them, please, Roxbury.
You? What the hell are you going to say to them that won't make everything 10 times worse?
Let me try, damn it. And you're wrong about making it worse. I can't do any worse.
The answer is still no.
Suddenly, Jacobs grabbed him from behind in a headlock, and 3 more men piled on. They took Roxbury to the deck and held him down as he cursed and yelled and kicked to get free. I wasn't sure what to do next, torn, because part of me wanted to help Roxbury, and I was unsure of what was about to happen next. Then Jacobs grabbed my arm.
If you can help, then go ahead. The captain ain't thinking straight at the moment. Get up there on the railing and talk to the man in the other ship.
Don't you dare hurt him, I warned, and he nodded.
No one will hurt him. But if you know that other captain over there, then you best be speaking to him before he sinks us and hurts the captain and the rest of us a whole lot worse.
I nodded quickly, and with one last longing look at my stubborn mate lying on the deck with about 5 pirates piled on top of him, I climbed up on the railing, clinging to the rigging as I'd seen Roxbury do. "Lexington!" I shouted across the gap between the ships. "Lexington, it's me, Brandon!" His head came up from where he'd been bent over toward the deck, speaking to someone, and I saw I'd gotten not only his attention, but that of my cousins, Wyatt and Asher, whom I hadn't seen on the ship before then. They sprang now to the rail, excitedly waving and shouting at me. As glad as I was to see them, my heart sank a little, because I could already imagine their collective reaction to the news that I'd not only found Roxbury, but I'd mated with him. It wasn't going to be a good one, and that was the understatement of the year.
"Brandon, are you unharmed?"
Lex shouted across to me. "Yes, I'm fine," I shouted back. "I'm completely fine, but I need to talk to you. Stop firing on us and making threats so I can come over there and we can talk this out."
"Will that blasted pirate captain let you go?"
"Yes, we're trying to work something out now."
"Tell them to lower a boat and send you over."
I turned to look down at Roxbury as he suddenly gave a loud, muffled roar and made a heaving motion to knock a couple of men off him. They quickly piled back on again as more shouts and cursing came from below them. I heard the smothered cries of,
"The hell you say?"
coming from him. "Roxbury, please, stop it, or you'll hurt yourself," Let me go over there and talk to them. There's no other choice. I promise I'll come back.
Lex looked confused and glanced down at our cousins next to him. What are you saying? Who are you talking to, Brandon? Is it that fucking pirate?
Yes, but it's fine. We're negotiating.
Is he threatening you? Are you sure you're not under duress? Are they forcing you to help them?
He was sounding more and more angry, so I had to act quickly. No, Lex, I just need to speak to you. Maybe you can send someone over here to stand hostage for me while I go over there to talk. There's no other choice. They won't let me come over there unless you send someone. There seemed to be a quick conference. Then Lex replied,
What if all three of us come to you instead under a flag of truce? Me, Asher, and Wyatt.
I glanced down at Jacobs, and he nodded, though his face was strained and pale. I didn't bother to ask my mate as I already knew what he'd say. Yes, that's a good idea. Come on board.
Is it safe? Will the captain honor the truce? Wyatt yelled over him. I'll kill him if he doesn't. Stop it, Wyatt,
Lex said, but a little amused smile was playing around his lips. You might find that hard to do, Wyatt. He's as big and tough as you are, I called back. Wyatt made a rude noise, and I jumped down off the rail and knelt beside Roxbury, who was seething with anger, while Jacobs shoved the men on top of him off to the side. As soon as he was free, I fell on top of him and wrapped my arms around his neck, holding on. He was so angry, he was shaking, and I knew he wanted to do us all some kind of violence, but he also didn't want to hurt me. After I was pretty sure he wouldn't erupt and kill us all, I grabbed his face with both hands and looked into his eyes. I was sitting on top of him, and I felt the connection even at a moment like this. He was hard as a rock, both from the passion of his anger and his feelings for me. Listen to me, please, Rox. I realized I was using the pet name I sometimes called out during sex. He noticed it too, and I saw his nostrils flare a little. I kissed him long and hard, my tongue massaging his lips and then dipping inside his mouth to convince him to settle down and listen. He was breathing hard when I finally pulled away. Lex, Asher, and Wyatt are on their way over to this ship. I'll tell them who you are.
And you think knowing who I am will help the situation?
No, not really. But they're smart, and it won't take them long to figure it out anyway. He made a little scoffing noise, and I grabbed his chin and made him look right into my eyes again. Focus! Now, I could tell them about us right away, but they wouldn't like it, and it might make things worse.
Fuck what they like, and it can hardly be worse.
Yes, I know. I'm a grown man, and they can't stop me if I decide to go with you, which I will. The problem is the gold you stole from me. That's Harrison's gold, and we have to give it back. Also, there's the fact that you sank Harrison's ship. He's on the other ship, and he's not going to just forgive and forget that so easily. He opened his mouth to reply, his eyes blazing, and I put a hand over his lips to shut him up. Hush and listen to me. Please, Rox. I think I can talk Lexington into taking the fancy lady as a substitute for the ship you sank, and you can give him back the gold.
The hell I will!
At least you'll have your lives and the chance to get the ship back one day. You can't do any of that if they hang you all from the yardarm and send the fancy lady to the bottom of the sea. He has a point, sir, Jacobs put in from behind me.
It looks like our backs are against the wall here. Shut the fuck up, Rogers!
He glanced back at me.
You'd never talk that fucking Lexington into such a deal.
I can try, and I think I can do it. If I also promise never to see you again. My hand went back over his mouth then, though he bucked me off and surged to his feet.
That's out of the question. You know why that won't work.
Yes, but they don't understand that. Not yet. If I can get them alone and talk to them, I think I can get them to see reason. And besides, I won't give them a choice. I'm not a boy anymore. I'm a man, fully grown, and I make my own decisions just like they do. But this way, maybe I can buy us time. Time for me to explain to them and get them to see reason. Then I can come to you.
No, ridiculous, and I won't do it.
I thought you'd say that. Chapter 12. I turned back to Jacob's. I didn't have much time, because a boat carrying all 3 of my cousins was already being lowered into the water. It would be only minutes before they would be climbing on board our ship. Jacobs, get the men to take the captain below and lock him in his cabin until they leave. Bring the gold back with you. He keeps it in his desk. I heard his roar of outrage, and the fight had already started up behind me. I determinedly turned my back, yelling out, "Don't hurt him!" as a large group of men bore him away. I had to trust them, which was excruciating, because these were pirates after all. But I didn't feel as if I had much choice. If I couldn't save their ship for them, they'd all die. Maybe they deserved that fate, but I couldn't bear it for Roxbury. I'd die myself first. I turned and faced the rails again, squaring my shoulders and getting ready for what was coming. As soon as Lex, Asher, and White climbed on board, they enveloped me in a huge hug. White whispered to me that he'd feared the worst, but I pulled away and shook my head at them, and pulled away as they tried to surround me and herd me back to their boat. "No, I can't leave!" The 3 of them looked shocked and glanced uneasily at each other. "Brandon," Lex said softly, coming closer to me, but moving slowly, like I was some wild animal. "You've been through an ordeal, and you're not thinking straight. I think you may have started identifying a little with these pirates, because they haven't killed you yet, and you're grateful for that. But you have to come with us now. We take you home." "King Harrison is on board the other ship, along with your fiancé, Brandon," Asher said, nodding back behind us. "Prince Chandler. He's really looking forward to seeing you again, and he insisted on coming along. They're making their way to our ship now to be there when you arrive. Everyone has been really worried about you." "What? King Harrison and Prince Chandler are here? No, I can't. That is, I need to speak with the prince, I guess, but I don't really want to see him right now. Please, maybe I could write him a letter or something, and you can take it to him." Lexington got his alpha tone all of a sudden and tried bullying me. "Brandon, listen to yourself. You're not making any sense right now. Why don't you want to come with us? All right, we'll put the damned pirates on lifeboats and not hang them outright. I promise." "No, you can't do that. We're too far from Igela, and they won't make it. It could be a death sentence. I insist you take them back to shore."
"Brandon, be reasonable."
"Just stop talking! I have something to tell you, and it's something you need to know about me." Just then, the shouting from below decks that had been getting steadily louder suddenly ended with a loud crash, and Roxbury burst out of the door leading below decks. His face was furious, and he charged over to us and grabbed me to pull me in his arms. Wyatt reacted by knocking him away with a roar, and Roxbury roared right back at him. They grabbed at each other and began wrestling with each other to the deck, and Asher would have joined in if I hadn't grabbed him around the waist and taken him down as well. Then Lexington came to Asher's aid, and before I knew it, there was a full-on brawl going on. Some of Roxbury's men appeared out of nowhere, it seemed, to help, though they were no match for the Alphas. I managed to get away, and as I scrambled to my feet, I grabbed for Lex's gun that he had strapped around his waist and fired it up in the air. The noise was shocking and stopped everyone in their tracks. Even Roxbury, who had Wyatt in a headlock, dropped his hands and stared up at me in shock. Lexington grabbed for the gun, but I danced backward, leveling it at him. "Get back, Lex! I swear to the gods, I'll shoot!" A lot of things started happening at once. Somehow, Wyatt noticed what was happening from his position under Roxbury, and he threw him off in a great burst of strength. He held out an imploring hand to me. "Brandon, don't shoot!" Meanwhile, Lex fell back in shock, holding up his hands, and Asher was looking at me like I'd taken leave of my senses. Roxbury only grinned fiercely at me and held out his hand for the gun. "No!" I shouted at him. "This is not about taking sides. Everybody just stop!" I waved the pistol in the air at all of them, Of course, I had no idea of pulling the trigger, but they didn't know that. They weren't sure of it anyway, and that little bit of doubt froze all of them in their tracks, and even better, it shut them up for a few seconds. Listen to me, all of you. This man, I gestured toward Roxbury, this pirate captain is Lord Roxbury. You remember him from school, surely you do. He was my best friend in the world. I thought we were his best friends, Wyatt murmured to Asher, who laughed and shook his head. My packmates still looked confused, and Lexington stared at Roxbury. Who did you say he was? What has he been telling you? The Lord Roxbury we knew has been dead for years. No, I'm not, Rox said, and I echoed him. No, he's not. This is Lord Roxbury, the one we knew from school, though he now goes by the name Captain Jack Devane. He's a pirate, and he didn't die 10 years ago, like we were told. What the hell is going on? Wyatt murmured, and Lex and Asher just stared at both of us. His naval ship was attacked and sunk by pirates, but they took Roxbury hostage, and eventually they made him one of them. It's a long story, but it's all true. Oh, I believe it. Roxbury as a pirate is not much of a stretch, to be honest, Lex said, glaring at Roxbury. I can easily see it. I shot him a dirty look. Not helping, Lex. Why didn't you bring Brandon home to us, if you are really his friend like you claim? Asher demanded of Roxbury as Wyatt got back to his feet, growling. Because he belongs to me, damn you! Rox shouted, and Lexington blinked in confusion. Belongs to you? What the fuck do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. He's my mate, and I've claimed him. Rox, you're only making things worse. I groaned and rolled around to look at Lex and direct my remarks to him. He was our leader, and the others would follow what he said. He was frowning at me in surprise and disbelief. Brandon, tell me what's happening here. Is any of that drivel true? Are you? He came closer and literally sniffed at me. Did this pirate cast some kind of spell on you? Asher, what do you think? Asher stepped closer too, and his gaze traveled up and down me with suspicion. He has magic of some kind working inside him. It's strong too. Lexington's eyes widened, and he touched my arm, though I jerked away. Gods, you do! He's done something to you, hasn't he? He turned to glare at Roxbury. What have you done to him, damn it? What kind of spell do you have him under? I haven't done any spell. But if I had, it wouldn't be any of your fucking business. So back the fuck off. Asher and Wyatt both charged forward instead, and began wrestling with Roxbury again, trying to choke him. Of course, that idiot fought back and began pummeling both of them, ready to fight the whole crowd. Stop it, damn you, or I'll shoot you all! Roxbury gaped at me in shock. Brandon, he said in a disbelieving voice. Hell, I was having trouble believing it myself. I'm sorry, I really am, but you all have to listen to me and stop this fighting! They just stood there, staring at me like I'd lost my mind. Hell, maybe I had. I needed to talk to my cousins alone, and having them come over to this ship had been a serious mistake. I could see that now. I'm going back over to their ship, Roxbury, to talk to them. Do not try to stop me. Brandon, please, think this through. They won't allow you to come back. No, I need to be able to think. And I can't do that with you threatening to beat them up and them trying to kill you. I took a deep breath. I'm a grown man and can make my own decisions. They can't stop me. I glanced around at all of them until they dropped their gazes. Rox, you stay here and let me try to explain to them what's going on. Then they can take you and your men to the nearest port and let you get off the ship. Fuck that, Lex muttered. I'm not going anywhere without you. Roxbury folded his arms over his chest and gave me a mulish look. Let me handle this, Brandon, Lex said, taking an aggressive step forward. Both of you be quiet! Let me remind you again that this is my life and my decision. It was Wyatt's turn to interrupt. But Brandon, be sensible. He attacked the ship you were on and sank it. He stole from the king. I know all that, but we're all going to be reasonable and work something out, aren't we, Rox? He glared at me as I turned back to Lex. Now let's get back on your boat and go over to your ship. We'll sit down and talk this out. Agreed? I asked, pointing the gun at them again. Agreed, Lex said, but reluctantly, and he was frowning for all he was worth. But I'm only agreeing to hear you out. That's it. Whatever. I'd like to remind you all that I'm coming back to the ship tonight, and nothing you can say will change my mind. There are things you're not aware of, and that I need to tell you. All I ask is that when I do, you back me up and be in my corner, like I've always been with you. More frowns, more mumbling, but in the end, they finally agreed to hear me out. I went over to Roxbury and kissed him hard on the lips that were still trying to argue with me. I could feel the shock rolling off my cousins behind me. I'm coming back, I promised him. I swear it on my life. He didn't look convinced, and the last glimpse of him I had was him leaning over the railing glaring down at me. I turned determinedly away, and Wyatt and Asher rowed us back over to Lex's ship. It took only a few minutes until I was climbing on board their ship, staring back over at the fancy lady. I could still hear Roxbury shouting behind me. We need to talk, I told Lex as soon as we were all back on board. We certainly do, but let me bring Harrison and Prince Chandler over to this ship. They're both anxious to see you and make sure you're all right. I'm already here, Lex, came a voice from behind me, and it turned to sinking Harrison striding toward me. I was shocked to see him, because it was such an unusual thing for him to do. He was known for appearing in war zones, with little regard for his personal safety, but this wasn't a war. Your Majesty, I said, trying to bow to him. It's good to see you, but what in the world are you doing here? You shouldn't have to put yourself in any danger. There's little danger, Brandon, with 3 good ships against 1 pirate vessel. And I have a score to settle against this particular pirate. He came over to me and hugged me hard and held me out at arm's length. He had guards standing slightly behind him, and I had to admit it was good to see him again. He was Lex's older brother, but he had always been really good to me, and in a way, I thought of him as my older brother too. I was touched that he'd come all this way on a warship to help rescue me. On the other hand, what he'd said about a score to settle was alarming, and I was scared to death for Roxbury. Somehow, I had to convince him not to pursue this. Thank the gods we have you back safely. Well, about that. Prince Chandler is with me. The boy insisted on coming along. We've all been really worried about you. I appreciate that, Your Majesty, but I don't want to see Chandler. He looked at me with a puzzled frown. What do you mean? I don't think I understand. It's a long story, sir, but I can't see him now. I heard a soft gasp from behind us, and I whirled around to see Prince Chandler standing some 10 feet away, close enough that he obviously overheard my remark. He had an entourage of sorts around him, including the priest, Kellen. They were all staring gravely at me. I think I blushed, because I could feel the heat in my cheeks. If not now, then when? Chandler asked in a quiet voice. I thought you were on the other ship. No, I left and came over to this one with Harrison, while you alphas were all brawling over there with the pirates. My entire family came along on the said farmer's ship, hoping to witness our happy reunion. Even my father, the king, who hasn't been on a sea voyage like this in years. They all wanted to be here to see me greet my fiancée. His eyes met mine. Foolishly, as it turns out. I thought you'd be happy to see me again, Brandon. Though shocked, I had enough presence of mind to drop a deep bow to him. Of course it's good to see you, Chandler, but we have a lot to talk about. We should go somewhere private. Yes, it seems that we do have a great deal to discuss, but our privacy is over with now.
You were all shouting quite a lot just now, and I heard quite clearly what you were saying. Your voices carried very well. Am I to understand that you know this pirate? Have known him since your school years?
We did go to school together years ago, yes. We were very close once.
I see. And I could have sworn I heard the word mate.
Chandler's voice was rising, and I remembered how he'd said voices carried over the water. Was Roxbury listening to this?
Surely I must have been mistaken, seeing as how you're engaged to me.
He lifted his head and gazed at me, and I easily remembered again why I'd once agreed to marry him. He was a gorgeous young man, and his cherry pie omega scent wafted over to me on the breeze off the ocean. It stirred me a little, like omegas always affected me, but not with any real longing or lust for him like it should have, like omegas should affect an alpha. It was like viewing beautiful art in a museum, lovely to look at and desirable in an abstract way, but with no need to actually own it. He must have realized my feelings, because his features sharpened and his eyes flashed.
I see, he said, and began fingering the jeweled amulet I'd noticed that he always wore on a gold chain around his neck. And are you telling me that you've been intimate with that pirate, that criminal, that you've broken your vow to me? I could feel Lex step up behind me and lay a hand on my shoulder for support.
Chandler, I'd hoped to speak to you about this in private.
Harrison took a step toward us.
Let's not be hasty, Brandon. You've had a terrible ordeal. Give it some time, and you'll see you're making a mistake.
Were you going to speak to me, or write me a letter? Chandler asked with a spiteful tone. I told you that the voices carried quite well across the water, and you were all shouting pretty loudly at each other. I think I understand all too well.
I know I flushed then, because I could feel my face flaming. I hated the idea that I'd hurt him and embarrassed Lex and Harrison. I could only imagine what Queen Rosamond would have to say about all this. In fact, what if she were hearing our raised voices even now? There was going to be a huge scandal over this thing. I took a breath and nodded. Chandler, please listen to me. I said I wanted to just write to you to avoid a scene like this. I know it was cowardly, and you deserve much better. I'd hoped to avoid recriminations, but that was very wrong too. You have the right to express your feelings. I hope you can forgive me. It's just that Roxbury, the captain of that pirate ship, is an old friend that I thought was lost to me years ago. Long before I ever met you, I made promises to him first. We made our own vows to each other. He was a friend that I loved, that I still love, very much. When we met again, well, some things happened between us that neither of us ever planned or intended. I never meant to hurt you. I only hope that you can forgive me one day. Chandler stood there, still 10 feet or so away, and stared at me as he held his amulet and rubbed his thumb slowly over it. He closed his eyes, clearly in pain, and I wished I could find the words that would comfort him. He lowered his head, and I thought he might have sobbed once. I took a quick step toward him, but the priest Kellen stepped between us and put an arm around his shoulders to comfort him, murmuring to him, "Prince Chandler, please, maybe we can find a place the two of you can speak in private." I thought I heard a loud shout, and before I could figure out where it had come from, I heard a strange, loud popping sound that seemed to come out of the very ether around us. It was so loud, I winced and covered my ears, and saw others doing the same. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion then. I was standing beside Harrison when the ship lurched violently to the right, and we both fell sprawling to the deck. A strong wind sprang up out of absolutely nowhere, coming straight down out of the sky, but blowing only toward the fancy lady, and it seemed to be affecting only her. I scrambled back to my feet in time to see her sails catch the powerful wind and bulge out full and streaming. A dozen or more of her braces snapped like strings with a loud pinging sound, and the masts actually groaned as they leaned dangerously far over toward the waves and away from the wind. The whole ship turned away, in fact, as if driven by a hurricane-force wind, and I could hear men screaming as they were blown right out of the masts. Other men were hanging from the rigging, their feet swinging in midair. Some fell straight down into the ocean. I fought then to get off the ship and get back to rocks, but I was grabbed and held tightly by Harrison and the other alphas. All I could do was watch in horror and call to Roxbury. I called his name over and over, but the wind snatched my voice away. I could hear his shouts, though, coming clearly across the water, and already men were crawling toward the side of the lady, the side that was about to topple. She was leaning so precariously away from the wind, she was in real danger of capsizing. The men gave their weight to try and right the ship, which was almost swamped and turned over more and more on its side. As we watched in horrified fascination, a huge wave swelled up from the same direction as the wind and was driven forward by it. It was like magic. Indeed, it had to be magic, because there was no other explanation for it. The fancy lady was suspended for one terrible moment in time on her side in front of us. Then the huge wave reached her, washing over her and flipping her over in the water like a child's toy. She never came up again. Only the curve of her hull remained above the surface, but even as we watched, it quickly slipped down beneath the black waves until the surface of the ocean was once again smooth and glassy where she had been. I gave a hoarse cry of agony and heartbreak, and I tried again to jump in to swim toward the last place the lady had been. Only the combined efforts of Lex, Asher, Wyatt, and Harrison were enough to stop me. I could hear the shouts of horror from the sailors on board the other ships, too. They were amazed and appalled by what had happened. It seemed that even a pirate deserved a better fate, and they had been under a white flag. Whoever had used their magic against the fancy lady was a stone-cold, sickening killer. But I was only aware of all that much later. At the time, and in the immediate aftermath, I was too much overcome with grief and pain to think at all clearly. I was out of my mind with it. I would much rather have joined Roxbury in his watery grave, and I tried really hard to break free and join them. I was vaguely aware that Lex and the captain of the Sudfarman ship had frantically launched boats to search for survivors, though none were ever found. But mostly, I was only aware of pain like I'd never known before. To find Rox again, and then to lose him in such a horrifying way, was far too hard, too monstrous to even contemplate. For many days afterward, I simply didn't. I existed in a fog of dark despair, the likes of which I'd never known. And in rare moments of lucidity, I began to make plans to join Roxbury as soon as I could.
Chapter 13. Roxbury. I don't know exactly how I managed to escape the ship as she capsized and sank beneath the waves when no one else did. I had managed to claw my way up the side when the lady was first in danger of capsizing, so I was at the rail, my arm wrapped tightly around it when she began to take on water and flip over. I jumped free and dove as she began to go, and I swam for my life to get away so she wouldn't drag me down with her. She still tried, but I managed to swim far enough away in those last seconds that I got out of the worst of the deadly sucking pull of the hull. Managing to break free, I swam up and up toward the surface as soon as I knew I had cleared the hull, swimming endlessly, it seemed, until my lungs felt as if they were bursting. I remembered other men in the water around me. Some of them had jumped at the last minute too, but they must not have escaped the drag of the ship on its way down. For the first time, I was glad Brandon had gone over to Lex's ship. It meant he hadn't been with me as the lady sank. That one thought helped sustain me as I swam for my life. If he had been on board, I might not have been able to save him, and I wouldn't have left him, so I would have died too. With lungs bursting and little lights exploding behind my eyes, my head finally broke the surface, and I sucked in lungful after lungful of air. As I reached the surface, I realized I was alone. I recalled how the weight of the fancy lady had pulled at me as she sank, trying to suck me along with her, though I was swimming desperately to get away to reach air. Gasping to drag air into my lungs, half out of my mind with rage and grief, I hung over the abyss beneath me, looking around myself frantically, but there was no one on the surface except for me. I cleared the salt from my stinging eyes, and when I could see again, I glanced around me again, trying to orient myself, and saw I had somehow made it a good way from where the fancy lady had gone down, helped along with that fucking wicked wind, I might add, which was still blowing me in the opposite direction of the other ships. The cold water was already wreaking havoc on my body, but though I could see the lifeboats in the water searching for survivors, and though I knew Brandon must be frantic with worry, every time I tried to swim toward them, the current held me back. After a while, I quit trying because all I was doing was exhausting myself. I knew I couldn't make it against that treacherous wind that had sunk us. It was grabbing my voice and carrying it in the opposite direction from the boats, so they couldn't hear me if I shouted, and at that moment, I didn't have the breath anyway to keep trying. One of the masts from the ship floated past me in the water. It must have broken off as we overturned. I quickly swam over to it and wrapped my arms around it to give myself a chance to rest. My weight tried to sink it a little in the water when I put a leg over it, so I didn't try to get on top of it, but clung to it, resting and trying to wrap my mind around what had happened. I couldn't float on top of it, but it was still a blessing just to be able to rest my arms on top of it and to have my face up out of the water for a while. I hung there for what seemed like an endless time, just trying to breathe and gather my strength. Meanwhile, the current was taking me farther and farther away from the rescue boats, back toward Igella. I knew that it was about 5 nautical miles to the shore of Igella, the closest landmass. A nautical mile was longer than a land mile, so I calculated it was around 6 or 6.5 miles away. It was in the realm of possibility, but just barely. If the weather held, and I didn't get lost, and the waves weren't too strong against me, if I didn't freeze to death, and if I could muster the strength, maybe I could make land. I'd always been a strong swimmer. One saving grace was that the northern shores of Igella were surrounded by reefs and rocks that jutted out of the water, some of them 20 feet in length or more. Some of them were as much as a mile or 2 from shore, which would give me a resting place if I could reach one of them first. Now, a reef was not a hospitable place to be, but it would be possible for me to rest on one, if I could make it. Maybe even stay there long enough to attract the attention of a passing fisherman, or a boat rounding the tip of Igella. The reefs were fairly close to shore, and though they were dangerous to ships, most of them were shallow all around. It might even be possible to find rainwater collected on one or another. It gave me a bit of hope anyway that I could find one, rest on it, and then make the final effort to make shore. I wished I could continue to ride the mast, but it was way too long and impossible to steer. Even the broken part that I'd found. I wasn't sure, but I thought the wind was dying, and the tide had begun to turn, taking the mast and me farther out to sea. It was now or never, so I slid off into the cold water and began to swim for my life. I didn't rush, but took it slow and steady, one arm after the next, over and over, counting the strokes as I went to occupy my mind. I didn't look behind me, in case the sight of the ships still in the water, even though impossible to reach, might tempt me to turn around and try for one of them. I knew that effort would fail, because I strongly suspected witchcraft was involved, and probably some spell, keeping any signs of survivors away from their would-be rescuers. In the back of my mind, I thought I probably wouldn't make shore because of this same dark sorcery. Whatever terrible black spells that had been cast against the fancy lady would still be at work. The sun was setting as I swam toward Igella, plowing along, floating when I could, not thinking about how far I still had to go, or much of anything really. I purposely kept my mind a blank, and I think I may have slipped into a waking dream. In that dream, I was swimming with dolphins, as I had once done long ago off the coast of Sedfarma in southern seas. The weather was warm and caressed my skin like silk, and the hot sun shone down on my back. Occasionally, a dolphin would swim playfully close and bump me with its nose like a cat. When I came back fully awake, I saw no playful dolphins and no company except for the stars overhead. Nightfall had fallen like a black velvet curtain, sharp and sudden. Only the moon and the starlight overhead showed me the way, and I sent up a silent prayer of thanks to the gods. I prayed to the gods I no longer believed in that they would keep the clouds away and the skies clear. I was used to using the stars for navigation, so much so that it was like second nature to me now, and I'd have little difficulty as long as the clouds kept far away. I swam and kicked and tried not to think about where I was and how far it still was, and the bottomless depths of the sea beneath me. I had begun to see an occasional light far in the distance, and wondered if that was a hallucination, or if it could possibly be lights on the shores of Agella. Without any warning, I suddenly ran right up against a dark mass rising from the water. A huge rock or reef, black as a whale's back in the water, with waves breaking across it in sprays of white foam. I reached it and just clung to it for a long while, too weak to pull myself up on it. When I finally managed to gather the strength, I discovered a small crevice in the middle of the rock where rainwater had collected. It was brackish and tasted terrible, but it wasn't salt water, and my tongue was stuck to the roof of my mouth, and I knew I must be badly dehydrated. I drank as much as I could, threw it up again, and then drank some more, threw that up too. After a long, long time, during which I shivered uncontrollably in the cold night air, I thought it might be time to try and make the final push toward the shore. I heaved myself back over into the water and began swimming toward the beach. It didn't look that far away, but I knew that was deceptive. The waves were helping to push me to the shore, and I allowed myself to be taken by them. When I finally crawled up on the beach, I was shuddering with cold. I was mostly naked, bruised, and scratched from the rocks. My skin was encrusted with salt, and I'd never been so grateful before for my life. I think I passed out then, so exhausted and worn out that I couldn't have called it falling into a natural sleep, but more like sinking into complete exhaustion. I slept dreamlessly, and awoke to find myself being dragged along the beach. I was encased in a rough blanket, and someone had the ends gathered in his hand, and was pulling me along behind him. He had his back to me as he heaved me down the sand, and I must have made a noise of some kind that made him stop his efforts and turn around to look down at me. The face I saw nearly made me pass out again, this time in fear, because all I could see was a set of enormous sharp teeth and a dark, hairy face. Then I realized that what I was looking at was Ben-Shira, the so-called monster of the cave, and he was smiling at me. It was a couple of days later when I woke up again and stayed conscious for more than a few seconds. Hard to believe I'd been mostly unconscious for 2 days, but there I was. Perhaps I hadn't been in quite as good shape as I thought I was, because my body ached all over. At least I was surrounded by warmth and soft light, and Grimora was bending over me solicitously, with a worried frown on his face. His eyes widened when he realized I was awake, and he stared down at me. "Ah, young captain, I'm glad to see you open your eyes. I've been worried about you. You've been asleep for a long time."
"I've been pretty worried about myself,"
I said, or at least I tried to. My voice came out in a croak like a bullfrog's. Grimora quickly held a cup of cool water to my cracked lips, and I drank deeply, until I was out of breath and lightheaded and had to lay my head back down for a minute or two. Finally, I swallowed hard and tried again.
"I meant to say, I've been worried about me too."
I still sounded pretty bad to my own ears, but perhaps not quite as alarming as before. "Where is your ship, my friend?" Grimora asked softly. I shook my head.
"At the bottom of the sea."
"With all hands on board?" A sudden chill slipped down my spine at his tone, like an icy finger, as the memories came back to me, and I nodded.
"All but me."
"Your bloodmate?" he asked, looking shocked.
"No, thank the gods. He had left the ship only minutes before, going over to another vessel. He's safe."
"I see," he replied, but still looking troubled.
"What is it? What do you know, Grimora? Tell me quickly."
"No? How could I know anything?"
"The same way you know about everything.
Do you have a bad feeling about him?" "No, not really, but I sense he's in danger, both from himself and others." "What does that mean, damn it?" I made a sudden effort to get up, surprised to find myself so completely worn out and exhausted that every muscle in my body, it seemed, was aching and refusing to move. I fell back on the furs, breathing hard. "What kind of danger?" I shouted, feeling alarmed. "I don't know. No, don't get upset. I don't. Not yet, anyway, though perhaps it will come to me. I simply feel uneasy about him. I can surmise he must be having a hard time. I don't know anything for sure. He's with his cousins, his pack. Surely they'll watch out for him. Yes, I'm sure they will." I tried to get up, with some half-baked idea about going after Brandon right away, but it was no use. I obviously wasn't thinking straight, because I could barely move, let alone mount a rescue effort. "You said he was in danger from himself? What do you mean by that?" "We can discuss this later. For now, you need to rest and heal. You're no good to him until you do." "No, the hell with that," I tried to say, but I fell back, dizzy and disoriented. I was awake long enough to take a few sips of some kind of vile-tasting tonic he pressed on me, and then my eyes shut, and I fell back into a deep, coma-like sleep. I suspected there had been something in the tonic to knock me out and make me have awful dreams. In them, I was falling over and over again, the dark shadow of the hull all around me. And then I was trying desperately to swim to the surface, as beside me bodies were floating up to the surface. One or two of them I recognized and tried to take with me to the top, but I couldn't hold on to them. One of them, the first mate, mouthed curses at me as he slid toward the bottom. As they slipped from my hands one by one, a vast black fin rose up in front of me. I whirled around in the water to get away, but I could still feel it behind me, getting closer and closer, and I knew it must be a sea monster who would swallow me whole. I woke up screaming. Once again, Grimora was there, pushing me back down and soothing me in a soft voice. He reassured me that I was out of the sea now and safe inside his cave, and he pushed the hair out of my face and made me lie back down again. I believe I had a fever because I was burning up. Again, he held my shoulders and made me drink some horrible substance that put me back to sleep, but this time there weren't any more bad dreams. The next time I awoke, I decided I might live after all. I had no idea how much time might have passed, and I looked around for Grimora. I found him close by. He came over to me, offering me broth in a cup, which I drank down greedily and looked around for more. He offered me some bread instead, and I ate that more slowly and didn't throw it back up, which I counted as a win. It exhausted me, though, and I fell asleep again. All that long day I slept, woke back up to eat, and drank another of his potions, and then before I knew it, I was asleep again. A vicious cycle, but a healing one. Finally, and I think it was late in the evening because of the quality of light, I was able to sit up without passing out. Grimora handed me a warm drink, and deeper in the cave, I thought I could hear the rumbling snores of Banshira echoing down the passageway. "He saved me, you know," I told Grimora, though of course he must know. I wasn't quite 100% yet, I suppose. "He brought me here." "Yes, I was with him, but you were mostly unconscious when we pulled you off the beach." "Oh, but that wasn't your beach, though." "No, it was a few miles away." "Then how did you—" He shrugged, as if in embarrassment. "I saw you in a dream." "You saw me?" "Yes, I saw you swimming toward Igella. You shouldn't have been able to make it in those icy waters with the choppy waves. I was most concerned for you. Banshira and I came as soon as the skies lightened the next morning." "And you found me?" "Indeed we did. We built a big fire hoping you'd see it." "I think I did, and you have my gratitude. I don't know if I could have walked here to this cave." "Why did your ship sink? Did the other ships do it?" "You know about them too?" "No, or at least I don't think they did anything. A freakish wind blew out of a clear blue sky, caught our sails, and toppled us right over. We sank like a stone. A freakish wind? Or a magical one? It had to be some kind of wicked sorcery, though I don't know who could have done such a thing. Sent 50 men to their doom without remorse. I took a deep, and I admit, a shuddery breath. I had only a working relationship with my men. They were pirates and outlaws after all, but I'd been with some of them for years, and some of them, at least, weren't so bad. A few of them I'd known for almost 10 years, and I wouldn't have wished that kind of death on anyone. They hadn't had a chance, and I still didn't understand how I'd managed to survive when they had all perished. You're wondering how you made it when the others didn't, aren't you? I glanced up in surprise. How the fuck do you do that? It's very disconcerting, you know, for you to read my thoughts. He only smiled. Your face is expressive, Captain, and I suspect you made it partly because of your strength and determination, and partly because of the magic in your blood, as we've discussed before. Magic is an odd thing, and takes people in different ways. Yours happens to be all tied up with your mate, and he no doubt willed you to survive, though he may not even have been aware of it. His feelings for you are extremely strong, and his emotions were high as he saw your ship capsizing. He was beside himself, in fact. And you know this how? Again he shrugged. I had a dream. Uh-huh. Brandon has no real magic. Don't discount the power of love and blood magic. It can be one of the most powerful forces in our world, not to mention the presence of 2 witches on board with your mate, his cousins, I believe. It was too late for them to intervene when they realized what was happening to your ship, but I think they instinctively tried to help you and your men. That would be Asher and Lexington, I suppose. Odd to hear them both called witches, though I knew they both had strong magic, and that's essentially what they were. Do you know who sank my ship? He shook his head. No, I have tried, but he disguises himself well, and his wards are in place. I can't see his face at all. He was on one of the ships that were around you, but that's all I know. Yeah, so much for Grimoire's claims that he didn't have magic. You said Brandon is in some kind of danger, from himself and others. You told me. From this dark sorcerer, of course, though I feel he's not after your mate at the moment. The danger isn't over. He still plans to harm him, but he's waiting for something. Right now, your mate is in danger more from himself, though, because of the terrible grief he feels for you. He thinks you're dead, and wants to follow you. He what? His feelings for you are strong and unbreakable, and he suffers from a melancholy in his soul that has been there for many years, I think. He gave me a long, thoughtful look. You've seen this before. You know about it. You must be able to feel it through your blood connection. Yes, I knew. I'd seen it when he was just a boy, after his parents and his brother died in a carriage accident. He had wanted to die then too, and it had taken a lot of work to pull him out of that dark place he'd gone to. His cousins had helped, but I like to think it was me who had made the biggest difference. According to what Grimoire had said about this blood magic thing we had for each other, maybe I'd been right about that all along. I felt a heavy sadness deep in my soul that I had attributed to the loss of my ship and my men. But when I actually examined it, I felt an overwhelming depression that I'd never felt before, and it was all centered around Brandon. Was it caused by him? Was I feeling a little of what he was feeling? I knew how close he'd been in the past to this melancholy, and had always been to some extent. He'd been close to losing himself in a black hole of depression, and it was all the more reason I had to try and make up for not letting him know I was still alive all those years ago after I'd been captured by pirates. I'd been selfish and childishly seeking to hurt him. I hadn't gotten word to my family or to Brandon, secretly glad at the idea they might be suffering a little, grieving for me. What an ass I'd been. Yeah, I was young and hurt myself, but that was no excuse for the cruelty. Little wonder Brandon had been so bitter about it and refused to forgive me when we'd first met again. I have to go to him. Let him know I'm still alive. Do you know where he is now? Where they've taken him? To his cousin's castle. Back to said Pharma? No, Igella, our King Regent's castle. It was closest, and I believe they had to restrain him at first, to keep him from throwing himself in the sea. I gave a little cry of disbelief and pain. What was he going through? I tried to stand up, with some half-baked idea of going to him, but I fell back down. "Wait, Captain, and don't despair yet. His cousins are trying to help him and protect him from hurting himself. They care about him a great deal." The thought of him trying to hurt himself over me still made me crazy, but at least he was fairly close by. Suddenly feeling exhausted again, I lay back on the soft furs. I needed to regain my strength and go after him. I needed to get him away from the danger he was in and back safely with me. But first, I had to regain my strength, or I wouldn't be any good to him. "Give me some potion, or do whatever it takes to get me better, Grimora. Please. I have to get to him, or get word to him somehow. I'll do whatever it takes."
Chapter 14. Brandon. It had been a week since the horrible event that had taken the rocks away from me. I had fought against leaving the area where the pirate ship had gone down, still foolishly holding out hope that somehow there were survivors, that Roxbury would be among them. But after the search was ended, and Lex and my other cousins carefully explained to me how there was no hope or a chance for the survival of anyone, I still refused to accept it. Of course, I wasn't in my right mind for a while, and so racked with guilt that I hadn't died along with him that I wasn't thinking straight anyway. I was actually angry at him for leaving me behind at first, furious that he'd taken himself off somewhere I couldn't follow him. I was angry at the gods too, for bringing him back into my life and then snatching him away again. I renounced my belief in them, cursed them, and vowed like a child never to believe in them again. I was aware, of course, of my cousins watching me like hawks. They never left me alone, and if one of them wasn't with me, then Prince Chandler was. He sat beside me as I slept, and held my hand and smoothed the hair off my face. He even peppered kisses on my cheeks and lips, even though we had never reached that stage in our courtship. I allowed it because it really didn't matter. Not much of anything did. I tried to smile at him and do as he asked, because none of this had been his fault. He would have been well within his rights never to speak to me again after I had made my intentions to leave him so clear that last terrible night. He had joined in the efforts to launch the lifeboats after the disaster, and I had no reason to be angry with him. The ridiculous explanation for what happened seemed to be a freak storm. I didn't believe that for a minute, but it seemed to be the general consensus, as it was also the easiest explanation. And after all, the victims had only been pirates after all. The dregs of society, outlaws and miscreants. So who really cared, right? It was a tragic thing, yes, but thankfully, no one who really mattered was involved. Lex had sat beside me and squeezed my hand. He'd had experience with thinking he'd lost the one he loved, after he'd thought for a while that his Omega, Rory, was gone. We had all witnessed how devastated he had been. Yet, I still think he believed I'd get over it eventually and move on. I caught the eye of Wyatt, who was standing at the window, however, and he gave me a slight nod. I knew he was worried about me. I was closest to Wyatt, and knew he was probably thinking about how he'd feel if he lost his Omega. Lex, too, totally sympathized with that aspect of the situation. Both of them were completely in love with their spouses, and I imagined they were both thinking of what they would do or how they would feel if they were in my place. That night, I only pretended to take the powders they gave me to make me sleep, and spit almost all of it out when their backs were turned. Most nights, Prince Chandler and the priest Kelman would stop by my room to check on me, and this night had been no exception. Kelman had looked bored when he came in, followed by Prince Chandler. He stood at the foot of my bed, and at Chandler's request, he chanted the words of a healing spell over me. I had no need of his spells, though, and I was happy when they finally left. In fact, I was tired of being in bed. I wasn't ill. I was simply tired of being anywhere that Rox wasn't. If he'd been there, We'd no doubt been arguing over something. He'd be bossy and arrogant and try to tell me what to do. The thought of never seeing him again and never listening to him bragging about how good he was and how smart, it made me want to join him wherever he was, just to pick a fight with him. As soon as they left, I got out of bed, ready for the old twinges to start up in my leg. But they seemed to be gone, at least for now. So Roxbury's lovemaking and his blood had actually worked, had they? He'd been so hopeful they would. What I wouldn't have given to have him there with me again in my arms, fighting with him, fucking him, or allowing him to knot me and make fatuous comments about it. It didn't matter what we did, as long as I had him beside me. I decided that I needed air, and I grabbed a jacket someone had left lying across the sea chest in my room and went as silently as I could up on deck. It took 2 turns around deck before I stopped at the rail to stare out at the determined bitch of a cruel sea that had taken my lover away from me, not once, but twice now. It was a beautiful, starry night. The moon was huge, hanging in the sky like the clock on the wall of my mother's front parlor, its wide, smooth face completely uncaring and unnoticing of my personal tragedy. I guess, though, considering what that face had seen over thousands of years, my heartbreak seemed insignificant and small. It would be easy enough to fall overboard and sleep beneath the waves. I smiled to think of how angry Rox would be to know I was even thinking of such a thing. He would admonish me to be strong and not to give in to this deep, dark despair that filled my mind and heart, this feeling that nothing would ever be the same again. I gazed down longingly at the black water beneath the ship, but turned away and gazed back up at the pale moon again. I'd try to endure this as long as I could, because I knew Rox would want me to. When I couldn't anymore, then, well, I'd see. That had to be enough for now. A touch on my shoulder made me whirl around in surprise. I'd thought I was alone on deck. "Chandler," I said, looking down at him. The moonlight lit his face with a soft silver light, and I was struck again by how handsome he truly was, and how desirable. His omega scent teased around my nose enticingly, yet it didn't move me at all, not like it should have. What was wrong with me that I had never wanted anyone else other than Roxbury? Even now that he was gone, I knew I never would. "You shouldn't be out here alone," I admonished him. "It could be dangerous. Where are your bodyguards? Can't you sleep?" "No. I've slept enough in the past few days to last me a lifetime, it seems. I've slipped away from my gods, and I just wanted to see you. And I'm sick of being inside that cabin, and it seems you are too. I knew you'd be up here when I couldn't find you in your room." "Would you like to take a turn around deck?" His face brightened, and he smiled. "Yes, that would be nice." He took my arm, and we began our walk. I was struck by the idea of how much easier my life would have been if I could have fallen in love with the prince or someone like him. That meant that I would never have met Roxbury, though, and I wasn't willing to wish that away. My life would have been easier for sure, but far less interesting. I smiled a little at the thought, and Chandler gave my arm a squeeze. "I heard someone say we'll be back in port in Nagella tomorrow before noon. Lexington has invited me to stay at his palace for a few days before heading back home." "Good. It's a long journey back to Sadvarma. I'll be staying there for a while in the castle, too. He insists." I smiled. "Lex can be extremely bossy, but he's a king, and it goes with the territory, I suppose. He likes to be in charge." Chandler glanced up at me, and maybe he got a glimpse of my eyes, because he stopped and took my hands in his. "You're thinking of him again, aren't you?" He did like to be in charge, too. Most irritating man I ever met. "And you loved him?" "Yes, I loved him. I love him still. I think I always will, Chandler." "I know. But it's still nice to see you smiling again. I've been so worried." "About me? I never meant to worry you." He stopped and turned to face me. "I know, Brandon.
and I won't bring up our marriage again. Not now, anyway. But I want you to know I still have deep feelings for you, even if you can never feel the same about me. And I hope that one day you'll change your mind. Your estate still needs heirs, and I can give them to you. I don't mean to rush you, and I'll wait for you to feel better. But I want you to know that I'm here for you in any way you need. He would want you to go on living."
"I know he would.
"Impossible, man."
But being ready might be a good trick. Even if I wanted to go on living without him, which I didn't, I doubted it was possible. Grimoire had explained that my condition would continue to worsen if Roxbury and I didn't keep our connection. I suspected that meant I would go back to fading quietly away, like I'd been doing before I found Rox again. A large part of me didn't mind that. In fact, it would be welcome in a way. Chandler, unaware of the grim thoughts in my head, was already standing close. But he came even closer and lifted his pretty face to mine. I stepped backward as subtly as I could, but his expression still crumpled. I didn't mean to hurt him, but it was too soon and too hard to pretend. He gave me a little smile, though, and we walked on again. I read a poem once that compared the stars to flowers and called them the forget-me-nots of heaven. Isn't that a lovely thought? It was, and I nodded. I knew he meant well and was trying to be comforting, but no number of pretty words could change the facts. Roxbury was no longer in this world, and so, to me, the stars just looked cold and distant and lonely. Not at all like flowers. Their light should be snuffed out one by one, like the street lamps in the capital city each day at dawn. I had no need of the damn things anymore, nor did I want them if he wasn't there beside me to look at them. Chapter 15. Roxbury. I was regaining my strength rapidly with the help of Grimoire's nursing skills and the healing potions he gave me. But I was anxious to get away and go after Brandon, and most days I spent pacing up and down outside the cave entrance, scanning the horizon for any sign of a ship that could take me to the nearest port. The only ones I saw, however, were far out to sea, and I stood no chance of attracting their attention. Grimoire had left early that morning to go to the nearest market town to buy me some clothes. Nothing either he or Banshira owned would fit me, and I was currently wearing one of Grimoire's old robes, and it barely came down to my knees. I had no idea how priests could wear these things day after day. I had asked him to buy me some trousers to wear, and promised I'd repay him. It was hard to believe I literally had nothing at all now. Everything I owned, even the clothes on my back, had been lost. My home was still standing in Gilead, of course, if I could get back to it before word got back that I was lost at sea. Once it did, the scavengers would descend. I had gold buried near my home where no one would find it, at least, so even if the bastards took all of my things, all I needed was to find a way home to retrieve my gold, and I'd be flush again. But my number one priority was finding Brandon and reconnecting with him. Grimoire had informed me that he wasn't worried about repayment. He still had all the gold I'd given him to heal Brandon, but it still surprised me when he showed up late that afternoon, not only loaded with parcels wrapped in brown packages, but leading a handsome brown horse up the narrow rocky path to the cave. Banshira was the first to notice. I was in front of the fire, toasting some bread to eat for my supper, when I heard him shouting something excitedly, so I rushed out to see what was happening. Grimoire appeared at the top of the trail, leading the horse, and my mouth dropped open in surprise. "What's this? Where did you get him?" "It's a mare, not a him. Or so the farmer who sold her to me said. She's about 3 years old, and I got her for you at the village. I assume you do know how to ride?" "Yes, but it's been years. I guess you never forget how, though." I went over to the horse, which stood about 16 hands high. In other words, she was a huge shire horse, or a working horse for the local farmers in Agella. The farmers used them to plow the fields, but they also rode them if and when they needed to. She was beautiful, with the feathered lower legs of the breed. They, along with her long, full tail, were sort of off-white. "What's her name?" "The farmer called her Maggie, but I think you can name her what you like.
No, it's a nice name, isn't it, Maggie? I went up to her and extended my hand to say hello. She gave me a friendly little nose bump, and I bumped her back gently with the backside of my hand. I rubbed her nose and motioned for Banshira to come over and greet my new horse too. I cautioned him to approach her from the front, showing him how to offer his hand. He was shy at first, but finally I talked him into coming nearer. Maggie rolled her expressive dark eyes at first, but he had such a sweet, gentle manner with her that she soon settled down and head-bumped his hand. The radiant smile Banshira gave me in return was more than worth it. "The farmer threw in an old saddle," Grimora said. "It's not worth much, but it will get you to the palace." "Is that where Brandon is?" "Yes. The talk in the village is that the regent is back home. He arrived yesterday afternoon with a group of guests." "I have to go there then, right away." "I thought you might say that," he said, smiling gently. "I wouldn't leave until morning, though. Give them a chance to settle in. Besides, it's not safe to be on strange roads after dark." "All right, I'll wait and leave first thing in the morning. Can you draw me a map?" "Of course." I was so excited, I hugged him, and he was smiling when I let him go, with a look of genuine and pleased surprise on his face. The next morning I rode out with the map in my pocket. Grimora had packed me some food and loaned me one of his furs, in case I had to sleep outside tonight. I had no idea of what kind of welcome I'd have at the castle, and I was thinking I shouldn't just ride in the castle gate and boldly announce myself. I thought that would probably be a terrible idea. For one thing, in Lex's eyes, and that of everyone else there except for Brandon, I was still a pirate and a criminal. Maybe it was a good idea for Captain Jack Devane to just stay dead this time, but I could decide about all that later. All I really wanted was Brandon, and once I had him, I planned to leave quickly and somehow book passage for us to Gilead, so I could retrieve my gold and my other possessions. We might even decide to live there, but it was a decision I talked over with Brandon. From now on, he had to be a part of every decision I made. I rode all day, stopping at lunchtime for one of the sandwiches Grimora had packed for me. I got lost a time or two, because I could barely read Grimora's bad handwriting, but I finally drew close to the King Regent's castle in the late afternoon. Igella is a hilly country, and I stopped on a wooded rise about a quarter-mile away to gaze down at the sprawl of buildings inside the castle walls. I was trying to decide how best to find Brandon in that maze, when the gates at the back of the castle opened up, and I watched as several small wagons rolled inside, seeming to be carrying barrels and other goods from the village from what I could tell at that distance. It made sense that they're bringing in extra food and drink to accommodate their guests. It gave me an idea of how to get in the castle, and I urged Maggie forward toward a small wooded area near the back gate. What went in had to come back out, after all, and when the wagons emerged, I hoped to use that as an opportunity to slip inside. I made my way down the rise and kept to the trees to avoid being observed by the guards, and tied Maggie loosely to a nearby tree, where she'd have plenty of grass to nibble on, yet would still be well hidden. I watched and waited until the wagons began coming back out, and then I slipped inside the gates and managed to duck inside a storage building close by. I was pretty confident that no one had noticed me, which was good. I wanted to keep my visit as low-key as possible. Once the guards closed the gates, and once things quieted down, I came out of the small building and tried to blend in with the many servants that were coming and going in the courtyard. No one paid much attention to me at all. I followed one of them to a back door that led inside, and found myself at the rear of the scullery. Inside, everything was chaotic, with a lady that I thought must be the cook swinging her bulk around the room, holding a large ladle in her hand. She was taking swipes at first one and then another hapless scullery maid who got in her way or who wasn't moving fast enough. Before she whacked me, I hunched over, drew my hood over my head, and sidled past her into a dark hallway. I wandered around until I found a broad staircase at the end of that corridor that looked like it might not be meant for servants. It was far too wide for the lower class, and the banister rails were carved oak like the risers. I took the stairs, wanting to get off the main floor, and went up a couple of flights, coming out on a wide hallway with a series of doors. I figured most of them led to bedrooms. Could one of them be Brandon's? I had no idea, but the stairs ended there, so I'd have to find another way to get to any upper floors. I whirled quickly around to go and find another set of stairs, and ran right into someone coming up behind me. That person was small, much smaller than I, and the force of me hitting them made them windmill their arms and start to fall backward. I caught them around the waist because my bulk had knocked them off balance after all, and they were about to have a nasty fall. The person, whoever it was, wore a long black robe with a hood. They looked up at me in surprise and said, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't mean to bump into you. I should have watched where I was going." The person in question then pushed back the hood of their face, and I was staring down at a gorgeous little Omega. He had glossy blue-black hair and pale, satiny skin, and his eyes were a lovely shade of emerald green and fringed by thick black lashes. He was definitely an Omega, and I knew right away that he was also in heat, strongly in heat, and his scent was surrounding me and tickling my nose. A shocking thought, and one that might have normally inflamed me. I was an alpha after all, and I knew that he had absolutely no business being out of his alpha's rooms at a time like this. It was dangerous for him, and his alpha would spank his little ass when he found out. But while I was struck by his beauty, and I could definitely smell his lovely and slightly overwhelming scent, I was amazed that I was still totally unmoved by him. Sexually, that is. What the hell had that blood magic thing done to me? Alphas had certain biological urges, after all, and normally I would have been salivating for him. I would have frankly lost my mind over such a beautiful and desirable Omega. He immediately recognized what I was, an alpha that he didn't know, at the same time as I made my own discoveries, and he gasped and tried desperately to pull away and run. I let him go at once, but he tripped over his long robe, those blasted robes again, and fell backward. I grabbed him in alarm, managing to get a grip on the front of his robe, and pulled it right off him with a loud ripping sound as he tumbled down the steps backward. I stood there for a moment, staring down at him in horror. He had fallen down several steps and all the way to the landing, hitting with a loud thwacking sound at the bottom. The sound was his naked skin hitting the stone, because the Omega wasn't wearing a stitch of anything underneath. Fuck, I was a dead man. If his alpha, who I now realized had to be Lexington, saw this, my life would surely be forfeit. This beautiful boy perfectly matched the description Brandon had given me of Prince Rory. Though I supposed he was King Rory now. Shit and double shit. I ran down to kneel beside him at once, afraid he'd really hurt himself, and that's when I heard a voice behind me coming down the hallway. "Rory, are you sneaking off to the scullery again for snacks? Ring the bell for a servant, baby. Damn it, I've told you time and again that you can't." There was a shocked, ominous pause, and a huge gasp as Lexington, the king's regent, took in the scene in front of him. I have to admit, it looked pretty damn bad. His Omega stretched out unconscious on his back at the bottom of the landing, and I did mention the part where he was naked, with me looming over him. The incredibly angry, wounded roar that came out of Lex could no doubt be heard all over the castle. I whirled around in time to watch helplessly as Lex leaped down the stairs to where I was crouching beside his naked Omega. Catching him mid-flight, we fell backward in a tangle of arms and legs. So much for keeping my visit to the castle low-key. But once we were there on the floor, I suddenly realized Lexington wasn't moving. He was a dead weight on me, and I pushed him carefully off to the side. He had badly miscalculated his jump and cracked his head on the floor as we tumbled backward. Before I could properly check on him, though, a tiny tornado attacked me out of nowhere, jumping on my back and pummeling my shoulders with his fists. "Oh! Oh my goodness! What have you done to my husband?" the Omega shrieked, completely beside himself, beating on me wherever he could reach. "Lex! Lex, speak to me! Oh my goodness!" "Your Majesty!" I said. "Rory!" I said a little louder to get his attention. I pulled him carefully off my back and put him on the floor beside his husband. "I think he knocked himself out when he jumped on me. Look, he's already coming back around." Rory was too busy peppering kisses all over Lex's face at the moment, however, to pay me much mind. But as Lex slowly regained consciousness and realized what was happening, He began to struggle a little against the tender attacks.
I'm all right now, baby. Please get off me and let me get up.
I got to my own feet warily and took a backward step, ready to run, though I wondered how far I'd get now. Lex had struggled up to his feet by this time, snatched up Rory's robe, and draped it over him, then took a furious, menacing step toward me. Suddenly, he stopped dead still in the shadowy corridor and blanched. His face drained of all color, and he pointed a shaky finger at me, drawing in a sudden, sharp breath.
It's you,
he said, his voice sounding horrified as he pushed his frightened consort behind him.
You're not real. You're dead.
He held up a hand toward me and began muttering some kind of chant that hit me so hard I reeled backward. I managed to get my hands up in front of me in what I hoped was a reassuring gesture. No, actually, I'm not dead. It is me, but I'm not a ghost. I managed to swim away from the ship as it sank and make it to shore. That's what I've come to tell Brandon. Please, Lex, I have to see him. Take me to him. This thing with your Omega was all a huge mistake. He peered at me incredulously.
It was a mistake, all right. No, I don't believe you, evil apparition. That's a lie, because no one could have escaped that ship, and we were too far from shore for anyone to swim. You're a dark shade.
No, I'm really not. I'm just me, and I've come to find Brandon.
That's just what the dark shade would say.
Yes, you're probably right, but I'm not one of those, really. I held out my hand to him. Touch me and see for yourself. No, don't do it, Lex, his little Omega said from behind him, peering around his shoulder. It's an evil trick. It's not a trick. I'm real. I'm not a shade, and I survived. Look, I don't want Brandon to find out this way and have it scare him half to death. Can we go somewhere to talk? Lex stared at me for a while longer, and then finally he nodded reluctantly, looking around himself for somewhere to go. I noticed his hand still hadn't left his sword. He spotted a door leading off to the right, and he motioned for me to follow him. I did, watching as he herded his Omega in front of him, keeping himself between me and his pretty spouse, and looking over his shoulder at me, watching me like a hawk. We were in some narrow corridor, and he led me forward and opened another door that took us out on the castle ramparts. Clouds had gathered while I'd been inside, and the weather was turning colder. Still holding protectively to his Omega with one hand, Lex turned to face me with deep suspicion.
Explain yourself, dark shade, he said in a growly voice. Why have you come here? What do you want?
Lex, come on and really look at me. I'm not a dark shade. I swear it.
Stop lying, demon. I warn you that my powers are far greater than yours.
I had no doubt he was right. His powers were legendary, and I had already felt him reaching out to me with his magic, trying to oppress me. It was like a heavy weight trying to settle itself over my head and onto my shoulders to constrain me and weigh me down. I gave another massive shrug and cast it off me again like an unwanted cape. His eyes widened in surprise.
Evil demon, that only proves my point. Only a demon with strong powers could so easily cast off my spell. The real Roxbury had no such powers.
I am the real Roxbury, and I'm still not a demon and not a shade or ghost or whatever it is you're thinking. And the power? I don't have any idea about that, but it's been growing since I found Brandon again. Maybe that's really how I survived the sinking of my ship. I don't know, but please, take me to Brandon. He'll know right away if I'm real, and he can tell you if I'm really Roxbury. I know he will. He glared at me, completely unconvinced, until help came from an unexpected source. Rory pulled on his alpha's sleeve to get his attention. He's right, Lex. Let's get Brandon. A demon would never be able to fool me if he said he was really you. I'd know you in any form, and I'd know in an instant if it was the real you. Wouldn't you? Know about me? Brandon will know too.
No, Brandon isn't well.
He's what? I demanded, stepping toward them. Brandon's sick?
He's been steadily growing weaker since our return.
Take me to him. Please, Lex. I need to see him. I swear to you I can help him. I glanced over at Rory, who I already could tell was the easier of the two to persuade. Rory, please, help me. I swear to you on my life that I'd never hurt him. I want only the best for him. I put every bit of longing and sincerity that I could in my voice, and I saw him begin to crumple. I swear it. I love him, I said again, and his eyes darkened with sympathy. We could try, Lex. Just think, what if he's telling the truth and we don't let Brandon know? He'd never forgive us, not ever. And you'd be right there to stop his shade from hurting Brandon if he's not really who he says he is. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Lex nodded reluctantly. All right, go get my cousin and bring him here. But don't tell him why. Just say there's someone here to see him. I want to be with him if it shocks him too badly, or if this demon tries to attack him. Not going to attack him, I muttered, but he only glared at me. Rory nodded and hurried past me, slipping inside the door and pulling his robe back down over him and holding onto the ripped sides. Despite his willingness to help, though, he gave me wide berth as he passed. Lex and I were left alone on the ramparts to stare at each other uneasily. I could still feel him reaching out with his magic to try and suppress any errant and violent dark magic urges I might suddenly be feeling. It felt like being poked at all over with a sharp stick. Instinctively, I imagined an invisible protective wall going up around me, and finally the feelings gradually faded. Lex and I had never liked each other much, and had never been friends. Brandon was the only thing we had in common, and even that felt like a constant competition for his loyalty. I could see that he hadn't changed his feelings for me even a little bit over the years, and that he didn't like me one iota better than he ever had. If anything, he maybe liked me less. Make that definitely, on account of the pirate thing, not to mention the finding me alone with his naked Omega thing. I kept quiet, trying to wait patiently to see Brandon, and I didn't even attempt to engage Lex in conversation. There would have been little point, and I didn't want to say anything inadvertently that might make him change his mind here at the 11th hour. Finally, the door opened, and Rory stepped through, still speaking over his shoulder to someone behind him. The person who wants to see you is out here, Brandon. Lex is with him. Then Brandon was stepping through the door, still smiling a little at Rory with a puzzled look on his face. He looked pale and drawn, and somehow frail. He had dark bruise-like circles under his eyes. He was limping badly and leaning on the cane I knew he hated. I think he'd lost weight in the relatively short time since I'd seen him. Yet I'd never seen anyone or anything so beautiful. He glanced up and saw me right away, stopping dead and just staring at me. He began breathing hard, and he looked so distressed I was afraid he might pass out, so I took a quick step toward him. I couldn't help it, but Lex grabbed my arm to hold me back as Brandon gasped. He dragged his eyes away from me and shifted his gaze past me directly to Lex. How are you doing this? I don't know how you conjured this image, but this is cruel, Lexington. Brooks is dead. No, I said, and his head whipped back toward me. I'm not dead, and this isn't my image or my shade. It's me, sweetheart. I got out of the ship. I swam to shore. I swear, it's really me. He stood there, pale as the ghost he thought I was, shaking his head back and forth. No, you can't be real. You're not real. My Rox never called me sweetheart. He had a different name for me, and he never once called me that. He whirled to leave, but I had to stop him. Wait, please! He stopped, but he didn't turn around, and I knew I had only seconds to change his mind. Did you mean dearie? I smiled tenderly at him as he slowly turned back around. You used to say you hated that name, and it reminded you of your maiden aunt. But I'll call you dearie if you like. Every day, for the rest of our lives. He cried out then, a sharp, wounded sound like an animal might make as it was dying, and he flung himself forward into my arms. I caught him and pulled him close, sinking to the stone floor of the ramparts with him, holding him as tightly as I could, and murmuring over and over again in his ear how much I loved him, and how we'd never be parted from each other ever again. I said a lot of other very foolish things, I think, as I knelt there holding him close, but I didn't regret a single one of them. Chapter 16. Brandon. I couldn't believe it was real, but there was no denying the fact that I was holding Roxbury in my arms again.
I buried my nose in the crease of his neck and just breathed him in, unable to pull myself away. I still couldn't quite believe it, but his scent was so comforting and so sweet that he never wanted to move out of his arms again. I was still afraid it might all be just a dream. "Pinch me, so I'll know I'm awake," I said, and he laughed softly in my ear. Behind me, I was aware of Lex standing protectively by, and also comforting his sweet, soft-hearted Omega Rory, who was standing in tears after witnessing our reunion. It was hard to believe that Roxbury was actually there in my arms, that he was real flesh and blood, and... "Wait a minute," I said, pulling away and glaring at him. "Does this mean you faked your death again? You faked it!" I swung my fist at him, but he was too fast for me and caught it in midair, twisting it behind my back and pulling me close to his chest again. I struggled, but I must admit I didn't struggle too hard. I didn't have it in me. "No, baby, I didn't fake anything, I swear it. The ship went down with all hands, and I was the only survivor. It was a terrible loss." "But how did you make it off the ship? We all thought it would be impossible."
"I don't know. I was at the rail when the lady capsized, and I jumped off and swam as hard as I could to get away from her drag so she wouldn't take me down with her. Believe me, I was surprised as anybody when I actually made it and managed to swim up to the surface."
"But why didn't you signal one of the rescue boats? They stayed in the water for a long time searching for survivors."
"I saw them at a distance, but the current and the wind had pushed me out to sea, and when I tried to shout at them to get someone's attention, the wind just took my voice and shredded it. I think black magic was in play. It had to be."
Lex made a skeptical sound, and Roxbury whipped his head around to look at him.
"It had to be magic. How else do you account for a wind that strong to come out of a clear sky and affect only my ship, while not touching the other three that were right there in the same waters? Was there a spell on everyone not to notice that?"
Lex looked stunned at the question and uncertain. Rory tightened his hold on Lex's arm.
"I wasn't there, of course, but I did think it was strange when you told me about that wind after you got home. I didn't want to ask too many questions because Brandon was so devastated, and I was too worried mainly about him. But how did that happen, Lex? How did the storm not affect any other ship but the pirate ship?"
"Well, because it..." He looked up and directly into my eyes. His voice sounded puzzled. "I don't know. I never... Who could have cast a spell so strong that it not only caused your ship to sink, but caused me and Asher not to even feel the magic that caused it? Both of us have strong magic too, but why haven't I felt the magic around me since then? Is that even possible?"
"Maybe he or she isn't using it now, or they're using the same spell against you still."
"Even so, I should be able to sense it, and I haven't. Asher should have too. No, it's impossible." He shook his head. "But your questions are troubling, to say the least." He rubbed a hand over his face and blinked a few times, looking confused. "A spell to cloud our minds and hide the truth? I haven't heard of anything like that in years. Nothing like that since your own mother, Vesper, used one like it to cover her escape from Morovia, Rory. She was the last one powerful enough that I knew about."
"So you're saying it's possible?"
Rory asked. "Maybe. It's happened before, but I don't know. The person would have to have immense power." He shook his head, looking confused. "Now that I'm aware of it, I think I can feel it working in my mind even now, trying to make me forget again, telling me it's not at all unusual and to just dismiss it." "Could it be more than one person?" I asked. "I suppose. I don't really know." "But it is unusual," Rory said. "Yes, it is. He held up a hand and began to mumble some words I didn't know. He was at it for a while, and we stood around him, trying to just let him work. I thought he was trying to take the spell off himself." Roxbury stepped back a little as the spells continued. He was wincing, and I wondered if he could feel them. Something was making the air thick around us, and it was getting harder to breathe. Finally, Lex was done. "We need to go inside so we can hide Roxbury somewhere, We can figure this all out. I need to send for Asher and Wyatt, and I need to do more work on my wards. I don't know who else here I can trust if this is true, except for them and the three of you. He glanced over at Rox. Or maybe I should say the two of you.
If that was directed at me,
Roxbury said,
you can trust me. I'm the one who told you about this in the first place, remember?
Whoever did this would have to be a sorcerer, or have a group of sorcerers with immense power working right here in my own castle. I'm not at all happy about that. We have to find out who this is, and quickly, so we can neutralize them. If we've been under attack all this time, it has to stop now. To tell the truth, Brandon said, I was surprised that you let the St. Farman contingent come to stay at the castle at all. You've hated Queen Rosamond for so long, and now she and her father are both staying here as your guests. Good gods, Lex said softly. I mean, of course I knew that, but why did I allow it? No wonder Harrison thinks I've changed so much. It is odd, Lex. I have to have time to think about all this. He put his arms protectively around his Omega and pulled him close. Then he looked back at me. Pull up the hood of your cape to help hide your face, Brandon. You too, Roxbury. We need to keep your survival and miraculous return a secret for a while longer. We'll leave here separately. First me and Rory. Then you two wait a few minutes and follow us to my offices. Brandon, you know what I mean.
I have a horse tied up outside the back gate, just inside the woods. If you could get someone to take her to the stables, I don't like just leaving her there.
I'll see to it, Lex said.
Thank you.
Lex turned to Brandon. Bring Roxbury to my room, and don't stop to talk to anyone along the way if you meet someone. In the meantime, I'll send for Asher and Wyatt. Lex glanced over at Roxbury. Take care of him, Roxbury. He's been under attack as well. In the short time since we returned, his health has been deteriorating rapidly. I flushed under Roxbury's close regard. I didn't like being discussed like I wasn't standing right there.
But what on earth could be the reason for all this?
Rory asked.
Who would it benefit if both Roxbury and Brandon were dead?
I know someone who might benefit, I said softly.
What?
Lex said. Who? What are you thinking? I had a visit this morning from Prince Chandler. He told me some things, and he asked me if I could marry him right away. I looked over at Roxbury and took his hand in mine, squeezing it tightly. I told him I would.
What the fuck?
Rox said, not even trying to keep his voice down. Lexington looked shocked at my revelation too, but he stood closer and practically hissed at Rox. Don't speak to him that way, he said, and Roxbury gave him an evil look in return.
I'll speak to him anyway, I damn well please,
he said, way too loud, and putting a possessive arm around my shoulders.
He's my mate.
That doesn't give you the right to abuse him.
I'd never abuse him. Damn it, we're both alphas, and he can take care of himself, you know.
Which only makes it weirder. You're not helping your case.
I don't have a case. It's a fact, and you need to wrap your head around it before I do it for you.
They growled and glared at each other for a few more minutes, until I pulled Roxbury firmly away and stood in front of him. This isn't helping one damn bit.
Yeah, well, neither is you going around promising to marry other people.
I thought you were dead.
I still don't like it,
the idiot said. I grabbed him and kissed him hard enough to shut him up. He looked a little dazed when I let him surface for air. I turned back to Lexington. Go ahead, don't worry about us, and we'll follow you soon. Lex was still looking a little unsure, but he finally nodded and took Rory's hand to lead him off the ramparts and back inside. I turned back to my mate and kissed him again. I was making up for lost time, and besides, he looked like he needed it. I know I did. While I held him close, I bit his neck gently and sucked a little of his blood. I couldn't believe I'd ever thought it was unpleasant. Nothing about him could ever be. He cried out softly and shuddered in my arms as I held him close. Why did you promise to marry someone else? Rox groaned after a minute or so. I thought I was going to die soon, and he told me something that convinced me.
What?
I can't say. He swore me to secrecy, and I have to respect his privacy.
But we think he's the one who wants you dead.
No, I don't. Not really. I just said he was someone who would benefit from my death. If we were married, that is. He'd inherit my estate if he were my husband and I died. And he'd be under no strong obligation to marry again too soon. He could stay in mourning a long time.
Sounds like a good enough reason to me. Though he is a prince, why would he need your money?
I can't say.
Oh, you're going to say.
You're not my boss, you know. You can't tell me what to do.
I can tell you not to marry somebody else, damn it.
I smiled and kissed him again. Yes, I suppose you can tell me that. We spent a few more enjoyable minutes in each other's arms, but after a while I tugged on his sleeve because it was getting way too intense between us. Come on, we can finish this later, but we need to go to Lex's office, and we won't make it if we keep this up any longer. Asher and Wyatt should be there by now. Maybe we can come up with some ideas and figure out what the hell is going on.
Roxbury. Are you sure he's not a demonic spirit, Lex? Wyatt asked. I mean, just look at him. He meant me, of course, so I sent him a hard glare, and only the fact that he was Brandon's cousin kept me from trying to fight him. I'd be willing to, if I didn't know I would piss Brandon off royally. I contented myself with a dark look, or two. Brandon frowned.
I thought you'd be happy for me, Wyatt. You know how I was feeling when we thought Roxbury was dead. How would you like to lose your mate? You know the answer to that, and I'd be glad for you if I thought Roxbury could make you happy, but I don't think he can.
I started out of my chair to go after him, but Brandon pulled me back down beside him. Not another word, Wyatt. I'm warning you. Wyatt rolled his eyes at both of us, but he shut up, which was all I wanted anyway. That, and to just take Brandon and leave. I had decided before I came that I would go to the docks after I found Brandon and try to find a ship to take us to my home in Gilead. I could work my passage and Brandon's, or we could both work as long as the captain had something my mate could do that wasn't too dangerous. I didn't tell him that, of course, because I liked my face right where it was. He'd probably tell me he had money to book both our passages, but that didn't set well with me either. Maybe he could pay his way, and I'd work mine, if Brandon didn't get totally unreasonable about it, which he no doubt would. The thing was, he needed to go before word got around to the other pirates that I wasn't coming back to claim my house and goods. But first, I needed to neutralize the threat against us. We didn't need another ship capsizing in the middle of the Lumian Sea, so I had convinced myself to stay and get this done first. We had a dark witch after us, and apparently a powerful one. At least here, we had Lex and Asher to back us up. So that meant working with his cousins, despite all the animosity. I resolved to try a little harder. Brandon smiled at me, probably sensing my thoughts. We were starting to do that, which was freaky.
I still don't understand how we didn't notice dark magic at that extreme level working around us all this time,
Asher said.
Only a few wizards still have that much power, and I know all of them. Or, I thought I did.
What about among the said varmints?
There is definitely some serious talent there. It's outlawed, except for the priest, though. That Kelman is strong in his magic, and even the queen has some.
Lex looked surprised.
The queen? I never knew she had any magic. I guess I should have noticed, but every time I'm around her, I can't stop clenching my teeth. She tries to suppress her magic. Her father was extremely strong too in his day, but he hated it and he refused to use it. I think his mind is still really unclear.
Brandon nodded.
That's what everyone says.
What do we do now? I asked. Gather all the suspects in one room and see if any of them feel like confessing? How many suspects do we have anyway? Everybody on all 3 ships? That narrows it down to around 100 or 200 men.
Lex rolled his eyes at me. I think we should concentrate on who would benefit most from the sinking of Roxbury's ship. Maybe they just hated the fucking pirates, Wyatt offered again. I can certainly understand that. Or maybe they only really hated Roxbury, although the number of people who did might be an unmanageable number.
Go fuck yourself, Wyatt. Wyatt turned around and growled like the dumbass he was.
All right, enough, Lex said. Wyatt, settle down, because this isn't helping.
Brandon spoke up.
Obviously they wanted to stop me from being with Roxbury. Yes,
Asher said.
But who would guess you'd ever be thinking of being with a pirate, let alone marry one? Not to mention the fact that he's another alpha. That's just it. They wouldn't have to guess. Have you forgotten that I announced it to Prince Chandler just before the storm hit, and he said he already knew because they'd heard us arguing about it on board the Lady? The prince said our voices carried over the water.
Asher looked startled.
I guess I did forget that. Did you? But how is it possible I forgot it? I don't know, but I did too,
Lex said, looking puzzled, and Wyatt nodded.
Are you sure you told Chandler? Yes, of course, I'm sure. The spell must still be clouding your minds. I was talking to the three of you about going with Roxbury when Prince Chandler surprised us by already being on board, along with King Harrison, and he overheard my whole little speech. He said he'd come over while we were fighting with each other on the Fancy Lady, on the same boat as Harrison, and he heard everything.
Seems like the spell was already working by then if you all forgot, Rory said. Why would someone want all of you to do that, and why didn't Brandon forget it?
The same reason they clouded your minds over it, I said.
And Brandon must have been immune to it, or very nearly the same as I was. I glanced over at him. It must have been the blood magic we have. It helped me survive the capsizing. He nodded, and Lex and the others just looked confused.
You keep saying that, but we have no idea what blood magic even is.
All right, let me back up a little. Before I saw you again, I took Brandon to a healer on Agella. He lives in Banshira's cave near the sea.
Grimora?
Lex said in a shocked voice.
I thought he'd been dead for years.
Brandon shook his head.
No, he's still around, still in his cave with Banshira.
Banshira? Rory said, looking surprised. But that's just legend. There's no such thing. Not really. Is there?
Yes,
Brandon said.
He's the real, and we met him and Grimora, who said I had an injury in my brain from the attack in Krylia. He said it would get progressively worse, but there was one loophole. Roxbury.
Lex could sound really imperious when he put his mind to it. I think he learned it as a child in his father's court, and he gave us one of those regal commands of his.
Explain! Grimora said that the reason Roxbury and I had always felt the way we do for each other had to do with our natures. Even though we're both alpha, we have a bond that we were born with. It's like fated mates. It can't be broken by anything, neither time nor distance. He said it was called blood magic, and would only get stronger in time, and that if we shared certain bodily fluids, then Roxbury might be able to heal me. Have you heard of this before? Bodily fluids?
Wyatt said, his eyes wide.
Oh, gods! I've heard of it, Asher said, ignoring Wyatt. Or I've heard about it in a few arcane old books of magic, but it's found more in the north, in the Varian Empire, above Krylia.
My mother is Varian, I said, and everyone stared at me.
So was my grandmother,
Brandon said. I looked over at him with surprise, and he shrugged.
She was, on my mother's side.
Brandon turned back to Lex and his cousins.
Grimora said people with the blood magic could, and sometimes did, hate each other too, and became powerful enemies. He said strong marriages and alliances could result from it, but powerful dislike too, and the two people might only want to destroy each other.
I looked over at Wyatt. Any chance you have any Varian relatives, Wyatt? Brandon kicked my shin, making me yelp. Ow! I was just asking, dearie. Lex smothered what I thought might be a smile with his hand. I wondered if I was winning him over. He tried to steer us back to our discussion again.
Then if it was Roxbury they were trying to kill, that would actually make a lot more sense.
With Roxbury dead, Brandon would be free to marry the prince. Rory nodded. You did say he'd already approached you again, even so soon after what happened at sea. He had to know you were still grieving. What's the big hurry? Why is he so anxious to get married so quickly? Almost immediately, he gasped and stared at Brandon, and I knew he must have guessed. I thought I might know too. I could see Brandon was feeling a little uneasy, because he'd made the prince a promise not to tell anyone.
Please, stop. I promised Chandler I wouldn't say anything.
But things are different now, Brandon, Lex said. Whoever wanted Roxbury dead will still want that same outcome, so Roxbury will be in danger until we find out who this is. Oh my goodness, Rory said, and Lex turned toward him. What? Do you know something? I'm just worried about Chandler. I think I know the secret. He's going to have a baby, isn't he? Brandon didn't answer, which I suppose was an answer all in itself. I grabbed his arm. Whose baby is it? I demanded. Brandon rolled his eyes at me.
Well, not mine. You should know better than to ask me that.
How would I know? You were engaged to him when we met up again.
He's the Sudfarman prince, the little brother of Queen Rosamond. I wouldn't have had the nerve to do anything like that in that woman's vicinity.
Lex smiled. He does have a point.
If not your child, Asher asked, then whose? Someone who would need the prince's marriage to help cover up the mistake, Asher replied. After all, if a baby comes a little early in the marriage, nobody really notices all that much, or cares one way or the other. And if the new husband were to conveniently die soon after the wedding because of some natural causes, then that would be convenient too, wouldn't it?
Are you implying the killer must be the prince? No, I don't believe it. He's an Omega.
So is Rory, and he's extremely powerful in his own way. Omegas can be killers too, if they have enough provocation. I've never seen him with anyone much, except for...
Brandon looked shocked for a moment.
That priest, Kelman. He's always around. He was on deck the night your ship sank. He was standing right behind Chandler.
We were all quiet for a moment, and then Lex nodded. I hate those fucking Sudfarman priests. They're all evil bastards. I wouldn't put it past him. I wasn't too sure of that myself. I didn't think Kelman had that much power. A person with that much would have had a hard time hiding it. I knew Lex despised the priests, and I knew why. They had almost destroyed his Omega soon after his marriage, according to what Brandon had told me. Lex held a serious grudge against all of them to this day, he'd said, and I'd actually been surprised when I learned that he'd allowed any of them to stay in his castle at all. Lex did not strike me as a forgiving man. When I pointed this out, Lex jumped to his feet in a rage. I didn't, and I don't forgive any of them. No one ever asked me about it, and damn it, I never even noticed. I knew that Harrison and his family had taken over the inn in town, waiting for... Damn it, I'm not sure what they were waiting for. I was so concerned about Brandon and getting back home to Rory, What kind of fucking spell am I under anyway?
The same one as the rest of us, Asher replied. But how are these witches' powers so strong?
I intend to find out, Lex said, and discover who this bastard is if it's the last thing I do. Chapter 17. Roxbury. Lex had decided to put his plan into effect that same evening at dinner. He had tried to forbid Rory being there, but they'd had a massive argument about it, and now he was going. I could understand that Lex was afraid for him, especially if a lot of errant magic started flying around. If anyone wanted to hurt an alpha, all they needed to do was attack their beloved Omega. I would have loved to have done the same for Brandon, though he was most definitely not my Omega, but he gave me a long, challenging look after Lex and Rory's argument, and I changed my mind about saying anything. It was still hours until then, however, and I asked Brandon where his room was. I was tired, I said, and I needed to lie down. I don't think I fooled anyone, especially Brandon, but he needed to be with me as much as I needed him. So he took me to his room, and we closed the door and locked it behind us. I wanted him so desperately. His cock strained against me as I kissed him when we first entered the room, but I ignored it for a moment, focusing instead on his pink nipples that I uncovered by ripping open his shirt and laughing when he gasped. His entire body went pink then, and I kissed him again and licked and bit his nipples until he shuddered with pleasure. I couldn't hold off any longer when I wanted him so badly. I lifted him and carried him to the bed, despite his blushes and protestations that he wasn't a doll to be carried around. I had his clothes and mine off quickly, but I needed lubricant in the worst way. He laughed at my desperation and said that Rory had supplied him with a lot of different clothes and products he thought he might need, and I was welcome to look through the things he'd sent over. I found some hair oil and pomade and held it up, crying out with happiness until he threw a pillow at me and hit me in the face. Complaining that he'd smell like a whorehouse, he bitched until I shut him up by smoothing a finger full of the pomade inside him and began massaging it into his sweet hole. I stroked him there until I reached inside and found the place even deeper that lit him up and made him strain against me. He was making delicious sounds of pleasure, and I couldn't hold off much longer. When I couldn't stand it any longer, I pushed inside him until he squealed and blushed again at the kinds of sounds he was making. His body heat was incredible, and I began to slowly impale him with every steady stroke. My hips were smacking that ass, and I wanted to own him completely. I bit his shoulder and sucked his blood, and I already felt his bite marks on my neck. But we needed to be closer, and I wanted desperately to knot him. I needed it to reconnect again. I heard him yelp in shock and pain as I eased my knot inside him, but then that sound was replaced with a high-pitched moan when his first orgasm overtook him. His body trembled and whimpers tumbled from his mouth. When he looked back at me, his bright eyes were darker than normal. He looked a little weak and tired, which worried me, but he said he felt only incredibly satisfied. "You're mine, dearie, forever and always," I whispered as I kissed and bit and licked the back of his neck. With another fierce growl, I began to move slowly to ease my knot inside him more deeply. My cock was already buried. I could feel the orgasms teasing at my spine. I began to work it slowly in farther, stretching him over the hard ridge of flesh that was my knot. He moaned and tried to pull away, but I held him tightly to me and pulled him back more firmly. Then, with a sudden wet plop, the entire knot slid inside him, and we both groaned. I began kissing the side of his throat and trailing more kisses over his ear. He moaned in ecstasy and pushed back into me, his ass now seated deliciously on my knot. My knot would create a steady pressure against his prostate and bring him extremely intense multiple orgasms, causing hormones to flood his body. I could feel him clenching around my cock with every delicious decadent moan and shudder. I held him as tightly as I could, crooning in his ear and kissing him, unable to pull out until I was finished. Once inside him, my gland had swelled even more and wouldn't release for a long time yet. After about the 4th or 5th intense orgasm, Brandon slumped in my arms. I kissed him tenderly, but there was nothing else I could manage. I was worried that this had been too much for him, considering his health, but this would be healing for him too, according to what Grimora said. I laid my head down on his back and closed my eyes to wait for my knot to release, and I sent up a little prayer to any gods who might be listening to help my beautiful mate recover his strength. I needed him to be 100%, and I couldn't bear the thought of ever losing him. We awoke after a long, restful nap, and I could tell right away that Brandon was a bit stronger. The blue shadows under his eyes had receded, and he didn't look nearly as pale. He said he felt stronger too, and both of us felt happier than we had in a long time. We only had to get through this dinner ahead of us tonight, and I knew Brandon hated the thought of hurting Prince Chandler again. He also didn't like the idea of not speaking to the prince beforehand, but Lex had insisted he not do that.
"We don't know how deeply he might be involved in this thing," Lex had said. "Until we do, you have to be careful. Whoever sank Roxbury's ship will still want him dead once he finds out he managed to save himself. And whoever this person is, we have to be wary of them." Brandon nodded, but I could tell he was still unhappy.
We were supposed to meet Lexington in his rooms before dinner, and the whole pack was going to go down as a group. Lexington, Brandon, Asher, and Wyatt. King Harrison was still in the palace, of course, along with his retinue. Lex had a plan for me to suddenly show up, like the ghost at a feast, and surprise a confession out of someone. Personally, I had my doubts about this. Whoever this person was, they were dangerous in the extreme. When we arrived by the back stairway at Lex's door, Brandon gave a quick knock, and we went inside. Lexington glanced up at us and nodded.
"Are you ready for this?"
he asked Brandon.
"I guess so. I'd have liked to speak to Prince Chandler privately first." "I think I know why Chandler was in such a hurry to ask you to reconsider marrying him. Guess who else has just arrived, without warning or invitation, I might add."
"Who?"
"Harrison and his fucking queen. And her father, King Alfred of Sadfarma. They've been staying at an inn in the village since we arrived home. I can't believe that bitch had the nerve to show up here to this feast uninvited tonight." "Can't you tell her to leave?" "I could, and I would, if Harrison weren't here with her. But he and I have reconnected a bit recently, and I hate to ruin that by turning him away. He's my brother after all. Harrison will be loyal to her, and if she leaves, he'll go along with her. I'll still do it, though, if she steps out of line or disrespects Rory." "She's here because Chandler intends to announce our plans to renew our engagement. He told me they want him to marry right away." "I'd put nothing past her," Asher said. "We all have to be vigilant." "So she'll be here tonight when Roxbury walks in?" "Yes, she will. I look forward to seeing the expression on her face. That's the most dangerous moment, I think. Asher, I'll need your help. And yours too, Roxbury, if you really have some kind of magic. Try to protect yourself and Brandon."
"I will."
"Wyatt and Brandon and my guards can pitch in if there's any fighting to be done, but stay out of the way of the magic."
"Then I think we're as ready as we'll ever be," Rory said. He was wearing a suit of black velvet, and his hair was pulled back behind his head. He wore only a diamond circlet on his forehead, but he was still really beautiful. Lex took most of the party to the great hall, where they were all set to dine that evening. All except for me. I was stationed in the shadows at the back of the halls, near the scullery, but every table held a host of noble lords and ladies, all decked out in their finest. 3 different kings were in attendance after all, so I had no doubt it was a big night for most of the guests. Lex had erected a curtained screen in my dark corner, and that's where I took my place as the others filed in at the front. With all the attention on them, no one paid any attention to me that I could see. Lex and Rory sat down at the center of the table, side by side. It was a large room, dimly lit for a dining area, and set up with tables at right angles to the head table. King Harrison and his queen were already seated at the head table, along with an old man I took to be King Alfred of Sudfarma. The old king was slumped in his chair. He didn't look well at all, and I thought this journey must have been difficult for him. I wondered again what the hell he was even doing here. Prince Chandler was seated at the first table below the dais, along with Kelman, the priest. Asher, Wyatt, and Brandon went to join them, with Brandon sitting down beside the prince. I saw him bend solicitously over his hand and kiss the back of it as they arrived, and it made me unreasonably jealous. I turned my attention back to the dais, though, and watched as Lex, in his role as King Regent, welcomed his guests and made a little speech about all of them being there together for the first time. I'm sure there was more, but I tuned it all out and just watched Brandon. He was gorgeous as always, even considering how ill he'd been recently, and I felt sympathy for the young prince sitting beside him. But as it happened, I'd gotten to Brandon first, a long time ago, so he was all mine, and I didn't plan on sharing. Chandler would have to get his own true love. I was waiting for the appropriate time to step out of my hiding place. Lex told me he was going to announce the engagement, and that was my cue to step out of hiding and say, "Sorry, Brandon can't marry the prince, because he's already engaged to me." That was when all hell would no doubt break loose, and hopefully, in all that excitement, the murderous witch would reveal themselves. It was only a few minutes into the dinner when I saw Lex get to his feet and begin to toast the health of his guests and make his speech welcoming everyone. And then he made one last toast. "It's also my great pleasure tonight to announce the engagement of my cousin, Lord Brandon Bedford, to the Crown Prince of the Sudfarman Kingdom. We wish them joy." He held up his glass, and everyone else stood up too, including all of the ones at the head table on the dais. All except for King Alfred. He looked as if he'd been half asleep when his daughter nudged him to stand up and make the toast along with the rest. He looked dazed at first, and then he lurched up to stand beside her and fixed his strange, intense gaze on Brandon. "You!" he shouted, practically screeching. "You wicked soul! You have magic in your blood! You want to taint my boy with it!" His daughter, looking horrified, began pulling on his arm to get him to sit down, and Chandler jumped to his feet, his face going white as a sheet. Harrison had risen to help the queen, and the whole room was buzzing with shock. Without any warning, the old man pulled back his hand, raised it in the air above his head, and began chanting a spell. Almost instantly, the air filled with the pungent smell of ozone. My scalp prickled, and my skin was crawling. This was evil magic at work, and his fingertips began flashing green as little bolts of fire sprang from them. His entire hand seemed to be on fire for a second before the flames sputtered out again. "Brandon, get down!" Lex shouted, and Brandon dove for the prince first, and then rolled with him under the table. I hurtled out of my corner, headed toward the dais, knocking people out of my way as they tried to duck and dodge the old man's gestures, which were wild and extravagant, and getting worse. He was strong, too, and easily knocked Harrison and Rosamond away as they tried to restrain him. I put myself in front of where I thought Brandon and Chandler were taking cover, ready to get in the way of any magical bolts he might hurl at them. Asher and Lex were already at work casting their own spells, and the entire front of the room began to take on a greenish glow as they directed their chants at the old king. Their voices were getting louder and gaining strength as the glow around the old man suddenly went white-hot, and an explosion of sparks showered down from the ceiling. The old king fell forward onto his face on the table, and I could swear I saw wisps of smoke coming from his ears. Harrison pushed his wife aside and bent over him. He checked him with a businesslike efficiency, and then straightened back up. "The king is dead!" Rosamond started to scream.
Epilogue. Brandon. It was the next morning before things began to settle back down and get back to something approaching normal. Queen Rosamond had been hysterical to the point I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. Harrison and Lex had taken charge right away, and once the queen had been sent off to bed with her entourage in attendance and the priests fluttering around her, they arranged for the king's body to be removed from the great hall. They laid him out on a broad, flat piece of wood in the chapel in front of the altar, and Lex and Asher set candles all around his body to act as wards as well as to light the chapel. And they also put out a line of salt around the body as well, just in case. It had been a sad case of the dementia taking over his mind, or at least that was the story put out. It had made his magic chaotic and dangerous. He had sensed magic around Roxbury and me, not to mention Lex and Asher that night on the ship. He had sent the great wind to destroy it, but it hadn't gone exactly as planned. I still regretted the old man's death. He hadn't meant to do the things he'd done, and he'd been desperate to protect his son the only way he knew how. We were lucky he hadn't destroyed us all that night. All those men had lost their lives because the queen hadn't asked for help in caring for her father, even though she'd known how bad he was getting. That's why she'd taken him along with her on the ship. She didn't trust anyone else to care for him, in case they discovered what he was capable of. Even now, she was trying to hide what had happened, begging Harrison to find a way to stop the rumors and the gossip people were already spreading, as if he had the power to put a genie back in its bottle. He could issue a decree, but I knew it would do little good. The story was already out. He knew it too, so he just nodded and ignored what she had to say. Once again, I hated the fact that a good person like Harrison was tied to such a woman. But I knew that King Alfred hadn't been mentally sound in a long, long time. I had questioned Chandler as gently as I could after it was over, and he'd calmed down. And finally some of the truth came out. His father had been slowly getting worse and worse. The healers had tried to give him sedatives and even potions to calm him, but nothing worked. He was obsessed with dark magic, even as he despised and feared it. The father of Chandler's baby turned out to be the priest, Kelman. They were in love, but even though the priests of Sadfarma took no holy vows and were permitted to marry, his father had forbidden it. The king was angry at the priest, but had promised Chandler that once he was safely married, and I was safely dead, he could remarry Kelman, so long as they stayed far away in Moravia at my country estate. Even then, he had been obsessed with his image, just like his daughter was now. Since Chandler's pregnancy was about to become obvious, he had been desperate to get settled and start making a home for his child, so he'd asked me again to marry him. He released me from my second vow to him and was making plans to marry Kelman as soon as possible. His sister would still be his regent, since he was an Omega, but at least he'd be able to marry the person he loved. Speaking of which, I wondered where my own love had gotten to, and finally found them making plans for the two of us to leave as soon as possible and make our way to Gilead. He'd been busy that morning, arranging with Lexington to keep his horse in the stables, and finding a ship headed to a port on the southwestern tip of the Varian Empire, where they had agreed to stop by Gilead on the way, for a small fee, of course, and let him get his things. Then we'd get back on board the ship and go to the Varian Empire. From there, we would make our way slowly overland back down to Krylia and eventually Moravia. It would make a nice honeymoon journey. I had told Lex all about Grimora and Branshira, and he and Rory, especially Rory, had been concerned and promised to help them. After that, I couldn't think of another thing to do before we left on our journey. There followed a passionate discussion of who would pay for it, but I prevailed. I had plenty of money after all, and it was my turn to take care of him for a while. I don't relish living off your money and on your estate, dearie, Rox told me as he helped me pack my belongings. He'd arranged for a sea chest to be brought to us from the village, and we were both going to use it. We were near enough in size to wear the same clothes, too, so we could easily share. Well, whether or not you relish it, that's where we're going to live. You'll just have to learn to like it.
Oh, really? And what if I don't?
You don't have much choice, I'm afraid. As you once told me about Gilead, I hope you like it at my estate, because now that I have you again, I have no intention of letting you go until I'm through with you. And I don't think I'll ever be through. I kissed him then to shut him up, a tactic that always worked. And I thought about how my cousins used to tell me it would never work out with another alpha as my mate. We'd never be able to agree on anything they'd said, and we'd always be fighting. They forgot to mention how much fun we'd have making up, however, and that was turning out to be the best part.
This concludes Alpha's Captive by Shannon West. Narrated by Gabriel McKnight. Copyright 2023 by Shannon West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Shannon West and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.